we here? Wait, actually, I'm gonna go to the starting soon screen. Just a second. We're going to starting soon. Screaming at the top of my lungs in the confession room, taken with a pillar of salt. Halt! It's not my fault. Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. How are y'all all doing? I'm gonna wait for everybody to load in. Oh my gosh, assembly! Oh my gosh, hi, you are in front of me. You are literally in front of me. Hello, hello. Okay, assembly got the first. Let's go. Hello, everybody. I gotta go through like 100 different Discord servers. Just a second. Why did you do that late? Oh my gosh. But hello, everybody. Hello. Hello. Hello, everybody. My name is Markiplier. I was doing a couple runs before stream. Oh my gosh, it's Kodak. Hello, Kodak. Hi. Hi. We're playing Dandy's World again. And, like, maybe if my computer can take it, like, maybe I can do art after, like, if, like, I don't know. It depends. It depends on who else joins. It honestly depends on who else joins. I'm hoping that Bagel is awake soon because I cannot wait for Bagel to join because we said that we were going to play, and so far, I don't think they've been awake yet. I don't think they're awake yet. I genuinely don't think they are awake yet. But hello, everybody. Hello. Psycho, babe, come and go. You stream when I said shiny. Oh gosh, oh gosh. I chat. I got a new chair, and it's one of the ones that like it's for larger people, aka like me. Cause for those who don't know, I'm large. I'm large, and um yeah. You have not been to Kodak. Kodak, you need to sleep. Kodak. Oh my gosh. You need to sleep. You need to go to sleep. Oh my gosh. Why haven't you gone to sleep yet? You've got to go to sleep, dude. Oh my gosh. Hello, Sia. You are also right in front of me. Yippee! I love that song so much. Second Sight Seer is such a good song. Will Wood is such a good artist. Like, Will Wood? Perfect. Amazing. So September 5th last year, I actually saw Will Wood in concert. It was honestly a lot of fun. It was the first concert I actually been to on my own. And the first concert that I went to like as an adult. That was like an adults only concert. So I got to meet a lot of people and like everybody there was chill. It was honestly like my favorite like it was my favorite. You were not lying when you said, "Oh gosh, Kodak. Kodak, you need to sleep." Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow, guys. You're sitting right in front of me. Actually, I can go and go right. Oh, it's not low. Oh gosh, what happened? What was that flash? What was that flash? Please tell me my laptop's just dying on me now at this point. Like, ugh. Why is it dying on me? Come on, Fujitech. Load up faster. Load faster, please. Come on. I want to show off the Louis from Bagel My Ego. Bagel My Ego is thunderbolts me. Ah! Beans! Hello, everybody. Hello. I am in a public lobby at the moment. If you guys want to join, you guys can. Because I know most of my chatters. Bread! Bread! Oh my gosh. We could have like an actual like run. Why is Fujitech not loading? Hello? I'm in call. I'm seeing my call. You're joining right now. Oh, now both of them are loading. Hello? Let me try refreshing them. See if that's gonna do anything. It's probably not, but we could try. We could try. Oh my gosh, there's beans. We're in the room where it happened, by the way, just so y'all know. Ooh, it looks like, wait, Sia, are we gonna solar? Oh my gosh, it's beans! It's beans! Holy shit, are we gonna solar? So, mind you, Just Val said that they're gonna be late, which, wow. Oh, there's bread! There's bread! Bread has joined us. But yesterday, like, on stream, we were soloring, and holy cow, it went really well. Oh, by Fuji's actually. So this Fuji. Oh my gosh, you're trying to get into the box from my chair. Guys, I got a new chair. I said it before, but I got a new chair. I'm so happy about that. Where's my music? Oh, Roblox crashed. Oh, Spotify crashed. Oh, is everything gonna crash? In the room where it happens. Yes, it's what I call, but oh my gosh, why has Roblox been crashing on, like, while I've been streaming lately? Like, it's gotten to the point where I've had to, like, actually, like, what? Hey, come here. Come here, Gigi. Come here. Do you want to say hi to chat? You want to say hi to chat? Do you want to say hi to chat? Come on. Yes. Say hi to chat. Could it be? Could it be? We got Gigi. In the flow of calamity is striking you down for streaming when some of a shiny hunt. Hey, I got Pebble. We got Pebble, like, last run, like, what? 6 times? Oh yeah, I need to turn on the camera. Gigi Cam. Where's Gigi Cam? Don't mind how I look, by the way. I, like, got up. I woke up. You know. Pebble isn't as shiny. Oh my gosh, we got them 7 times. That's wild. That is wild. Let me try doing this and then this. Excusez-moi, can you not do that? Why is Gigi Cam not wanting to show anymore? That is so odd. Gigi, go up there, please. Please and thank you. What's the matter, Martha? What's the matter, Martha? Listen, I know. What if I deactivate it and then activate it? Is it gonna work now? No, it's not gonna work. Where is... You know what? We're doing the... What are you trying to do? Why are you trying to open that? Or close that? Oh, it's... Oh, wait. I need to make a new source. It's not working. I don't know why Gigi Cam always likes to, like, break on me. Honestly, I think it's the laptop. I honestly think it's the laptop. She's trying to, like... You love musicals? Ooh, a good musical to watch is Ride the Cyclone. It's honestly a really good musical. It is my favorite musical. Okay, my camera's... Wait, is this it? No, that's not it. Gigi, what are you trying to do? Yes! Oh my gosh, I can hit all the notes in Ballad of Jane Doe. So, I know Salem loves Epic. Salem and Aaron, they love Epic the Musical. I haven't gotten into it. I honestly have not gotten into it. The one that I think the musical that I'm obsessed with is Ride the Cyclone. And we've all been spinning, round and round and round. There are so many opening themes, and I love it. Repo Genetic Opera is good. Oh. That's the one, with the... Zydrate comes in a little glass bottle. A little glass bottle, a little glass bottle. That one, right? I think? Oh, yeah. Where are my Gigi photos? Hold up. I need to find GD photos on... Come here. Come here. Come hither. Come hither. Get over here. Come here. Oh, you were just... Is that Suki? I can't see because I'm looking at the stream one, but is that Suki? Oh my gosh. Suki? The Suki? I have a photo of her in Pets. I have a photo of her in Pets. Let me grab it real quick. Oh, that's when she was laying on me. That's actually an adorable photo to show off. Yes, show. That is Gigi. She is what's called a lynx tip Siamese. She is basically a mix between a Siamese and a tabby cat. I have had her, I think, technically for 11 years. She's about 12 years old. She was about 1 when we found her from the pound. And when I moved out on August 25th, 2024, I couldn't take her with me. Cool. And basically, I hadn't seen her until, what? It was the Tuesday after January 11th, which would be, let me look at a calendar real quick. It's already February, oh my gosh. That would be the 13th. I got her back on the 13th, and then I proceeded to get sick. Very sick. The weird player. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hold up. Gigi, what are you doing? She's like trying to get up on top of my... Oh wait, there's an ad break. I should probably wait a little bit for y'all to come back, because I know a lot of you guys aren't subbed and whatnot. Random people started to pile up on... I know. I think I might go to... I think I might go to, probably a private server instead. That might be a better idea. Is that Yumi? Holy shit, I haven't seen Yumi in forever. It's been a long time. Oh my gosh. Let's go to a private server. There's 5 ads. Oh gosh. Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. You can't hear the stream because Epic is so loud on Cole. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. I'm gonna go to a... Get... Aaron. Did I accidentally deny that? I think I accidentally denied that. Hold up. Let me go on my phone real quick. Bro called me the gay boy. Oh my gosh. This is way too much. I'm gonna go to I'm gonna go to a private server. I'm gonna go to my private server so that you all can join me there, so that we can get this, like... does Salem listen to Epic mostly? I think so. I'm not homophobic! I'm literally lesbian! I'm lesbian, I'm non-binary, pronouns they, them, by the way, for those who don't know. I'm not homophobic! Why are you calling me homophobic, Aaron? How about this? Aaron, you're homophobic. That's what... Okay, let's go to my private server real quick. Let's see if anybody beat me there. Oh, there's everybody trickling in. Let's go to the room where it happened. That's where I like the room where it happened. Baby, while I close my eyes. Obsidian the gay boy. I know who you pretend I am. No, me too. We have 6 people. Wait, there's a 7th person in here. Who's not here? I can't see the usernames. Oh my gosh. Who isn't? Who are you? Who art thou? I can't see users. What the heck? Lesbian obsidian Minecraft block. Everyone's homophobic. Oh my gosh. We have 7 people. If we get one more person, we'll have a full run, actually. Because we have Suki, Jones, Beans, me, Bread, Sia, and Yumi. Did Goob get... Yes! Look at him! Look at the little boy! He also got a new skin, too. Let me put that on real quick. Also, Aaron, you should play. You should play Dandy's World. I wish you luck. I wish you luck. I wish you a lot of luck. This, look, Goob and Scraps got... Oh, they have magic skins! She loves so much. Alright, alright. If you find a shiny Mudkip, let me know. My favorite Pokemon happens to be Mudkip. I love Mudkip so much. Mudkip's adorable. So I'm not really a Pokemon player, but the only Pokemon that I'll play is Pokemon Ruby on the DS, which is the Game Boy Color. You don't have the... Oh, that's on the DS. You bought the skin? Yes, yes, yes. Mudkip. Oh. 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 Why? Why? You want to be a Pokemon? I should see, like, how well I draw Mudkip one day. I need to make little PNG tubers. I'm working on my own Louie one. So I'm excited for that. Is anybody else joining, or should we just, like, go and then join a matchmaking run? Questions. I think go... Okay, let's go ahead and go to the Sproutivator. And we'll do the matchmaking to get that one extra person. 5, 6... Someone's missing. Hold up, someone's missing. Someone's missing. Come on, get in. Oh shit! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Hold up, guys. Whoopsies. Private service doesn't. I could have sworn it's worked before. This isn't. This is a small server. Hold up. Let me join. Hold up, let me... You're eating McDonald's? Ooh, what did you get? What are you doing? Excuse me, what? No. That is an unsupported surface. You are going to break it and you are going to fall. Get down. Good girl. Tommy, oh my gosh, you are running towards... Oh my gosh, you are running at me. Holy cow. Yeah, care to share? Do you have, yeah? Do you have any, like, of their... You got a Dr. Pepper... I need to get... Gigi's on crack. At this point... What are you doing? How did you get one of my sewing clips? She literally was right. They're like, yeah, most of the streams just like, Gigi, what are you doing? Gigi, what are you doing? Gigi, no. Okay, let's go ahead and go in. Hello. Hello. There's a 1 in 1024 chance for a shiny, by the way. Ooh! Damn! Damn! You haven't had McDonald's in 20 years. Holy cow, wow. I'm just gonna let her play with my little sewing clip. She seems to like that. Ooh, yes, please. I would love to not jungle. I'd love to, glamorous lizard. I'd love to, whatchamacallit? Solar. Oh, it was probably me. I was trying to think of the word. I was like, is this the hit game? Is this the hit game pressure? Oh my gosh, it's the hit game pressure. Cosmo, we just joined a run. You should have, oh my gosh. Oh wait, we have 2 bobbits. Glamorous lizard. I have the thing you love. Holy cow, I just looked and there's 17 people here. That's what you have to go to work. Imagine going to work. Ooh. You're playing on your phone. Oh. You gotta glamorous lizard. Imagine going to work. Like I totally don't have to do tomorrow. Glamorous lizard. You let out the nastiest burp a second ago. Damn. Did I hear so? It's Glizzy! Oh my gosh, it's Glizzy. Y'all both have diary, right? Also, I'm able to distract by glisten. Like, I usually, oh shit. Be okay. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What is she doing? I can't look back to see what she's trying to do, but she's trying to do something. I love. But the weed in me. The weed in me. Yep, guys, the weed in me. The weed in me. Yep, that's totally how it is. That's totally how this song goes. Side me or you. Gigi, can you please stop scratching the things? Please. If I taste you, will we know if love kills or makes you whole, tears you open, tastes you whole. You can't hydrate me. I don't think I upped the price of water. Is this everybody? Yes, it is. Wait. 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait, you're in the corner. I was like, where did one of the people go? I look over. You gave your boost to the wrong person. Dang. No, it's been like 200 or 300. It's been one of those two. You have the thing. Yeah, it's been 200. I love. But the meat in me is way too much. If I open wide. Damn, I got used to Mateo and Bacon. Well, it's because you guys try to drown me. You guys don't really try to drown Bagel that much. Or Salem. To need to die. I have the thing. I'm gonna circle around this box. If you want to go the opposite way, you can. Whee! You love. You die. This song is so good. I love this song so much. Gigi's scratching at something again. Sigh. But yeah, so for the Ride the Cyclone, Bagel and Mateo have a timer. Yeah, if you guys start drowning me, I'm gonna start upping the price more and more. Your Sona is a Lexion shiny. Ooh. Luxray and Jolteon hybrid. Oh, she's got the zoomies. Ooh, up, ba-doo, wa-da-doo, up, ba-doo, up, ba-doo, wow, wow, wow. Good morning, white picket fences, barbed wire and trenches, trick or treat, Merry what? Think. Oh, that's why you don't have diary. Homie, you need diary. Damn, Suki. How did you already have 100? Oh, that's adorable. Oh my gosh, I love that. I love that so much. That's awesome. Oh. Survival. Bye now or die suburbia. Hi, Boxy Boo. I'm gonna circle around this part since there's not a machine right here or anything. If you want to go the opposite. Yeah. Yippee. Show. Myers-Briggs, okay, ultra. Takes a village to fake a whole culture. You're you to the playground, your eye on the blow. You're in the cutter, your brains on the wall. Oh, well, home is where the heart is. You ain't homeless, but you're heartless. It's the safest on the market, guys. Still gotta watch where you park it, so give me your half-a-life crisis. Your well, parasites don't care what your blood type is. If the shoe that has... If you die in under 10 minutes, you're gonna crash out. Everyone knows that, nobody knows that. Everybody's all up in my, everybody's all up in my, everybody's all up in my business, suburbia. You know you belong. The lights are on, guys. But no one's home. Show. I love this. So my two like ringtones that I've got are this part where it transitions to vampire culture, I think. This is not Love Me Normally. Why is it saying it's Love Me Normally? Oh wait, is it? Oh wait, no, it's just showing the whole entire song. This part. Alone at night. I have this part as one of my ringtones, and then I have the lights on, keep me up or I'm gone. But I also have the moon part. The lights have all gone out, and the sun has said goodnight. We fucked on a bed of nails. I got Kuru from your sister, and I'm laughing and so apparently Kuru is a brain, like, it's basically what happens if you eat someone's brain. Which I was like, whoa, that's cool. It's only culture. Yeah, you are. I sing a lot, especially when I'm the only one in call. I sing a lot while I'm streaming. You learn to torture house cats like vultures. Hit some... Wait, wrong button. Yeah. Come on, you've got blood. Drink that blood. Didn't they want your blood? So don't apologize for being blue and cold. Didn't they want your blood? It's okay, V. It's okay. You're okay. There was a time where I was singing the Ballad of Jane Doe, and Aaron, which is Crimson Aaron in chat, scared the shit out of me, by the way. Just so y'all know, sniffs. Why are you sniffing me aggressively? I'm scared. That's scary. You're scary. Oh my gosh, I'm scared of you now. Didn't they want your blood? So I apologize when you turn blue and cold. Blood, didn't they want your blood? So don't apologize when you turn blue and cold. But where'd Boxton go? I was gonna meet him up. Oh, you took him. Oh, you got Boxton. Oh, you didn't have to do that. I was gonna meet him up. You and I both know. Do you know the difference between blazing trails? Hi, Gigi. Gone against the grain, catching splinters. You pull out your Rorschach like a paint by numbers treasure map. Just starts doing it, but like meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Hello, absent fluid. Hello. Might have gone. I'm still coughing. That is wild. I got sick when I got Gigi, and like I've had her for like almost a month. Like it's been like 3 weeks so far, and like I'm still sick. Hello. Sinine is getting 40 Ultra Balls to their face if they don't get a drip. Damn. Damn. I don't want balls to my face. Damn. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's locked away. Guys, it's locked away. By the way, the reason why your gameplay is bad is because you're on laptop because it's your first time using it. Ah! I'm also on laptop. Thank you, Suki's gonna be like, oh my gosh, Ko-Fi bot, oh my gosh, we love you, Ko-Fi bot, I love you, Ko-Fi. Yep, there they are. Yeah, I stream on laptop. It's starting to get to the point though, like, where my laptop's like wanting to kill it, like, just, it wants to explode. It wants to be nuked. Like, it's wanting to nuke itself. I'm not gonna lie. And so, basically, like, when I try to stream, Roblox will randomly crash. Like, last time I played Dandy's World, it was just a whole thing. Forever locked away. La 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 locked away. I'm gonna move places real quick. We're gonna go to Broken. Away, a. I hold on without completing. Oh gosh. I'm honestly I'm currently saving up to actually get like an actual gaming PC though. It's not going that well, but YOLO. Go as far as I can see, nothing guides me to the light. Oh wait, that's actually more scary than when you say that, actually. Wait. That's a lot more scary when you say that. Because I've seen what you've done in other people's chats. I've seen what you did, like with Triker, Bagel. I'm scared now? I'm gone missing. I ain't gonna see him joy. I'm just a little toy. I'm forever locked away. La 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 locked away. Stuck in a la la locked away. La 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 locked away. Locked away. Locked away. Here's your aggro tapes. Why is Brittany walking away? Yo, I saw that juke. Oh my gosh, Suki. Holy shit, that juke. Holy shit, I watched you do that. You went woo. Bro literally went. Wait, bro literally went. I don't have the Sprout one, but bro literally went, like. Bro was like that to the Twisteds. Destructor instincts kicked in. Hell yeah. Yeah, usually, like, I don't let, like, people, like, in Publix know, that I stream until, like, I'm like, yo, you guys are good. Yes. I'm pretty sure yes. Last night? Yeah. Yeah. That was Kodak. Oh my gosh. Holy shit. Damn. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad that I got this new chair though. Like, I was like, because the white, I have like a white chair. I don't, hi Cheese! It's Cheese, guys, look, it's Cheese Beagle! It's Cheese Beagle! Cheese Beagle! we need to get everybody into Dandy's World, to be honest. You think V's AFK? Wait, who's V again? That's... Why are you chucking Ultra... Why are you chucking Ultra Balls at them? Oh my gosh. That doesn't seem nice. That seems kind of mean. Why are you being mean? Bro threatened to... Oh my gosh, I just hiccuped. Why am I hiccuping? Whee! Whee! We're going on a trip. Man, when I was like younger, there was this whole meme, like, it was like, we're going on a trip, watch me nay nay, watch me whip. I just thought about that. I just thought about that. You're angry? Oh my gosh. Okay, it's Brescia and Tish. Oh my gosh, it's Yuri. It's doomed Yuri. It's the doomed Yuri. Oh my gosh. Oop, they got Brescia or they got Tisha. Wrong Isha. That's so bad. You lost a. Oh, oh. I'm gonna go over here to this one. Why did my ping? Why am I lagging? Okay, I'm gonna go this way, and you can go the other way. Yippee! We're so locked in. Oh my gosh, it's like we are sharing the brain cell right now. I took the brain cell back from Gigi. Because, mind you, the entirety of the Christmas update, like, I did get all the, I got all the tunes and some of the skins, but, like, I didn't play that much. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't play like, that much at all. And so, now, like, now I've been doing, like, actual runs. Again, I'm not rusty anymore. I got a lot better. Again. Do I think I'm gonna get to floor 38 again this time? I'm not sure. I am not sure at all, but I might. Like, if we, like, lock in an Hi, Cosmo, you were just staring at me. I look over and I see them just staring. Who is that anyways? It's Bread. Bread's just staring at me like that. Do, do, do. Eats popcorn aggressively. You're eating popcorn. Can I have some? Hi, Gigi. I see your shadow. Wow. Y'all, if y'all don't know Miracle Musical, I would suggest listen to the entire playlist. Like, Miracle Musical, Tally Hall, Will Wood, Lemon Demon. Who else? Who else? Who else am I missing out of my playlist? Stomach Book. I need to put more Stomach Book songs on my playlist, to be honest. Uh, 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 uh. Or. Who we got? We got Shrimpo. Oh, we got 3! Yippee! Come on, Shrimp Tea. Oh my gosh, it's Shrimp Tea. Oh, wait, Bach? Where? Gimme. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh, shit. Oh, there goes my first heart. I got greedy and forgot everything about everybody. Sorry about that. I need to get my third twisted. Boxing coming to Broken. I'm on my way to Broken. I'm on my way. Give me the twisted. Thank you. Gotta group them back up. Shrimpo! Oh shit. Got him. Ew. Lemon Demon, how you know them? I have known Lemon Demon since I was in, like, middle school. I actually not met them. I learned about them from my friend, who also is in the, furry community, actually. They're more well known on, like, YouTube for doing, like, animatics, though. And art and whatnot, but they don't stream or anything. Aberdoodle 101. They were actually one of my school friends. And they showed me Lemon Demon. Ivy Comb music? Huh? Also, when I was, younger, actually before I really, like, knew who Lemon Demon was, I used to also listen to The Ultimate Showdown all the time as well. This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Good guys, bad guys, and explosions. As far as the eye can see, and only one can survive. I wonder who it will be. This is the ultimate showdown of ultimate destiny. Dandy's pissed off. Are we doing a Dandy run? No, we aren't. I was like, wait, are we doing? Wait, this is my run. I was like, wait, are we doing a Dandy run? Y'all are all watching this. I was like, wait a minute. Say that beauty is just skin deep, so naturally will you show me your... That was not the right words. Let me say your bones. Well, I don't want to know if the feeling follows home. I'm gonna circle back around. Eject. I saw someone. I can't see shit, but I saw someone. Oh, Cosmo. Yummy. Bro, you missed a tape. Suki, you missed a tape. Suki, there was a tape in the middle. Are we doing Dial? Honestly, I would love to. You were in high school when the Ultimate Showdown. Holy cow. It came out in like 2006, right? 2005, 2006, I think? If I can recall. If it was 2006, I have a Bach. I already have a Bach. I have a band med in Bach right now. I got the Bach, I think, last floor. Because if it was 2006, like, I was born in 2006. That was almost 20 years ago. Holy shit, I'm almost 20. Oh, you got more ads? Ooh. Sorry. Don't give Kodok Unk status. I'm one single year young, or wait. I'm a year younger than you. I was like, wait. I need to get, like, a TTS, but, like, I fear my laptop won't be able to handle it. Because it can't... Cheese is probably the only person older than me. Oh, wow. Guys, we're so locked in. Oh, wait. There's a new message. So, very important question. Wait, I got an ad. Give me a second. Okay. Should be... You guys should be out? Hopefully? Maybe? Hopefully? Baby, I may be crazy, but I didn't lose it. No, I set it free. I can't ignore what's on the dance floor with the rhythm in my heart, and I still move my feet. I need my other twisted. Okay, so important question. What's the important question? What question is very important? I would like to know the important question. Ooh, there's two stars. Shrimpo, do not latch onto them. Thank you. Where is my other twisted police? What is 3 plus 3 plus 5 plus 2? Well, 3 plus 3 is 6, and 5 plus 2 is 7. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. You motherfucker. I cannot believe you just did that. As your first message, mind you. Oh, and of course it's right there too. Of course. Your first message was, I got an important question. Oh my gosh, Shelly's zooming. Got him easy. You've also been a furry for 20 years? Holy cow. So I joined the furry community really recently, in October. Before that, I knew of the furry community because my high school best friend was not high school, but middle school best friend was in it, um, and like kind of a little bit because I think on YouTube they've got like almost 100K, and then on whatchamacallit, Instagram I think they got 10K there. Oh, sorry, Sprout. Sorry about that. Forgot. Sorry about that. So I've known about the furry community since I was like really young. Oh, hey, there's a band-aid here. My molars and putting them big in my face. My from the fall from grace. Wow, wow. Take the road from higher ground and tell me don't look down. You'll fall and break your back. But that just reminds me how there's more to be found beneath. Looks like this is not enough. Ugh, I refuse to. I'm gonna be honest. I will say this. I refuse to grab the grabber. I refuse to grab that thief. I will not be grabbing the thief. Please, no, my items, please. No, my band-aid! My band-aid! My beautiful band-aid! I'm gonna save that for when panic mode starts then. That band-aid right there, I'm gonna save that so that I at least have a band-aid. I won't be able to get a bot. I won't be able to have my bot, but... my poor, poor bot. See, they have VR chat. Now I had Second Life. Huh. GG, why would you steal my stuff? There's one GG that I don't like and one GG that I do like. Try to spot the difference. This one just mugs me straight up. That one, like the other one, she claws the crap out of me, but in a loving way. Like, she'll, like, put her paw, like, whenever I'm playing on my laptop, like, when I'm playing Dandy's World, or even sometimes art, Gigi didn't mug me. My cat Gigi didn't mug me. But Gigi will, like, lay on my hand and, like, kind of lay on my arm a little bit. Ooh, Sprout, you are all the way over there. Oh, wait, I need to grab that band. I'm sorry if she mugs you a little bit. Gotta get to the bottom of this. Gotta get to the bottom of it. Yeah, I just remembered. Ooh, tech savvy. Tech savvy. We gotta be savvy in tech. Your sister just bought you a big carton of chocolate milk? Oh my gosh. You just laughed for no reason? Ooh! Ooh! Oh gosh, no! No, the lag. I hate lag. I hate lag so much. You gotta go AFK. Okay. Alright, alright. If, for your safety, you might want to try auto-walking. Oh my gosh, it's V! My male wife! I just started calling Louie my male wife. It's my favorite thing to do now. Oh V, where art thou? Where have you gone? Where are you? Hey, 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 get your ass over here. Okay, I got 4. For it being 413, I think 4 is good for 13 right now. I don't think there's any more. And I can distract here on this side. No, I need to hit the bottom. I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine. I don't want to accidentally stick them onto you. I don't get slowness. I don't get the slowness debuff from her. There's no more twisteds, right? No, there's not. If there ever are any twisteds, just try your best, try y'all's best to, like, bring them to me. You should unlock your 3rd heart, so you... what? Did you just what? Is what you yes? Did you whatever? Whatever, I guess. The stalking horse. Was I's the guy? In which the pony was a phony. Was a lie. Damn, I can't see. Ooh! Stuff is way to go. Go away. Who had you was. Is what you yes. Shit. I asked them to auto-walk. They're not auto-walking. They're not auto-walking. They're not auto-walking. They're not auto-walking. Okay, they're there. Oh. Yeah, when you go AFK, please auto-walk. Please. Sometimes the floors get done really fast. Ooh, a valve. You got... Ooh, food is here. What did you get? What did you get? I need to get some food. I need to, like, order something. Catastro, feeling good. Honestly, a gyro sounds so good right now. Roger's here. I need to find Roger so I can pop Roger. Roger, where have you gone? Where are you? I'm trying to look. Every so often I hear like a clicking sound. It's weird. I don't know what's going on. Oh yeah, I should probably take my twisteds, you know. Okay, we still have 4, I think. I believe. Since I've got 3 on me and then Roger's here somewhere. Ooh, sushi. I actually can't have sushi. I can't have rice. For some reason, the smell of it, I found this out because I made, my fashion design class in high school, we made, like, no, that's not Roger. We made, whatchamacallits, little heating pads, and we filled them with rice, and I actually, like, I couldn't, oh, Roger's hiding from me in fear that I might pop him. I gotta find him then. I gotta find Roger. Is that Roger? Is that Roger? Oh my gosh, it is. Watch out, watch out. I have a habit of always popping Roger. Also, stone? Stone? It's stone? I don't know why I said that with a question mark. Stone? But yeah, when I ended up smelling the, like, thing, because obviously rice has, like, the scent to it. And it literally, okay, Dexplore 5 twisted. Okay. It literally triggered my gag reflex. And I realized that's probably why, like, I can't eat rice. Like, I just can't eat rice because of that. It's specifically the smell of it, though. And then beans, it's the texture. Yeah, rice has a scent. To Pebble. Okay, I'm gonna go down to 1 once I gather all the twisteds. Come on, Toodles. It's a rock. It's a very rocky rock. It's a very aggressive rock that is barking at me. Okay, I'm going to boxes. Whoa. Okay, went the wrong way. Okay, I'm gonna get that speed boost. Just watch out that be careful that I don't accidentally stick the twisteds onto you. Because I am going to go this way. I'm gonna go over here to the crates over here. If you want to kind of stand in the middle, maybe. Or on one of the sides, actually. Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect, actually. Yeah, that's actually really perfect. Oh, Lord. You couldn't give up rice. Yeah, I can't have it, unfortunately. Like, I honestly don't know why it does that to me, though. Like, it's odd. It's odd to me. You could sense lag coming. Ugh. Probably. To be honest, probably. Okay, just make your way to the Ellie. Just get in, just get in. We're missing... Oh, shit. That heal scared the shit out of me. That, I'm not gonna lie, you healing me scared. Finally, I'm gonna bug! I'm gonna bug! Yippee! Yippee! We have a block! We have a I'll never know what it's like to love you. Wow, wow, I'll never know. I'll never know. I'll never know. Oh my gosh, it's Connie and Brusha. What it's like to love you. Oh Lord, I can't see shit. I need Tegan. I'm going to, when you're facing away from Ellie, I'm going to the right side. There's Shrimpo, actually. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Thank you. Okay, I've got 3, so I need 1 more since there is Connie. Oh wait, hey, I got Tegan. Got the tape stealer. Oh, sorry, I just stuck her on her, on you. Got her. Alright, got him. Oh Lord. Also, why are you preying on my downfall? That's wild. Being so goddamn beautiful. I need to take the merch command off. Honestly, I'm not proud of it anymore. Okay, my ping did spike a little bit, and it looked like it affected stream. You predicted Florida snow? That's wild. That's wild. 69. Oh. You sense pasta? Ooh. Honestly, chicken Alfredo sounds so good right now. My Twisteds! Ving, my Twisteds! Oh my gosh. It's okay, it's okay. Luckily, I'm a competent distractor. I know how the stealth works. You sense Twisted V? I have Train Whistle. It's gonna be fine. Am I bad? Am I bad? Am I bad? Am I really that bad? Okay, you can make your way to the Ellie. I'm gonna go the long way. You still sense them. I smell goobers. Ugh. Why would you pray? Why are you... That motherfucker. That motherfucker. That motherfucker. Thank you. Thank you, but holy shit. That was a little bit of lag there. I thought we weren't doing dial. Bobette's both picking dial. Oh my gosh. Innocent. What? Innocence of evidence? Yeah, why are you trying to... You're preying on my downfall here. Sprout's a backup distractor at least, but... Okay, we got Poppy, we got Toodles. Got Shrimpo, Louie. My male wife! My male wife! My gosh. Okay, I got 4, and that's the 5th one. Oh shit. That's... Okay. I'm gonna go around here, if... Yeah. Man, Bagel said that they would be up by now. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh no, 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 no. Yeah, let's start leaving closest to Ellie for last. I'm gonna go over here and probably distract like this. Am I bad? Am I bad? Am I... Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot! Oh my gosh, it's Ko-Fi Bot, guys. It's Ko-Fi Bot. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot! We love you, Ko-Fi Bot. If the shoe fits, would you walk that mile? You could put it on the other foot. It's the same size. Woo! Could you take a look at me? Am I bad? Am I bad? Am I bad? Am I really that bad? We're singing, oh, oh, whatever you think of me. If you were in my shoes, you'd see we were the same size as you. Uh-oh, right. Huh? What? What was that for? What was that for? Oh, wait, were you just getting room for the med? I gotta heal. Okay, okay, that's what you were doing. Okay, okay. Okay, I get that. My lamp is blinding the crap out of me. It's going through the little hole in my little, like, entertainment type center that I've got. That, it's like the little hole, I guess. You can put wires through it. And, like, I leaned back and my lamp that's next to my bed just shined right in my eyes. I actually managed to fix the... It's a touch lamp. I got a touch lamp. Okay. Hi guys. Hi everybody. Thank you for the hit. Yoink. That was on purpose, by the way. Just so y'all know. Okay, I got nobody. I got... Ooh, 6. We got 6 twisted... Oh, toodles. Said let loose, but now you lost. While you tied that noose. Like a tight rope noose. Evidence supports the truth. Is 80 enough proof for you? Here's to my lady and I'm coming inside. Drink to me, baby, oh, what's left, oh, it's right. It's easier to use and lose than never to have used you on a fucked up Saturday night. Good times on Front Street. On Front Street. So we're at the old max. We are, after this, when we get more twisted, it's past the old max that we used to have. Coming downtown alone, because we know you're not afraid. The tragedy is Greek to me, the meanest of friends. Honestly, I haven't looked at the lyrics for this. I'm just kind of guessing. A lot of people guess the lyrics, to be honest. I just... Gasp. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. You didn't see a thing. You saw absolutely nothing. You saw nothing. I didn't do nothing. Here you go. Here's your aggro tapes. Here's a whole bunch of aggro tapes. Times on Front Street. On Front Street. 1,000 tapes. Holy shit. That's wild. Hey, stream elements again. You look so disappointed. Floor 50 run. I don't have that much faith in myself. My highest is only 38. Okay. I'm assuming they're gonna grab... Ooh, hey, Russia. Whoever is right there? Yes, they are. Okay. I lost Louis. Shit. Louis, get your ass over here. My male wife. Oh my gosh. Hi, Connie. Your highest is 46. Holy shit. You have a higher high than me. Oh, there's another band on here. Shiny Dino! It's Shiny Dino, guys! Hi, Shiny! Hi, Shiny. It's a Shiny and a Dino. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Didn't you do a Blush Crunch run for that, though? You did a Discord run. I am scared to do Discord runs because I don't have faith in myself with distracting. Like, I don't have that much faith in myself for distracting. Like, I know I can get past floor 20 easily. But, like, it's so scary. Like, I feel like I'm just gonna die immediately. You did one of those super long run. Damn. 80. Holy shit. Now do that 7 times. Yeah. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, 120, 140. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get to, like, over floor 100. You were a shell. Yada? You motherfucker. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. How long did it take? Yeah. Okay, okay, I was like, 400? 400? Holy, oh hey, there's a band. There's a band died. Holy fuck. Knife fight! Knife fight! Yippee! You got 46 when you were doing normal run with streamer friend? Ah. Nice. You wish it was 400. 6 hours because we were fast until the last 5 hours? Damn. Okay, Pebble. If you see a Twisted, take them to me, please. I need to get at 1. I need to go to 1. Of your mind. Well, actually, if we meet up. Ooh, Bubba, watch out. We need like Sprout or something. Can you do a little bit wider circle so we actually hit your thing, maybe? Because this is my route. I do the wider circles. Knife fight. You're gonna fight for your life. Knife fight. You're gonna fight with the knife. Knife fight. A really, 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 really sharp knife. I'm crazy. Oh, there goes my heart. Swish, 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 and knife fight. Knife fight. Please take the Twisteds to me. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ooh, I can't take them like that. Actually, I could. Thank you. Once after I shank you. Knife fight. You're gonna fight for your life. Knife fight. You're gonna fight with the knife. Knife fight. A really, really, really sharp knife. Yeah, yeah. I'm a crazy son of a bitch. I'ma cut you. Swish, swish, swish in a knife fight. Knife fight. Knife fight. I'm gonna cut you down. I'll put you in the ground. It's time to face the facts. Okay. Get to Ellie. Go, 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 go. Thank you. Go, go, go. Run, run, run. Okay, okay, let's read. Okay, I just watched one of the major buses where I live skip like a lot of people, and there was like 3 people on the... Damn! Oh my. Oh, ads soon, by the way. Just letting y'all know. That actually went really well. With 2 bobbets, like, I could hit both of them. I didn't have to actually, like, sprint that much. Tickle fight, tickle fight, la-di-da-di-da-di-da-di, tickle fight, tickle fight, tickle fight. I think I might be lagging. Deep dop doodly, doop dop doodly, weep fight, foam foam, shoop shwap shoodly, tickle tight fight, tickle fight, tickle 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 fight. Hey. There we go. Again and again and again and again. Do it again. Do it again. Again and again. So we are past the old max at 21. So 7 people, you get 7 Twisteds at floor 21. Hey, 7 times 3 is 21. Z and easy and stupid and creepy and creepy and creepy. Oh, again, again, again. I can't hit that, unfortunately. I'm so sorry. Do it again. There we go. I hit it. Again and again and again. Do it again. Do it again. Again and again. 7-11. Oh my gosh. Oh, 8-11. Oh, oh. You got an ad. So that's 8 and 9. Again. 9, 11, and so that's 10. Those are the last 2, so you guys should get together. Again and again and again and again. Do it again. Do it again. Again and again. Oh. 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 Ah. Was that El Macaco? I feel like that's El Macaco. El Macaco always does the Oh my gosh, it is! Oh my gosh, hi El Macaco! I was right, holy shit. Yippee, I was actually right. Ding ding ding! Welcome back, guys, welcome back, welcome back. Oh, there's a bottle pop. I don't really need it. Cause I got I'll get it. I'm doing well. We're actually doing a really good run. I'm actually locking in. Guys, I'm locked in. Want to hear a fun fact? What's the fun fact? Is it a fun fact or is it just you saying 6-7? If we get Sprout, I'll scream so loud. Why are you gonna scream so loud? Are you scared of Sprout? Okay, we got Pebble again. So if you have a Twisted, I should have gotten the air horn. Hi, Yada. There's Louie. I need to find my way. There's Pebble. Okay, I'm going to the right side from elevator. Kind of towards... Oh, wait, never mind. I'm not. Never mind. That's R&D. Okay. We're going to this one. If one wants to stay, like, on that side, I can do it that way. If you see a Twisted, bring them to me. Ooh, you just got all my Twisteds. Holy shit. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Ooh, 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 ooh! Okay, I've got 5. So there's 1, I think, that's missing. Unless if there's a Roger and R&D. Mary, Kate, and Ashley, I hope you understand that I love... Wait, Shrimpo's gone. Can someone get Shrimpo from V? I don't want to risk killing anybody. Because V's got Shrimpo. Got him. Okay. TV, you dressed up like a bee. Reminds me of the time. How it's gone and it's gone and it's gone. Okay, can we get like a Sprout or someone to do the machine bias, by the way? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so that would be... That's 11? It's either 11 or 12. If you are not on a machine, get to the elevator. Sprout is ready, like, for that extra heal. I'm ready for that extra heal, like, for when panic mode is going on. Thank you. Oh. Whoops. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. We locked in. Oh my gosh. Ooh, finally suppression! After so long, we finally get suppression! You love Sprout. Oh my gosh. That's how Bagel is. Bagel loves Sprout as well. That's why Bagel has their PNG tuber. He's your male wife. Louis is mine. Louis is my male wife. Who is here? Astro. Okay. 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 It's not gonna be as bad if we just lock in. I do have an extra bottle of pop. If other Bobette wants to post up right there, they can. Like how it was earlier. Oh shit, I don't have brightening yet. But like right there next, like behind those boxes, if you want to post up there, that would be really helpful. Ugh. Okay, got her. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Because I can just do that and then hit 2. You need that Astro research? You're not... Oh, wait. You are in the run. Woo! You need to hold up. Wait for panic mode. Stand outside the elevator in panic mode. Do machines real quick. Well, we've had enough power for the blackout started. Beneath KG for the broken-hearted. I try to see the glass as half full, but I'd probably just drink that too. Glass half full, I'd probably just drink that too. Probably just drink that too. Oh, fuck. And then I'm taking you with me, yeah. Bring water to the horse. So bring me the hair of the dog that bit me, yeah. So I can clone it and have a little more. Make your way, make your way. Ooh! Holy shit, that was perfect timing, but holy shit. Oh, shit, 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 shit. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, guys. That wasn't very locked-in behavior. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Ooh. There's a lot of people now at one. Okay, you had a band. You had a midget. Okay. On that floor, we can do that, but then on the... You almost peed. Oh. On the last machine, you could definitely, you should make your way to the Ellie. So that when I pass by you, I don't accidentally lead them all to you. Oh, goob. Medkit. Okay, I'm gonna let him hit me there. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not a good idea for that. Mainly because I do have to dodge Goob. I would say do what the other Bobette is doing and go on the other side of the wall. Like right here, where Cosmo is. Oh, shit. God damn it. I'm gonna use this, just in case. I got it. 9, 10. Fuck, God fucking damn it. Can I have that heal now? Please, thank you. Thank you. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4. Where the fuck did Goob? Goob, where's Goob? Where's Goob? Where did Goob go? 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, he's pulling. 2, 3. Oh, he hugs himself. 5, 6, 7, 8. Get to elevator. 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. Okay, go. Guys, go. Run. Just run. Amen. I'm only a man. Not your face in the moon. Hot damn. The knocking. Counting with Avi, yes. I always count just to keep, like, whenever I'm... when I'm, I'll count for the thing. You need Sprout research. We haven't gotten Sprout yet. We need Sprout. Your body, my temple. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, the only kind of threat is V. There is a medkit right here, by the way, and a bottle of pop. I instinctively still... Do not go after Cosmo. Oh, wait, it's not gonna affect me anymore. Okay, I'm going over here. Ooh, we're at max. We're at new max. We are at new max. Oh. Yo, we are at the new max. Holy shit. That's wild. There is, yes, I know there's a med. Yeah, Cosmo, it's at Ellie. Yeah, Bread. You have a med at Ellie waiting for you. Wait, let me do this machine first. Oh yeah, we do have Finn. I was like, why are you guys getting slowed? And then I'm like, oh yeah, Finn's here. Isn't it so much better when you actually have communication and can actually communicate to your distractor? For real, yes. There's a machine that Sprout's almost done with. Kind of weird seeing this amalgamation blob of Twisteds now. Because it's a lot, it's worse than it was earlier. Like a halo, like a halo, like a halo. Why did we choose to log in on a school night? Slay! Because I'm not rusty anymore. I was rusty a while ago. That's why I was dying before floor 20. It's more goated when the distractor doesn't die. Literally. What if we get all mains? The Bobettes should be posted kind of at the, like, opposite sides. If there is a grabber included, can Sprout take them? Because I can handle, I think I might be able to handle all mains. It's, honestly, I feel like it'd be a little bit easy. If I have two Bobettes, like, posted up, on the sides. Or, like, one of them would be, like, kind of against the wall, and the other one would be, like, you would be jungling with, like, opposite of me. Oh, be right back. Make sure to auto-walk, so that you don't die. You lose, like, half of them. Oh, you have to go soon? Oh, no. Oh, no. Guys, we're being so goated right now. 8 Twisteds is scary. It's strange. It's so strange. But honestly, if you get 2 more commons, it's not as bad. Plus, also, Shelly's really easy to deal with. Same with Sprout, kind of. You just gotta make sure that you know, like, you have, like, his countdown. Oh, we got Pebble again. Of course. Of course, it's on this fucking map, too. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Owie. Okay, I'm gonna try to loop him around. Sorry, V, if I get you hit. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, whoops. Oh, fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck. Fuck, fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck. 111 Twisteds, though. That's wild. That's wild. I need to send this to Bagel, and now everyone fucking dies. Yeah, I'm hearing death. That's all I'm hearing. I'm scared to look. Oh gosh. Oh. Brett's still alive. Suki's still alive. And both Bobettes are still alive. Hi, Bacon Bit. I just died. You missed it. I just died. Welcome. Look at the super awesome floor we're at. Oh, Roger's there too. Oh shit. Oh, I think they might be out of stamina. Oh yeah, they were definitely out of stamina. Oh. Oof. Yeah, I think everybody's dying. Hey, that was a good run though. That was a really good run for like the first, like an hour and 30 minutes. Like, yeah. Thank you, Cuff My Bot! Yo, Stone's gonna join. We're gonna get Stone. We're gonna get Stone, guys. Also, Aaron quoted me, by the way. Aaron quoted me. Yeah, we're definitely gonna retry. Uh-oh, Suki, it looks like you might have competition. Yeah, of course. Bacon, you have access to the call, by the way. Yes, guys, you guys can all join. We just gotta make sure that, like, you know, there's, yeah. Do we gotta, because I think some are leaving. Lizard. Glamorous Lizard. No, I just love Ko-Fi Bot, but not as much as Suki. Yeah, this floor, I hate the gift shop maps. I hate it so much because the only way you can really distract is right here, and yeah. Gasp. Didn't we get to a good floor last night? Oh yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and wait in the private. Good luck, guys. Good luck. My fun is Suki's only. Yeah, we do. We're friends. We're friends on low Hockey Puck. Hi. Oh my gosh. Hi guys. Hello. Glamorous Pebble. Yeah. Glamorous Pebble. Pebble killed me. Pebble has killed me. I died because of Pebble. Holy cow, there's 21 people. I think this has got to be the max I've had. This is the max amount of people I've had so far. Not max so far, but like, holy cow. The Bobette is screaming, I'm dying of laughter. Oh gosh. Oh no. What do you mean, do you summon your gremlins upon me? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? I'm scared now? Because Kodak was in my chat earlier. I don't know if Kodak's still here. I'm patting your head. I'm patting your head. Oh gosh. If I get a notification because of you, I'm gonna scream. Hello, Liam. Liamna 3636? Liamna? Is it just Liam or Liam with like the N? But yo. Liam N? Can you chat, can you send Isso some shiny hunting luck? They need a shiny. They need shinies. Also, I'm in the private when you're gonna join. Your trinkets are good now? Alright, you got diary then. Alright. Okay, you're the blat. Really? You can join me through my, whatchamacallit. Holy cow, we're at 347 already? Yeah, he plays boss music when he shows up. Literally. I love you, Bob Blot, but not as much as Sprout. He better not try and give me the Mega Dimension DLC. That's funny. That's funny. That's actually funny. That's actually funny. Bacon, bacon, bacon. Making pancakes, making bacon pancakes. I could have sworn we were friends on here. You love Sylvester? How the fuck? I thought I gave you a friend. Did you unfriend me? How dare you? How could you? How could you? I can't believe you. I can't believe you. I cannot believe you. You can probably join me though. You can probably join me still. You just have to search for my username. AFK for a moment. You're so thirsty. And it's Obsidian the Rock Boy. It's the same. I'm as alive as. Yeah, no. Okay, you're AFK for a moment. Oh, wise woman said I'm alive. Give Supersonic Hero a listen. You know what? Sure. Let's see. Friend me real quick. Friend me. Yeah, add me. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Let me refresh on my phone. I'm looking at my phone for this. Supersonic Hero? I think it's by Bagel. It's by Bagel My Ego. Add. There you go. I know, right? Is this it? Is this the right one? You just hold up, let me read. Let me catch up on chat real quick. I know it's 8 people. I don't know. I know people. I'm in the room where it happened. Okay. You just realized you're on VR chat and been in a server for who knows how long on D&D. If it isn't on Spot, try SoundCloud. Ah. I know. Huh? That's Sylvester. That's one of the Halloween event tunes. He's the Halloween rare. No, he's y'all. He's not the rare. He's the uncommon. Eclipse is the rare. Eclipse is the rare. I got a little confused there. The singer is the Crush 40, by the way? Hi, Suki. Yeah, I'd say Yada can backup distract if needed. Oh my gosh, we can have the circus trio. I really don't. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get thunderbolted. It's a Pokemon move. Please don't be Sherpo. They're playing Pokemon Za. 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 So the song is nice, but it's not my music taste, unfortunately. I have a like, my music taste is different. Okay, we're gonna have to see what we can do. Because we have 2, 4, 6, 8. We have 9 people. That's Gordy. It's Gordy. Meowdy! It's Stella! How are you doing? How are you doing today? Meowdy! I'm trying to think of how... Should I do what Bagel did yesterday and then have you guys fight for it? I don't have a Wheel of Death, unfortunately. It'll freak my computer out. I'm trying to think. Because people in call have priority. That would be you. These damn ads. I'm trying to think of how I should do this. I'm not gonna do that. That's mean. Plus, Jones and Sia are brand new. Like, I met them this morning. We were in a really good run right before stream. Like, a really good run. And then, our whole entire group picked Dial, and everybody but the 3 of us died. Because everybody here is a really good player. We've all gotten to high floors. Ugh. What the fuck you mean most disposable? Yeah, all 3 of us were distractors. They were duo distracting, and I was the backup. So I took Pebble, and yeah. Why are you sharding? Why the fuck are you sharding aggressively? Why is the Discord call muted? Chat, you should have said that you couldn't hear. You guys should have said that you guys couldn't hear Bacon. Oh my god, Bacon's been talking this entire time, and you guys could hear him. Oh my gosh.
I'm just in your head, Sid.
I was pulling a Salem there. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Oh, is Salem here?
No.
Oh, I don't see.
Who did leave? Yeah, who left? Because we got Stone, I'm assuming that's Jones. I think.
What's your pirate name?
Or is that Jones?
Billy Jones.
Ugh.
What do you do for drunken gamer? What do you do for drunken gamer?
I think that might be Yuki. Or, not Yuki. Why did I say Yuki? Suki. Yuki had to leave. Oh, Jespel left? Okay.
Oh. Why don't you name himself Ko-Fi Bot on Roblox so Suki can play with Ko-Fi Bot?
Oh my gosh. Since technically there's 8 people, then I'll go ahead and let's go to the spread elevator. Y'all ready? We need to think of a plan, though. We need to think of a plan. I don't want to distract with a 1-star stealth person. You're a good player, though. You're a good player. You're a good player. I just don't trust myself with 1-star stealth tunes. Puxton Ghost. No! Don't change to Shrimpo. Do not.
What? I don't have Shrimpo, so it doesn't even matter.
I really did enjoy Solar distracting, though. It's
I'm just gonna
cold.
like.
Yeah, it is pretty cold. Like right now. Oh, wow. Actually, outside, it's not that cold. It's 49 degrees. It's starting to get warmer.
It is not cold.
It's starting to get a lot
It's
warmer.
26. It's 26 here.
Damn. It was cold. I'm glad that the snow's about to start melting, though. Watch me hit 1K tapes again. Okay, so you... Okay, Blot's my backup, it looks like.
I want it.
Okay, I gotta find Cosmo. Cosmo. Hi, Cosmo.
A lot of times I just run to the machines without like looking around, and I get attacked by a twisted.
Goob? God damn, we have Goob already? Oh my god, we do. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Where the fuck are you going? Goob, where are you going? Where are you going after Astro out of everybody? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I'm gonna go this way so that you can go this way. Get your aggro, get your aggro. Astro Goob you could have done better. I don't know. Oh wow. Dandy, you fucking suck.
Oh,
Can you
be
guys
nice
not
to
scare
poor
me,
old
floor
Dandy.
1?
Be nice to poor Dandy. He's just a smiling little flower.
He fucking kills you immediately. He's a lethal. He's a fucking lethal. He kills you.
Poisonous. He's toxic. I gotta stop running
You know,
everywhere because I lose all my stamina.
we didn't get any, we didn't get no, aquatic floor last time.
Aquatic floor.
Yeah, we didn't get the new aquatic floor last time, like last run. 26
I didn't even
floors.
know there was an aquatic floor.
Yep. Yep, yep.
How do you keep updated with all
It's
this
one of the
stuff?
new one. It's one of the new ones. Oh, Roger. Oh wait, I gotta I gotta find Roger. I gotta find Roger. Don't pick up the capsule without any of the little like rings around it.
Okay. Oh, get away from
Tee. Tee. I'm chasing you around. I'm chasing you around.
me. There's a person over here.
Yeah. Blat has higher stealth. You also have higher stealth.
Oh, I have a band-aid. How do I give you the band-aid if you need it?
You can't give band-aids, unfortunately. It would be nice, but the
Oh.
only one that can actually drop their items would be, Bassie. Oh my gosh,
That
Roger!
I feel like that could be improved. They need to like. It would be very helpful if they could.
Yeah,
If they give
Bassie's the
you
only one. That's
items.
her ability.
Okay.
If anybody needs me,
What are we going
I'll
for?
be in my coffin.
Line grab?
Gambling, 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 gambling.
Yay!
I forgot how trash Plastic's trash it is. Yeah, you need my makeup with him. Oh my god, I got a med kit, guys. I got a med kit.
I got instructions.
I got a fucking med kit.
That's awesome.
I didn't need this. I would much prefer a box of chocolates because now I have to wait.
Wait until you lose your health.
Yeah.
Right?
I have to lose, like, I have to drop down hearts just to be able to do that.
Oh no.
Oh gosh. Cosmo. Cosmo. Please. Please, Speed, I need this. My mama kinda homeless. I live with my dad.
That's so true.
Try not to take tapes, by the way, because we do have a Sprout, and that's what Sprout's ability is. Behind you, go the other way. Go towards
No,
Yarrow, go to
I'm
the
going to
alley.
be What's Sprout's ability?
He heals people. But
Using
it costs... What? Yeah,
Oh. Oh. I'm just greedy.
Sorry,
I
Suki.
can't help it. It's just my personality. I'm greedy.
Stop being so greedy. Damn.
It's
Oh my gosh,
the
it's a
way
face.
I was born.
It's a little face. Danny made a little face. Step on my brain. You guys finish machines so fast I can't get the tape / items. Oh gosh. It's what happens when you have a goated team.
I'll stop picking up the tapes.
All 3 items. I'll be in my coffin. Aquatic floor. It clips through the elevator. Oh, if you need me, I'll be in my coffin. I'll be up at a walking. Back from the dead. Oh my gosh. Honestly, I like the idea of the elevators kind of being in the middle now. Because they're not just necessarily at one side anymore. They're kind of like in the middles. Like, it can be in the middle.
It's pretty, like, different.
Yeah. But I like this floor. This floor has amazing distracting, like, potential.
To the alley.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. To the end. Next round, you need to play as Finn.
Jake, set out to find a new home. What are we going for? Full haste?
Yeah.
Okay. Just follow in the crowd.
My allergies are kind of going off because I pet Gigi and then I rub my eyes. I fucked up.
That's not good.
That's
not a good plan.
I kind of fucked up a little bit there.
You just hate
like
your
specifically my left eye. My left eye is crying.
That's terrible. I'm pretty sure I'm allergic to cats too, but I'll never.
I'm allergic to Gigi, but YOLO.
Specifically Gigi, you're allergic to Gigi.
I'm allergic to most animals, like especially dogs. Like, a lot of dogs will. Oh yeah, I was at 3. Whoopsies.
I love dogs, but they're stinky.
Ooh, I'm gonna chase you, Stone. I'm gonna chase you, Stone. Get chased.
Oh, should we run to Ellie?
Your heart. Yes.
Somebody on the list.
Stay walking just extremely close behind.
Do the Ellie.
Really would. What the fuck? Where did my Twisteds go? Where did they go? They went on a field trip. Oh my gosh.
They went on the magic school bus.
They went on a fucking field trip when I didn't approve it. I didn't authorize you guys to go. Louie, I didn't... Especially you, Louie. Hi, guys. Howdy. Just don't know it yet, but you love me and I love you the same. One day we'll have a pretty family. Kept missing that horrendous skill check. Can we ignore that I missed a tape? I saw that tape. I saw that. I was tempted to take it instead, but then, like, it was out of my way. Like, it was, like, kind of in a corner. Your heart, don't know it
Should have been
yet, but
greedy.
I love you the same. Have a pretty wedding and you'll be your everything. We'll be together, yes, forever. Never ever part. No way yet, but I've already got your. Is that a band? Or no, that's jumper cables. Hold up. I need to rub my. I need to, like, wash my hands. Hold up, guys. AFK. Back up. Please take over.
Oh no. You're
Actually,
gonna die.
I'm not gonna die. I'm gonna wash my hands real quick so that I get cat stuff off my hands.
Sid, you might want to come back. Oh no.
Boo. I'm back.
Oh no,
I like
it's
how when it
Sid.
spit me out of the elevator, it spit me out going this way, so I just started walking.
Oh yeah, let's go. We did it. We did it. That was all us.
AFK City in Court? Wow.
That's my favorite core. Just kidding.
Damn. Y'all,
No, GG core.
what
GG
should
core is
I...
better.
What should I get to eat? I'm hungry.
What do you have to choose from?
DoorDash. You have arrived home successfully.
I do not suggest eating
KFC.
door.
I don't... What? I can't... I can't get you McDonald's.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Why not? Like, Sid, come on, share the love. You
Just
need to
wait
be
until you
alert,
get mastery
like,
on
line.
Blot. Roger!
Oh, there's a slimy boy.
Be careful. Do not approach. Don't go straight. Don't go straight. Do not go straight. I opened Roger, and Roger kind of has eyes. His eye on there.
Why did you do that?
I like opening Roger.
This might be a problem.
Please, I'm your
That
personal
should be a
healer.
problem.
Dude, 1, it's not safe to give a random streamer your address. 2, please do not give me your address. 3.
But they heal
We
you
have
for
3
McDonald's.
twisteds.
They'll heal you with the power of McDonald's, obviously. You need like to replenish their healing powers.
Woo!
Oh no.
Woo! Ah! Oh wait! No, my twisted. Reason 3 Lancer has your IP. Oh my gosh.
Who's Lancer? Like from Deltarune?
Yes.
Bum, 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 bum. That's wonderful.
Why do you always pick the healing card?
Um, let's not talk about it. Because I'm greedy.
Yeah, the Uber driver would have to fly your food all the way to Europe.
I want to see that bill.
$2,000.
He takes out a loan
There's a
to
band-aid.
give Suki food.
Shrimpa, what the fuck?
Oh,
Get your ass over
no.
here.
Shrimpy little butt.
Got
over here.
Shrimpo. Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot. We love you, Ko-Fi Bot. Suki loves you too. They probably are doing machines. Where's Boxton?
Wait.
Oh, wait. Oh, shit, you have Cosmo. Ooh. Owie. Thank you. Just
I'm
the
getting so many skill
owie.
checks. It's crazy.
Owie, that hurted. I walked right into the corner of that too.
Oh no.
Bam.
You got a lot of them.
Yeah, it's just 3. The max is 8 now. It used to be 6.
What?
Yep.
That's insane.
Okay, Alan from Smiling Friends. Owie. It hurt.
Owie. I'm going to
I don't
Dr.
like
Monster.
you.
I have an appointment with Dr. Monster. All I wanted was my cheese.
All I wanted was cheese. I.
Turn into an opera. And Friends the opera.
Stone's gonna make another meme about that. Watch that. Just watch it. Just watch Stone make another meme about it. Because last time it sounded like there was like a fly
A fly? What are you talking about?
or like a mosquito. Yeah, you should probably go to.
Oh no. A pop-up. Oh no.
Oh,
Get away.
hold up. Ow. Sorry.
Help me.
I got you. Don't worry.
What are these guys? Someone please help me. Please help me.
Chrissy, wake up. I don't like this. Cool. Can you give me a sec? Louie, we are so fucked.
Have you seen the one with Five Nights at Freddy's with Springtrap?
Cool. Wait. Cool. Can you give me a sec? Alan, we are so
We are so fucked.
Before you go into the elevator, just stay outside and then get spotted by V so that you get her research. Make sure you're getting the research capsules.
Oh.
My twisteds.
I forgot about research. Thank you.
My twisteds. My fucking twisteds.
Oh no. Oh no. They're after me. They want me.
I'm trying to.
Oh.
Thank you. Ow. Owie. I'm not locked in, guys. I'm sorry. I'm not locked in at the moment.
You're locked out.
My eye hurts.
You just need more GG. That's what you need. A little bit more cat fur.
Ooh, that's a hard bargain. Oh, I want to gamble. It's the year of gambling. I think I might get Taco Bell. Again.
Taco Bell. Are you gonna get the crunch wrap thing?
I'm not sure.
It looked good. Honestly, I always almost went to Taco Bell.
Cookie. It's black.
And that sprinkles thing
Oh,
looks
it's
good.
Toodles. Ugh.
I'm not sure if it was actually good, but that sprinkles thing.
It was. A box of chocolates? I'd love a box of chocolates. Why is someone getting hurt?
I wish I could give them my band-aid.
Where's
What's the
Cosmo?
problem?
Is someone getting hurt by Blot? Blot, are you... What are you doing?
You got to be blotting getting me! What the bloody hell?
Oh, Gordy has Cosmo. Gordy, wait! Wrong way! Gordy, wait! Gordy, there's a Blot hand right there!
Is there like an unspoken rule about picking up the Icar containers? Like, you gotta leave enough for everyone, or can I be greedy?
Icar, no. The capsules, no. Tapes, yes.
Be...
Tapes and items on the floor, yes. Oh shit, we got 4
Okay.
Twisteds already. Blot, what the fuck?
Being...
Fuck you, you fucking bitch.
Wow.
I was literally just like, oh my god, Blot, fuck you.
Yeah.
Bro put his hand right where I'm distracting. Bro tried to touch me.
That is unacceptable. I was gonna get canceled for sure.
Yeah, we're canceling Blot on Twitter.
I mean, X.
I will refuse to call it that till the day I fucking
X.
die.
X. The sake of spitting on
Blot's just staring
bit.
into the corner. I just watched Blot just stare into the corner, like the Toon Blot, not Twisted. Sorry, Sprout. Oh my gosh. I'm not locked in because my eye's hurting.
No excuses, Sid.
Ugh.
Did you order? Are you gonna order Taco Bell?
Probably.
I don't have Taco Bell near me. Tragedy.
How the fuck do you not have Taco Bell near you?
I live in a small town in the middle of nowhere.
Ugh. You need a Taco Bell.
I know. We have a Starbucks, but no Taco Bell.
My high subjective action. I see R&D and Shrimpo. And Cosmo. Hi, Cosmo. And Yada. Got him. Hey!
I want one of these, like, little... What is this? It's a little, like, little plushie. I want that in real life. I probably could find one. The
Like the
game is
Dandy plushie or Pebble plushie?
like the Pebble, right?
Pebble,
Like they
that's on the
probably have a.
shop. That's on the Dandy's World shop.
I haven't like actually checked out the shop. I didn't know they had
Add
one.
soon. Why the fuck did I get a skill check scan and a stamina candy? What the fuck? Oh, the stamina candy was probably
That's a,
from the gamble.
that's a skill
Amen
issue, I think.
Rara! I
Rah,
lagged!
rah,
Oh
rah.
my gosh, I'm lagging. Oh my gosh. I froze.
Give
Holy
him the
shit.
bits.
Is it adding?
Why did
Is it
you
adding?
giving me bits, like, lag me out? Holy cow.
Okay, okay.
Thank
Take
you.
it easy on the counter, will you?
Thank you for the
And Rara
biddies.
just cheered
Give him
5
the
bits.
bits. The bits. The bits. The bits. How are you doing?
Hey Louie, what's it like having a tail? It's such a weird question, Boxen. Yeah, but I'm asking you. Dot dot dot. It had tail stuck in my doorway. Oh, that's terrible.
I want to get those Cinnabon lights. I think now it's like floor 43. Whee!
I could go for some cinnamon rolls.
Was
This is a strange floor. I've never been here.
This is Astro's floor.
Um,
Yeah. Used to, his floor only showed up like floor, like past, like, it was one of the higher floors technically. My Twisteds! Come hither. Come here. Come here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You get bullied on Forsaken? I don't play Forsaken.
I don't even know what that is.
It's another game on Roblox. Yeah.
Why are people bullying you? That's not nice. That's not very kind. I think people who bully are just insecure about themselves.
I bully people on Dandy's World, but that's because they're actually, like... that's because they do some stupid shit. Some people do some stupid shit in public runs.
No, but like you're not actually trying to like put them down, right?
No, not...
Are
well,
you? Are you?
Well, if I say I'm distracting and this fuck-ass... other Louis, like, the night that I didn't go to sleep, I literally crashed out on stream too because of that, because this one Louis kept on
What?
taking my fucking Twisteds and then got me hit multiple times. I was pissed. I was pissed off, and like, I literally, like, I was like, Louis, stay the hell away from me. I don't like you. And Louis was like, well, what did I do? I don't know, probably because you were taking things. Like, you were like... It's Stone's AFK. Oh.
Okay, they were kind of asking for it in that case. But they were like, I understand if they're like a little kid, you probably shouldn't say things like that.
They had...
probably
We were
would.
in the same age group. We were literally in the same age
Okay.
group. So that means it's someone like from like 16 to 21. Or
Okay.
older.
Okay. That's, I mean, kind of a valid crash out, I think. But
I
you're
feel
not, like,
bad
targeting
because
people.
I feel like I think I might have scared away one of my new chatters though, because someone like followed and joined the Discord, and like we played a run, and then right after I had that little crash out, they left immediately and then left my Discord because I got the notification because I have like a little bot that like kind of keeps track of things.
You can't take the heat. Get out of the kitchen.
But I feel bad. I feel bad because, like... God fucking damn it. Ugh.
They're like, oh wow, this Sid person, they're a bully. They're a bully.
Like, this was this person's first time, like, ever in my stream, too, and, like, they witnessed one of the Sid crash outs.
One of the bi-weekly Sid crash outs.
The bi-weekly. We're like the daily.
We don't talk about it. We try to paint you a better picture.
Abby, I will pour water on you so you turn into obsidian. You need more luck? That's just...
What does that even mean? I don't know.
Is that just how obsidian reproduces? Just, you pour... Wait, no! Technically, obsidian's an end... Like, they're from the end.
Wait,
Like,
wait,
the
wait. Are
character
you like a...
obsidian is from the end. They're like a... They're dragon.
Are
But, like,
you
they're like
a
a dragon
gremlin?
avian.
Because if gremlins get wet, they reproduce, right? Like from the
Technically,
Gremlins movie?
canonically, like, obsidian can't really touch water. They're like an enderman, kind of. Last just got finished. Stone is AFK.
Is your character from something? This is not something I knew.
Technically, it's a Minecraft. It's Minecraft.
Oh, Minecraft.
Oh, Stone's
So is
there.
it like I literally just started playing Minecraft. I did not grow up with Minecraft.
How the
I
fuck
do
did you
not know
not
that
grow up
one.
with Minecraft?
Zombies evil. That explain it.
Damn. You will pull out the. Why are you trying to shank people? I hear Sprout.
I will put a. What is a shanker?
A
What does
knife.
that even mean? What? Okay, that's not okay. We do not.
A band-aid? Please, I'm gonna take it. I like the band-aid. Guys, watch out! Guys, watch out!
What is that twisted? That's the giant one. What's that?
It's Sprout.
That's Sprout.
Yep, that's Sprout. That's who Suki is.
They certainly sprouted.
Okay, so we have
I'm
4
funny.
Twisteds technically. No, we have 5. We have 5. We have 5. Gordy has Yada. Why are you following me? What are you doing? Dude, stop. Genuinely, if you need research, wait until panic, dude,
Who is it?
homie, wait until panic mode. You just got hit because you, like, were right behind me. And Sprout's slow as fuck. I told you this last time, dude. If you need research, wait until panic.
Who is this?
It's, Beans.
Oh, Beans.
Who's playing as Blot right now.
Do not like these evil hands.
Those aren't hands, those are tentacles.
Same thing.
That is in fact not the same thing.
My culture calls them hands. Just kidding, I just made that up. Probably didn't know
We're waiting for Stone.
that. Dr. Stone. What's your opinion on the Sonic movies, Sid?
I like them. I like them.
I liked the third one the most.
I'm excited for the next one.
I kind of forgot they're making another one. I wonder when that comes out.
Honestly, same.
I think there's like Metal Sonic or something. 'Cause
Okay.
I remember in the end of the credits there's like Amy and Metal Sonic, I think.
I think so.
Did you grow up watching Sonic X?
I didn't grow up with it.
Or no? Okay.
I grew up on Steven Universe. I wasn't allowed to watch regular show or Adventure Time for some reason.
Why?
I don't know. That was like the weird like rule that my Gmail had at that time.
Maybe because regular show has a lot of innuendos, but so does Steven Universe.
Right.
Like they drink soda all the time, like as if they're drinking, but that's
They're literally
literally
they're literally all gay space rocks.
I love that like explanation. It's really peak.
Okay, Connie's here. Louie, my midwife! It's my midwife!
I'm ill.
Louie got taken from me, bro.
I stepped on the floor sauce and I'm ill now.
Yeah. Oh, we are just. You
The
can't
treadmills are
win
so
me.
easy.
I can't be beat. I won't hurt you unless you cheat. Okay. I'm gonna get those. Oh, my nose is like running too. Ugh. I hate when it does that.
Well, you better go catch it.
Oh my gosh! It's my nose. My nose ran away.
Yeah, you.
Gotcha
It's gonna go. It's
nose!
gonna. Your nose is gonna
Got
go
my
pick up your
nose?
DoorDash.
You got my nose?
Who knows?
My nose ran away? It started a family? Welcome back, Stone.
Your nose multiplied? That's wild.
My nose underwent. Get to the elevator. Other way.
Okay.
Yeah, go. A 1 in 6
Ellie.
for a Drampa X the chance for a shiny with the charm.
The sick
Ah.
boy. Sick boy.
What? What?
Are you saying what about?
What are you saying?
I just said I'm a sick boy, because I am.
Oh.
I got the illness. What did you think I said?
I thought you were calling me sick boy.
No, I mean you are, but sorry.
It's just allergies.
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
guys, start leaving the closest for last, please. Definitely do that. You're actually dying.
Oh.
You can't see any of the ichor puddles. Oh gosh. Hi, Brusha. I need to find V,
Oh,
wherever
no.
V is.
Maybe I can make it past floor 17.
Oh, Astro's here too. Astro. R&D's also here. Don't run an R&D. On my very own mouth. Okay. That was the perfect pass. Mwah, chef's kiss. Holy shit. Oh, they're on me again.
Chefs
Astro.
actually kiss all the food. Like, do they kiss their food before they serve it? Just a little question.
Got him. That'd be concerning.
Oh, I lost the health.
You might have just ran an R&D. It's Pixel! Oh, Beans has to go. Bye, Beans! Pixel! Oh my gosh.
Oh, we're not. Wait, I was walking. It was not.
Someone else probably ran in them. Which, woke them up.
That's not good.
Hello, Pixel! Hello, how are you doing today?
Pixel! Pixel is amazing.
I'm doing pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. What about you? What about you? You're cold? Oh. I'm playing Dandy's World right now. I'm being the super epic distractor. Nuh-uh-uh, bacon.
What? What am I doing wrong?
That's what Pixel said. Someone telephone.
Oh.
No,
Or
no, no,
super
no,
amazing.
no. Oh. Ba. We need Bagel here. Bagel said that they were gonna, like, join at, like, 2. their time, which would have been 1 my time. It's 5 their time. Bagel needs to wake up. Bagel needs to. Yeah, Bagel lied to me, guys.
You just can't trust them these days. They're too silly. They've gone too silly. Sorry for your loss. We could buy flowers for Bagel if it helps.
We're at floor 18.
This is my new record.
Let's fucking go. You motherfucker! Fuck you, you fucking bitch! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! I fucking hate. I hate this Twisted. I hate this Twisted so much. I hate this Twisted. She took my shit. She took my shit.
Oh my. Oh my goodness.
She mugged me. I got mugged. I got mugged by this bitch. Oh gosh. I forgot I put this in here again. This started playing yesterday.
The vending machine of love?
Yeah.
I can't hear it, sadly.
Because you'd hear yourself twice.
Yeah. I do not want to hear myself.
Sprouts, a voice line. Gospo. Bro turned old immediately.
It's literally me.
Meow 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 meow. Bagel! Bagel! Bagel, we got to floor 26 earlier. I distracted Pebble multiple times. Get to the elevator. Get to the elevator, by the way. 1 or 2 hours. But I can't wait that long. I can't wait that long. You saw? Oh yeah, I sent you the screenshot. But Bagel, we miss you. We miss you. We miss Bagel my ego. We miss Bagel my ego. You just woke up.
We need Bagel energy. We need Bagel energy.
We need Bagel energy. My left eye is just crying.
Oh my. Very unfortunate. Did we lose somebody?
Beans had to go. Beans had to go.
Oh.
Such a pennies in the vending machine of love. You need to do something.
What could possibly be more important than playing?
I think Jones is back up, actually. I think Jones and Stone, actually. Sprout's here again. Blot. Gee, oh, it's a mother. I hate Gigi so much. I love my cat Gigi. I hate Twisted Gigi though.
Twisted Gigi.
I can't pick up that box of chocolates because of her. Tish is just. Oh, R&D's here as well.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh,
no.
did you just run an R&D?
Maybe.
Okay, Sprout's going after Gordy. I think Gordy's also one of my backups.
Okay,
I have no.
I
don't have any items. I got mugged last floor. Oh shit.
Oh my. Oh no! I'm dead. I'm dead.
Watch out! Watch out!
I'm so dead.
Wait by the alley. Just wait by the alley so that.
Oh, I accidentally picked up the foghorn. I'm sorry.
The air horn.
The air horn.
Yeah, Sprout just wanted you at that point. Sprout just really wanted you.
I use the air horn. Did I use it?
Sure. Pennies in the vending machine of love. Oh my gosh, there's 2 bucks. Ugh. I will take both of those.
He's there.
Twisted Blot's griefing. Lol.
I'm so done.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab both of these box when panic mode. I am gonna lose them. I am gonna lose all of these Twisteds, by the way, just so you know. Cause I need my box. I need my box. We don't have any solars. I don't have any bobbets for solar.
Just realized I haven't done my Duolingo today.
Got him.
Stone.
Thank you.
Thank you for the heart.
Worf.
Orf.
Worf. Worf. I'm actually so excited! What are you excited for, Louis? What are you excited for? Your friends are dying.
What's the button do?
Eject button, that's if you are in a, like, in a pickle and you need to get out really quickly. It lowers your, or it heightens your stealth and it makes you, like, super fast for a couple seconds.
Nice, nice.
Thank you, Cowboy Bob! Lizzie, V.
Oh, this is not a good situation.
I don't know who. Oh, Brush is there. Yada. Hi, Glisten. Oh my god, there's Pebble! Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, someone just died.
Alan Pierce.
Fuck! I didn't pick up the goddamn capsule. I picked up the goddamn eject button. Oh, I can't see. I can't see. If Glisten pops, by the way, just bring him to me. I can distract both Glisten and Pebble at the same time.
What do you mean pops?
So when his thing goes all the way down, it, goes, like, he goes crazy.
Oh. Like a zit. Basically. I do not know where I'm going.
Fuck, Russia!
I'm just walking. Oh, air horn?
No, 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 no,
There's
no.
air
Stay
horn.
away from Glisten. Stay away from Glisten. Fuck, V! Oh, fuck. Damn it! Fuck! 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 Shit! Fuck! 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 Fuck!
What happened?
I died.
You died?
My Twisteds all got, like,
Oh my gosh, I just... Oh
well, at
my
least
gosh,
you're getting your
they're all
research.
around me.
Yeah, at least you got your research.
Yeah.
And in a blackout too.
There were so many of them. Crazy.
Wasn't there a whole? I know Charlotte was one of them, but someone else like kept on being the last two alive for the longest time, like a while ago. I think it might have been Stone.
Doo-doo-doo.
Well, I'm ordering my food. While we're in intermission, I'm ordering food.
Maybe we wish we had more options where I live. Like, I want to try something different. It's like all the same.
There goes Glisten. What?
Like, I don't want to eat a cheeseburger. I mean, from that, like a cheap cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger.
I could get McDonald's. McDonald's is basically everywhere.
Oh, there goes. Oh, Suki just died in front of me. Oh, I just watched that. I think it's just these two again. It literally is. It's literally just them two again.
I think Stone is the GOAT.
Charlotte's also a really good player as well. When we like used to play all the time, when was that? It was when I was mainly. It was before October at least. Like, I know
Oh, nice.
Charlotte and some. I think it was Stone. Were always like the last two people left alive, like in a run.
That's
It was
wild.
funny, cause one of them was crashing out because of it. Usually you and Eclipse.
I always feel bad when I don't do DoorDash because I know I can just drive and pick it up. It'll be a lot cheaper.
I don't have that option, sadly.
You don't have that option? Oh.
No, I don't. You know what? I think I might get a pizza.
Ooh, pizza.
But first I have to ask if my aunt's at work. Because she works at the pizza place that I'm planning.
Oh, she does.
I don't
Can
want
she
to. I don't
give you
want
a
to burden
discount?
her. I don't want to burden her. I don't want to burden her. Because she's probably just now going into work, and if she brings back pizza, she's not gonna be. It's not gonna be until like 10. Oh wait, no, they're not even open on Sundays. Wait, never mind. I'm stupid. You're not seeing a bench around the bench on the nearby building. It's out of reach for Drempa? Are y'all talking about Pokemon?
I know nothing about Pokemon. That's another thing I didn't grow up with, but my brother really liked it.
I love the Poppy drawing. Oh my gosh. Louis, clowns have big noses. Grow one is just wild.
That is crazy. Grow one.
Just grow
grow a
one.
nose.
Ooh, both a band-aid and a medkit in Brush's art gallery, by the way. Oh. Stone grabbed the medkit. I really want guacamole Takis.
Hockey?
Guacamole
the-
Takis.
I've never heard of guacamole Takis.
They
You
are
mean
so
tacos?
fucking good. No, Takis, like the actual Takis. Guacamole Takis.
Oh, like that. I've never seen that in my life.
I fucking love guacamole Takis.
I think Takis are pretty spicy. I had them like a total of like 2 times. I had
The
the blue ones.
guacamole ones are pretty. They're mild. They're mild.
Okay.
Yeah.
The blue ones.
Obsidian
That's all
versus
I've
Pizza
had.
Tower Lap 4? What?
What does that
What?
mean?
What does that mean? It's a pretty thing to be. Ooh. I can get CC's. I can see if I can get like one of the macaroni pizzas. Ooh,
sounds so
literally.
good.
Oh my gosh. There's a giant option? Holy shit. Oh, you're gonna lurk, I'm guessing?
AFK?
Yeah, they're AFK,
I
but
don't
they're
remember
not
that.
in game. They're not in game.
Oh. What does AFK even mean? I know I sound dumb, but I've
Away from
never like.
keyboard.
Oh.
Yeah.
I always tried to guess like away for. I thought now, but now does not start with K.
Yeah, it's away from keyboard.
Oh, okay. Ow. Man, I had some like cheesy fries with some bacon on top the other day, and they were really good. Me and my best friend went to the mall. I haven't been to a mall in like
Ooh,
forever. But
yummy, the
everything was
mall.
so
Oh
everything
yeah,
was so
that's how it
expensive.
is. That's quite literally how it is now.
Like we were gonna go into this arcade. You like it literally was $2 to play each game,
Yeah, yeah.
and we were just like nah. And there's this like gambling machine where you put quarters in it. Have you seen those? And it's like a sliding.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. My old workplace had one of those. A whole bunch of them, actually.
And I got some quarters, and I put one in, and it got stuck. So it didn't. It was a huge disappointment. Like I just wasted my
Oh,
quarter. But
yeah.
when I was younger, I probably lost $5 in one of those in like one sitting because I
Damn.
was addicted.
Damn. You gotta know, like, when to put it, though. Uh, I got kind of good at playing coin pushers. Uh, Mainly because I was, like, I worked at a place that had a bunch of coin pushers, and every so often we would, like, buy credits and then, like, play them. You just have to get the timing
Yeah,
right. There really must be something.
I'm not very patient, so I'm not good at timing.
Ah. Somebody, spring with somebody, send me something.
But
Somebody
man,
send
those
me something.
cheesy fries with bacon on top was so good. That was also very expensive.
Ooh, the Greek pizza sounds really good, actually. I think I might get one of those. What is it?
There
Oh
was
my
also
gosh,
a
sweet
gumball,
cookie pies? There's a sweet cookie pies? Holy shit.
a cookie pie? Is that like a
Wait, I gotta look at
cookie
this. It
bake?
doesn't even have a photo? Deliciously sweet pies with your choice of topping. Chocolate, cherry, apple, vanilla, or pineapple. Chat, what kind of cookie, what kind of sweet cookie pie should I have?
I think you
Uh,
want pineapple, low key. I think
hold
you
up.
low key want
Hold up.
pineapple.
Let's make a poll. Let's make a poll. New poll. Uh, what flavor? They have chocolate, strawberry. I'm not gonna put on cherry because cherry absolutely like fucks up my stomach for some reason. So, yeah,
Aw,
vanilla
I
and
get that.
pineapple.
I'm pretty sure I'm allergic to cherry too. It makes me feel like a lethargic when I
I
eat
hear
it. I don't know
Pebble,
why.
by the way. They've got Pebble. I see Pebble. Okay, start poll. Guys, there's a poll.
I think you can never go wrong with apple pie.
We got the
That's just my
poll. We
opinion.
got the poll, guys. We got a poll for what kind of flavor do we want?
Also, no, I changed my mind. Chocolate pie is better. Chocolate pie is better.
Oh, there's 1 for, oh, there's 4 for chocolate, 2 for strawberry. Oh, there's 9 for chocolate. Someone is saying chocolate. Someone really wants me to have chocolate. Is that you?
Yeah, it's me.
Why are you putting all of your points onto this?
Cause I'm crazy.
You have
I'm
it to where it's 26 votes on chocolate.
You see, I'm the type of person you don't think they're crazy. They're just calm. I'm really
Jesus.
crazy. There's a lot of
Oh, it looks
pinned-up
like vanilla's
crazy.
going up. Vanilla's going up. Oh, 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 oh. Are we gonna need a
No,
tie?
no,
Are we gonna need a tie
no, we
between
can't do.
vanilla and chocolate?
I'm not having this. Chocolate is no.
I'm watching this whole entire poll. It's going wild.
This is war.
Yo! Wait a minute! Holy shit! Master of Aura, you alive? Oh my gosh! Holy crap! Thank you for the raid! Oh my gosh, thank you for the raid! Holy cow! Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the raid, Master of Aura. I didn't realize you were live. I thought you were... Oh my... How long were you live? That means that you've been live, like, the entire time that I was, like, asleep. Holy cow. Your ears, sorry. But thank you guys. Oh my gosh, how was your stream? What were you guys doing? Did you play any... Did you guys...
Nature's Heart just followed.
Holy cow, though. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid, Master of Aura. But how was your stream? How was your stream? You do an even... Oh, you did an evening stream. Okay, okay, okay. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of
Shiny
sense.
Shiny Zero just redeemed Hydrate.
Oh, Hydrate. I have an entire... Like, it's a big one. Also, there's currently a poll for... You put 104 for chocolate. Ooh, chilling on Stardew.
Yeah. You see, if I can control something, I will. You will eat the chocolate pie.
Oh gosh. Oh, 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 oh.
Oh no.
There's 2 votes on strawberry and 1 vote on apple, by the way. That's hilarious. Oh, Duck, that is only when I have GG Cam, unfortunately. We don't have GG Cam. I don't have GG Cam on. But I will put a duck there. You just won't be able to see it. It's a little snowman duck. But I don't have the GG Cam because Gigi's not there right now. She's sleeping on my bed.
Okay, who is voting for vanilla?
I don't know.
They're just doing this
They
to piss me off.
Whoever did that, whoever's doing that. Oh, thank you. I made it myself. I make my emotes. I don't think I have any that are made by other people, actually. I need to change that. I need to... Suki, you have 25k points. Thank you for the follow unconventional. Yeah, those are mine. Yeah, I took those photos.
Unconventional underscore just followed.
Was made by GG. That's just a selfie.
Okay, wait. Thank you for the follow unconventional. Thank you for the follow nature. We were playing last night, actually.
Anonymous Plays just followed.
A lot of us were playing together last night. We were playing in Bagel Stream, actually. Oh my gosh, 242. You are still voting. Suki. Thank you for the follow, Glebus guy. Glebus guy. That is such a silly name. That is such a little, like, Glebus guy. Glebus guy. I like the sound of that. I like the sound of that name. That is so funny.
That sounds like a clown that would not want to kill me. Clown that, like, is friendly.
Glebus guy. Glebus guy. But for those who don't know me, I'm Obsidian the Rock Boy. I do both art and Dandy's World. I am a pro distractor, even though I'm dead right now. That floor was chaos. Suki's like, 1 vanilla cookie, please. God damn. This is why I shouldn't have let you guys vote with your points.
If you like democracy, vote for chocolate.
Oh my gosh.
If you like
Anyways,
evil,
gotta head to sleep. Good night, Master of Aura. Have a nice sleep. Stay... Yeah, vanilla one. Vanilla one with... Suki.
Yes.
Suki, you made it 67%. You contributed 46,000... Or wait, no, not... 40... Hold up. Wrong decimal. 4,640. Holy cow. Anyways, gotta... Okay, yeah, I've already read that. Goodbye, Aura. Have a nice night. Good night. Or like, yeah, bye. Wait, I don't know if you're going to sleep or not, but have a nice day night. Pebble again. Oh wait, no, that's still the same floor. But
Go to sleep.
Stone, you could have stayed there.
Oh no.
Damn, that's a wild floor. That is a wild floor. But if you guys have to raid and run, have a nice night. Have a nice day night, whatever time it is for you. Be cool, be safe. You know, just, yeah. It's Louie, it's my male wife. It's my right now I'm ordering food, by the way. So we are making this a vanilla cookie.
That's absurd.
A vanilla sweet cookie pie. We're adding, it's $10.99, by the way. Just so y'all know. This shit is $10.99. That pie, it's probably gonna be a large pie. Okay, and I think that's all. So let's go ahead and just deliver it. Make sure it's not going to my workplace, because one time I almost did accidentally send my food to my workplace.
What?
Yeah.
Were you like ordering food in your break room or whatever?
No, I was ordering food in my room. I was at home.
Oh man. I mean, I'm sure your coworkers would have appreciated it.
They would have probably been like confused because they don't know me as Obsidian over there. But
Oh,
I
see,
think we might be ready to start a new run. I'm ready to start a new run. I'm ready. It will be smaller than an ant. Well, this place isn't known for making like really small things. They make pretty large pizzas, and they're really good pizzas. My aunt works at one of them. Whoa, Stone's juking. Stone's. Oh my God, they're Scraps. Scraps is approaching Stone. Scraps has spotted Stone.
Stone is wild.
What is Charlotte doing? Charlotte's got Finn on them. All while Stone's going through this. Stone's, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, Stone has so much candy dropped. That's a lot of candy dropped. That's a lot. Damn. Damn. Eat all the candy before Scraps pulls. Quick, quick, quick. Ah, there they go.
It's intense.
Okay, it's confirmed my order, so it should be here in a while. Cause it's kind of farther away. It's the building that's farther away, not the close one that my aunt works at, because it's closed on Sundays. Anyways, I'm gonna go back to the private server. If any of you guys want to join me, my user is the same as my Twitch user. It's Obsidian the Rock Boy. My nose just got stuffed up. My nose is like stuffed. Oh my gosh, they're playing fish. Fish. You know what that means. Fish. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, my eyes.
Not letting me...
My eyes. Owie.
What happened to your eyes?
I got flashbanged.
Oh.
Yeah, I got flashbanged.
Delicious.
Sadly. Oh my gosh, Shiny Dino's joining us. We're going to the room where it happened. Oh my gosh, have you just been waiting here? Suki. Are we going marching? Are we marching now? Check your check your twisteds. Check your twisteds, by the way, Bacon. Hello,
oh, okay.
Hello, Izzo. Welcome back. We had a raid. Master of Aura raided us. You probably missed it. But welcome back.
I still don't have enough research.
Dang. You want to be the backup? Okay, okay. Do you want to, does someone want to be Bobette? With the diary? For yesterday, I brought you flowers.
Yesterday.
Oh, two people are immediately ready. Both Stone and Shiny Dino. If you are on call with me just for... You're highly sensitive to high pitched. Ah. Okay. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, Bassie definitely will also help out. We have we have 6 people. We need 2 more people. We need 2 more people.
Where's Beckle?
Bagel said that they would be back in like it'll be here in like an hour or so, and it's.
Oh.
Bagel's been gone for a long time. They either agitate you or stress you out. Ah.
What does?
Oh.
What stresses you out?
High pitched noises. For Iso. Diary, so Toy Kit basically extends the range. If you want to have like a Vmote so you can Vmote like by me, that'll also help out a lot as well. I was literally just like, I'm gonna grab something to eat, then I realized I don't have anything in my fridge, and I have food on the way. I should probably grab some chips though, so that I have eaten at least something. Like that I have a new chair now. I like the new chair. It's one of those wider chairs. A bad chair.
What was your older chair?
I don't know. It doesn't have a. It was like, I don't know how to explain it, but it squeaks a lot. It squeaked a lot. I still have it in my room. Like it's like right next to me, or behind me, I guess.
I got a new chair. I got a new chair a while ago, and I can almost cross my legs, like sitting.
Same. Heck, I can literally like sit on my on one of my legs, and like it's still comfortable.
Mhm.
And also, so I have a longer. Oh, the delay is insane. Oh no. Oh, my desk is super shaky. That's probably like one of the next things I need to get. A new desk. We got both. We got both Bobbette and Bassie. I'm opening the chip bag.
I found my desk on the side of the road.
You found your desk on the side of the road?
Yeah. I don't think they wanted it. I have these like Dove chocolates, and they taste terrible.
10
I remember them
seconds.
tasting better.
That's not that much of a delay, to be honest. For the dandy. You'll have to ask Sprout. You'll have to ask Charlotte.
You said you were getting like the cookie, but you didn't say what else you're getting. What else you're ordering. You're gonna get like a pizza?
Yeah.
Pizza.
Getting cheese sticks. It's called the Greek pizza.
The Greek? Oh, you did say that. I'm just dumb.
Charlotte's watching stream. It also has like the ability this chair has the ability to like kind of change where the arms are, but I have a longer torso, and so normal chairs, like I have to like kind of bend down a little bit so that like I can actually reach. But these ones, like, they have it to where you can go actually like straight up and down, and they don't like pivot. You just hold the thing and you can push them down or pull them up, and you can also like pull them back as well. And like, hello, is that Havis? Havis?
What are you talking?
Is that how you say your name? I don't.
Javes?
Okay, that is Haves. Haves. Okay. Hello, welcome.
Haves 2010.
Yay! 2010. Damn.
Haves 2000.
Damn,
I
kids
remember
born.
2010.
Oh my gosh, kids born in 2010 are 16 this year. Oh my
That's
gosh.
crazy. It's crazy I lived in a different state in 2010.
That's wild. That's actually wild. Because I'm sitting here like almost 20. I'm 19. I turned 20 in July. So you're gonna be. Oh. If you want to join, you can. My user's the same as the my stream name. Just, you know, make sure you don't grief or anything. Yeah.
Nice.
We need 2 more people.
You can drink root beer, so.
Root beer is an alcoholic. You can just drink regular beer. I like the taste of beer though. Like, you know when your parents like sneak you a little sip of beer and like
He
wine
never
and whatnot?
did. My parents are
Ew,
like
why
they
the
don't drink
fuck is this
alcohol
chip
at all.
green?
So that never happened. I only snuck it. I had to sneak it myself.
Yeah. Yeah, we grieve when we restart the run.
I like the smell of beer, but I don't like the taste.
I don't like either.
The smell of beer reminds me of my grandpa, and that's why I like it. He's not an alcoholic, so you know. I just remember him drinking beer.
Ah. No shiny, damn.
What's so special about shinies?
They're really rare.
Yeah, but
like, they're
what,
really
what
rare.
else?
They're shiny. They're a different color.
I guess they're. I know they're different color, but they're not actually shiny, so it's kind of like a clickbait or whatever.
Oh, Charlotte, you're going AFK? Okay. Put your vanity on repeat and that'll lock you in.
Away from
You want a
Kentucky Fried
shiny
Chicken.
Scraggy.
There's so many Pokemon. There's so many Pokemon, like, I've never heard of a Scraggy.
They also sparkle. Because they're shiny. Wait, what does shiny Scraggy look like? Now I'm curious. I've not seen a shiny Scraggy before. They look the same, except one has pink, but then their evolution is completely different. You have a problem. You can name almost every Pokemon from just their shadow, and 100% of every Pokemon by seeing a picture. Oh gosh. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my, my, my.
Is that a problem? I feel like that's
There's
skill.
a lot of Pokemon. I'm gonna sound like Bagel here, but my. Oh my.
That does sound like a Bagel thing.
Bagel does do that. My. Or like, no.
What's funny about Bagel is one day they can be like completely like wild. Then they can be like super tame.
Or like last night when they were Freaky Bagel.
I went. They were crazy Bagel. They weren't freaky. I don't think that's the right word.
There's like 1100 something how different. Oh, now. Oh gosh. I like Mudkip. You want a shiny Noivern too? One of my favorite Pokemon as well. Ah. Yeah, I only play like Pokemon Ruby, and that's like on a DS. DS Lite. I don't know where my DS is. But I have the Game Boy Color one, that you can put into the DS Lite.
That's awesome.
And it's the only Pokemon that I will play because I don't like the layout of the other ones. I don't like the layout of Ruby, or like that's the only one I'm playing. I don't like the layout of like Sapphire, and whatnot. We have 2, 4, 6. We have 7. We have 7. Game Boy Advance. I thought it was color. I could have sworn it said Game Boy Color when it loaded up. You hate how later on they get rid of the gym concept. Sigh. Wait a minute. Wait, I probably need to let them know. Oh. There we go. Isn't Sapphire like the same, but like what? I'm pretty sure they have different layouts still. Like they're from different like towns. I'm pretty sure. Cuz there's Ruby. Thank you for the follow. There's Ruby, Sapphire, Leaf Green,
Javes 2010 just followed.
Trying to think. I like how Suki's like, thanks, Stream Elements. You'll be there next round? Okay,
Oh.
Yay, Bagel! Bagel! It's Bagel my Eggo, they're gonna join. They're gonna join next round.
You should stream.
You should. Yeah. Yeah, you should stream. Should we, like... I don't know how to...
I kind of want to draw. I don't know. I'll probably play another.
I don't keep up with that, surprisingly. I think we'll be good with 7. Let's go, guys. Guys. Let's go.
The Grammys are for grannies.
Bacon.
I wasn't paying attention.
Run. Glamorous lizard.
I'm running, run. Wait, did I go to the right elevator?
Yeah, you're in with us.
Okay.
There's just
You never
everybody
know.
do matchmaking. Oh. Recently, they had a lot of not mainline games. For example, SV. Ah, Bagel.
Rats. We pray at night.
Hey, at
We
least it
stalk
works.
at night.
At least it works. At least the thing
We're
works.
Rats.
Honk.
I'm the giant rat that makes all
all
of
of
the
Is it time
rules.
for me to
Let's see what I control. We can get ourselves into.
Probably for like a minute. Hey Siri,
Okay.
set a 1-minute timer, please. Siri, set a 1-minute timer, please. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? Please, no! They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. Rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. They locked me in a room. A rubber room. A rubber room with rats. And rats made me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once. It's fucking done. Please, why did you change it? Why did you change to Gordy? At the last moment, please! Why? I'm going over here. Why did you have to change to Gordy? I don't like Gordy. Please, Speed, I need this. My mama kinda homeless. I live with my dad. Bacon, get to the elevator. They left. Bacon's gone. Bacon left the call. I can't believe Bacon left the call. How could they? Damn. Why? Why have you left the call? You left the call. You left the call. Take back the Gordy shame. Gordy is the peak of... So there's a running meme in my chat where I don't like Gordy. Mainly because a lot of the players do not know that their stealth is the worst. Not as bad as Shrimpo, but more people have access to easily play as Gordy because of the stealth. So I'll be... Yeah, I was like, why did you leave?
I'm sorry, I just...
Damn, I can't believe you left.
I was talking and I was like saying funny things. And then I realized I wasn't in call anymore.
Thank you for the follow, Vanny Moonlight.
Vanny_Moonlight just followed.
It's the one that, last night, I was like, is that FNAF related?
I want to play Security Breach. I've never played it.
Oh, I want to play it too. Oh my gosh. But how are you doing? Shiny Dino, by the way, to Solar, you have to go, like, the other way so that we meet up, like, at least twice, like, each, your name is not FNAF. Aww. It's not FNAF related. Sad times. It's OC related. Ooh, that's probably even better, honestly.
Yeah, that is like literally even better. I love creativity.
You gotta be creative.
Imagination.
Imagination.
Oh
What?
no, I got whacked.
You got whacked by Poppy. It's okay. It's okay. Pat 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 pat
By
pat
an
pat pat.
edgelord. I got whacked by an edgelord.
I realize probably Covetous is better. What do you mean? I'm not griefing. I'm not griefing. How could you say I'm griefing? By the way, for solaring, you have to go like the other way. So, say if I'm going clockwise, you'll go counterclockwise. So that we'll meet at like 2 different points in the thing.
Oh no.
I got him. I got him. Someone just opened Roger. Someone did my job for me. It's only after making my OC and stuff that I realized, wait, there is a character named Vanny from FNAF. Yeah. And it kind of made it, to me, I put like, I saw Vanny and Moon, and my brain was like, Vanny and Moon.
Like the moon guy?
FNAF. Security breach. Oh, damn, that floor was done quick. Go, go, go. Run. You are just crashing into everything. Freddy, you're supposed to be on lockdown. But Vanessa, he told me that the life of my dreams would be promised. Freddy, you're supposed to be on lockdown. Shut your fucking mouth. Like the one that's... Wait, which one is that? I forgot about that one. Until just now.
I love how tame the FNAF fandom is. It's
Freddy!
like very normal.
FNAF is in the Epstein files, by the way.
What?
FNAF is in the Epstein files.
What do you mean it's in the FC file?
Five Nights at Freddy's is in the Epstein files. I found that out.
Why? Why?
Apparently he liked Five Nights at Freddy's and would send stuff to other people. And that's how it got into that's how it got into fucking where did Poppy go? What the fuck? Why did Poppy leave me? What the fuck? And that is why Five Nights at Freddy's is in the Epstein files.
That's crazy.
I found that out.
That's hilarious.
Oh, that's what he says. Okay. Freddy, you're supposed to be on lockdown. Hold on, let me... Shut the fuck up, bitch! I'm listening to something. Don't be... oh wait, whoops. Where'd my other Twisted go? Banana.
Divorce banana.
Divorce
Oh, no.
banana. The thing you love. But yeah, other way. Come here. Follow me.
I knew that.
Where are you going?
I'm
It's
just
this way, it's
showing
this
off my
way.
skin. I'm just flexing.
Is this some sort of Dandy's World? Yes, it is. Hurry. Get in. Every time, like, it gets to, the cat critters. He does say something, but I forgot what, so you put something? Yeah, there's a couple people that are above that age group. I know earlier there was 2 people that were. Love the part where Dandy said, "I'm Dandy and this is my world," and he murdered everyone.
I love that part.
Real life! Oh my gosh, I'm going so fast, by the way.
I'm just being greedy right now. If you know that.
You greedy motherfucker.
That's
How
me.
could you?
That's what they call me.
Dandy, and this is my world. I also saw Havu. I forgot how specifically it's said, but they do animations, and they do Dandy's World animations. They did a while ago a animation to the Smile song. Like, come on every pony, smile, smile, smile. That one from Pinkie Pie. And it was like the one where Pinkie Pie just beats the shit out of everybody, but they put Dandy beating the shit out of everybody. It was funny.
Come on.
Come on every pony, smile, smile, smile. Fill my heart up with sunshine, sunshine. All I really need is a smile, smile, smile. From you. God.
Are you okay, Sid?
No.
Sid, are you okay? Okay. You should just stream My Little Pony.
I should just stream My Little Pony? Like what? A whole entire watch party?
Yeah. Just pirate it,
Oh my gosh.
dog.
How many times have you watched their... Ooh, there's a band-aid. You took that right in front of me! How could you? How could you do that? You know how much I love Box, and you took that? You took that right in front of me? Your favorite tune is Gigi. Sorry, I'm gonna have to disagree with you there. I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to disagree with you. I don't like Gigi. I love my cat, Gigi, but the tune? The Twisted? I don't. I'm sorry, I don't. And the wind is so fucking strong. What did it do? Fucking blow the box of chocolates away? Like... I hate Twisted Gigi so much. She always mugs me. I'll be in a run and she'll mug me. I'm gonna go to Broken since I don't see Gordy over there anymore. You should probably make your way to Good.
Oh.
You just walked into a crate.
I did not.
Greedy fucking wind. Greedy wind. I'll let you go over that way and I'll go this way. Tired of your mind games. I'm sick. Your aggro tapes are here. Yo. What?
Isn't aggro tape just like a video of you screaming and yelling?
Oh my gosh.
On a tape?
Aggro tapes.
It's like it's
So aggro tapes are basically like for we usually give healers the aggro tapes, which is when you aggro on, like when the Twisted's aggro on you, they basically your least favorite tune is Finn. You just can't like him. Oh, oof. Some people will disagree with you on that, like heavily disagree.
what are you saying before?
No, I don't. What did I say?
What are we talking about?
What was I talking about?
I have no clue.
Oh, hydrate.
Reading Lady _2
and
just
stretch.
redeemed hydrate.
Oh, BRB, your mom just
I think we were
texted.
both-
Okay, okay.
We were both sharing the same brain cell, and somebody else.
You should
took it.
probably go to Ellie, maybe. Hello, 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 hello.
Reading Lady _2 just redeemed stretch.
Welcome. Welcome to your fate. Son of a bitch, I'ma cut you. Swish, swish. Yeah, it's where the, oh, yeah. Aggro tapes are where the Twisteds lock their side onto you.
Oh, that's
and
right.
you get the
It's-
tapes
it's
from
just
that.
I thought it was like the ring where you put in like the tape, and then you just see like Sid crashing out. And then you got 3 days to live.
You have 3 days to live?
You know, like
Yeah,
the ring.
tapes.
Have you yeah.
I have not. Get to
I've
the
not seen it either,
elevator, by the
but-
way. Get to the elevator.
I have not seen
Wrong
that
one.
movie either, but I know like if you've got like 7 days to live or whatever.
Other way,
after
other
you
way,
get
other way,
the
bacon.
tape.
Other way, bacon.
I know.
Why are you taking the long
Yeah.
way then?
Because
This is the second time in a row you've done this.
I'm directionally challenged. Okay. You
Hi,
have to-
Gabby. How are
out.
you doing today? Someone take the There's a band. I didn't know that. Lol. Yeah, someone take the band. Someone take the band. Suki's full. I beg. Stone's crashing out on the bed. Freezing, but okay. How about you? I'm doing good. I'm doing really good. Your favorite main is Astro. You remember speed running to get Icar just to get him? Astro was actually my first ever main. Why is Gordy saying stay away? What's going on? Your favorite main is Sprout. Sprout. I have to say my favorite main. Ooh, that's a hard question. That's actually a really hard question. I do love Bobette. Bobette. Perfect. Okay, let me hydrate. Let me hydrate.
Give me that chocolate. Give me that chocolate. A self candy.
And let me push myself back so I can stretch. Ugh.
Is that a thing people do? Stretching. Let's go.
Okay, let me put my slippers on. Gotta put my slippers on. Because she can't, yo. Wow, wow, wow. Yatta, where are you? I need my Yatta now. Please.
Why I yada?
Yatta. It's Yatta and Poppy. Where the fuck are my Twisteds?
Uh-oh.
I see Yatta that way. I see Yatta that way. Oh, Gordy has Yatta. Where's Poppy then? Okay.
I remember I was like at some establishment and I saw, before I even knew what Dandy's
And we
World
can
was,
all
I saw
justify Brightney hate. Lol, yeah, yeah.
Why would you hate on Brightney?
Her
Just doing
stealth.
her job.
And a lot of the players don't know how to use her. Brightney is like one of the tunes that you get like when you're first starting out. And so you don't know how necessarily stealth works. But you're like, oh my gosh, there's another tune. Let me get the tune. It's a lampshade. Oh my gosh, it's so cool. And it glows in the dark. But then they realize, I don't have any stealth. And so, a lot of new players don't know how stealth works.
They're literally a beacon.
And I'm not gonna lie, that's how a lot of Gordy players are, especially in public lobbies. They don't know how stealth works at all. You should get to the elevator.
Nah. I'm gonna do my own thing.
Why do we not hate Brightney? I do like her new skin, though. Her new skin's awesome. Ooh.
Is he posting?
You lost your first heart. Oh my gosh. Okay, AFK,
me?
don't
How
pop
did I lose a heart?
last. Okay.
Wait, how did I lose a
I'm
heart?
talking about Louis. Wait, how did you lose a
well,
heart?
I'm questioning. That's a good question. I don't remember getting hit.
Okay.
Did you?
Yes, if you can manage the stealth is fine. I only play Gordy because his stealth is justified with his other stats. Otherwise, I wouldn't play him. Honestly, yeah. He's really good at both distracting and extracting. Distracting because stealth, obviously, and extracting because of his stats. Like, obviously. Roger's here, and there's a Band-Aid. There's a Band-Aid right here, and hi, Yada. We should have a third one. Tegan, where are you? Tegan! Tegan's so pretty. Oh, there's Roger. Let me pop him real quick. Is that Tegan? No. Oh, that's Tegan. Hi, Tegan. Okay, let's go to here. Suki, did you take another goddamn box of chocolates?
Yeah, Band-Aid.
I don't even have one box of chocolates. Yeah, don't finish last, because 2 people are AFK. They really made Brightney a situational worse V. Crazy. Okay, you've got Prime near Ellie. Okay.
Yeet.
Yee.
Yeet.
Remember. It's like those rabbits.
The rabbits?
Like those guys, those little guys.
Yeah, I used to play that game.
I used to watch, what is it, like,
Nickelodeon? Wasn't there a show on Nickelodeon?
Yeah, there was the show, and then there was, like, I think Fanboy and Chum Chum or something like that. I forgot what it was really called. I think it might have been called that.
Chum Chum?
Yeah, and I think they did a collab.
I feel like I recognize the name, but I can't put like a picture to my mind. Oh yes, I do remember the ugly animation thing.
The ugly
it's
animation.
Like, they like wear underwear,
my
right?
food's here.
They're like superheroes.
Suki, can you take over? Suki. Suki, can you please take over? Not all of y'all standing at the elevator. Please and thank you. Okay, I'm gonna grab my food. Yay! Hey guys, the pie, like, actually, I just kicked my trash can with my knee. Okay, I'm dropping everything. Okay, cool, awesome, amazing. Just a second. Hold up, guys. We gotta show what the cookie looks like. The cookie pie. What are you giggling about? What are you giggling about? What are you giggling about?
You don't have to know.
I have to know now.
No, you don't. Just read chat in Andy's World in Roblox.
Roblox. What the fuck are y'all doing? What the fuck?
I don't know.
I don't know what y'all are doing either.
I love the inhale.
Let me grab this real quick. Hold up. Look at that. And it's actually pretty good too.
Wow.
It's actually pretty good too.
Oh.
Also, yes, there is going to be another round.
That looks really good.
It is really good.
Dang, son.
Yeah, it's really good. But yes, there is going to be another round. Because we're also waiting on Bagel too. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in the, I think it's, because I'm 19, I'm in, like, the 16 to 21 and up age group, I think. Are we ready to pop it?
Opposite.
Okay. We're ready to pop off. There we go. Oh.
What are we doing?
I don't know.
What are we waiting for? Come on, get onto the alley.
Get
Get onto
in.
the alley.
They're
That
gonna
was
remove
close.
age group this month because Roblox broke one law. Damn.
What law was that?
I don't know. Oh yeah, Kappa. I think it's because they were having minors verify with their IDs. Like, 16. They were having them verify with their IDs.
Really? That's kind of crazy. Oh no. This is not good.
Bandit right here. It's just a blackout. Roger's also here, so I should just need one more twisted.
I don't know. The blackouts are scary.
They can be, yeah. I need Boxton. I don't know where Boxton is. Oh, there's Boxton.
Right here.
Yoink! Got him. Ooh, wait, that's Gordy, that's Gordy, that's Gordy. Okay, I'm gonna go to this side.
Got some instructions right beside a machine.
Yeah, the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I forgot you were there. Oh gosh, oh gosh. I'm going over here to Broken. Oopsie daisies. I didn't even get that. I need to drop a heart.
Oh, there it is, yo. Oh.
I panic dropped a heart. Oh
Does
shit.
Danny's
Oh
World
shit.
ever end? Is there a top floor of Danny's World? Or does this never end? Never thought about this.
It never ends. Also,
never
we're going
ends.
down, not up.
You're going down? Oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
my twisteds.
The
Ooh.
Eddie. Uh-oh.
Get in,
Boxing.
get in. What were you doing?
I was just hanging out with my other self. Nah.
Honestly, I'm not sure where boxing came from.
Yeah, me neither. I miss so sleepy Evie. I had like a really good sleep last night.
Hmm.
Sound like you're being strangled, sir.
I have no cheese. I had bread in my mouth.
Sounded like murder. Oh no, it's Pebbles.
I got him. I need my other twisted.
Oh man. Pebble's probably the most intimidating to me. It just comes out of nowhere.
Got him.
Leave me alone.
I'm gonna distract right here. Gordy, try to stay like kinda, I guess, away maybe. A wise woman said I'm alive. Nobody's ever told her she's wrong. A pioneer of space talk and jazz. Thank you. Thank you, Bassie. I will be taking that for later. I'll see you on. No! We're throwing a party. And as you're gasping for the last of breath, you'll tra-la-la-la, moon dust around. Get to the elevator, though.
Get to the alley.
Get to the alley, get to the alley, get to the elevator, get to the elevator. Make your way to the elevator. Damn. The time that I had a cheese stick in my mouth, actively eating it.
Actively eating it? Don't say. It don't say. Pebble is so scary. Oh my god.
Phew! There we go. Yes! Give that to me, thank you! I have a box of chocolates now.
What do I get? Air horn. Wait, why did I get that?
Why would you get an air horn?
I don't know. I was just like, I need that. I want that.
You're gonna say, you got this, if I see Pebs. Okay, okay. Bagel! Okay, it's R&D, Tegan, and Louie.
Hi, guys.
Ooh, and Shrimpo. Hi, Bagel! I just distracted Pebble.
Good job. I'm so proud of you.
I will be taking
you
that as like an
jungle
emergency
fight?
one. Yep, I jungled. I didn't even jungle around an island or anything. I just straight up jungled because we're solaring.
Oh yeah, when you solar, it gets a lot.
It's a lot easier. It's a lot easier. Yeah, we got Pebble so many times so far.
You're gonna.
I like you can actually. I like how you can actually tell like what twisted is on the board now. Because used to it wasn't really that noticeable.
It still is not noticeable.
Dude, we got Pebble like what, 8 times during this stream so far?
Oh,
probably more.
Oh no.
I don't know.
About 8 times. I think.
What? About
8 times. Yeah.
Yeah, we got Pebble so many times. Yeah, the last floor I literally had a breadstick in my mouth when I saw Pebble and I started screaming.
You sound like like they're getting strangled. Like, that's what it sounds like.
Someone's gotta clip that. Someone's gotta clip it. And then I got a raid from Master of Aura as well. I didn't realize they were live this late.
This late?
Yeah, it's late for them.
Dog was not playing. Dog was locked in. Oh. Where's probably CB? He's probably sleeping.
Probably, yeah. They had to go because it was pretty late for them. You should probably get to the elevator.
Australia? Are they in Australia?
Europe, I believe.
Europe? Oh.
I'm gonna move so that Gordy can leave the area, I guess.
Ellie?
Whoops. It's the air horn.
Just don't approach me.
Okay. I'm by the Ellie.
Okay.
I need to do research.
You need research? Okay, I'll bring them.
Yeah. Make me the research.
I'm eating pizza right now. These breadsticks are really good though. It's like cheesy bread.
Anytime I think about breadsticks, it makes me want like Olive Garden.
My bad, the last machine was in the... Oh, sorry about that.
Oh no. I don't like the bell. It's black.
Finn's also here.
Blah, 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 blah.
You caught a shiny. Yay! Dino. Oh, you
That's such a devious thing.
You caught a shiny.
When an orphan takes a family photo, it's a selfie.
That's terrible. Why would you say that? Like, oh.
That's so funny. Oh my god.
Shiny, other way. I don't want to accidentally, like, grief you or anything.
Shout out to all the orphans. Okay?
Let's do some
Can we get a shout out for the orphans?
Oh my gosh. Hey. Oh, wait. Can you do that machine by chance? Please and thank you. We need to start leaving closest for last.
Why do I keep on finding air horns?
Hey,
it's like
let's
I'm
do
destined
some magic
to be
stuff. Sprinkle little puff. Everyone I know has magic powers. Shiny Dino, can you do the machine over there?
Where am I?
Thank you. Oh no! Charlotte, no! Oh yeah, Charlotte's internet probably died.
That's really sad.
Oh, we lost our healer.
I found another air horn.
Oh wait, no, they're still there, they're still there. They're at the bottom of the list right there. They're not gone. Oh, just lagging?
Isn't I found an air horn.
Oh.
I don't know what I'm doing. Where do I go?
Walkie talkie static, white noise. What? You don't know what you're doing?
Me.
Where are you?
Help me. I'm an old man. Help me.
Where are you?
I'm dying.
Get to the elevator.
I just see a wall in front of me.
Go around the wall. Homie. Run.
Easier said than done. I'm running.
Oh, it's like we can still hear them. Ooh, box of chocolate. Oh, wait, I already have a box of chocolates. Ah.
Jumpsuit, cover me. I don't know why.
We need a Boxton PNG tuber for bacon. I know. I have a full inventory. Yes, to every human.
I should just commission Bagel.
Okay, Flutter's on Gordy right now. There is a smoke bomb, by the way. I'm going to Broken.
I need to do my commissions. I just remembered.
Holy fuck! Oh my god! Bro has an entire stash. Boxton went into the other room. Holy fuck. There's 2 band-aids, 2 boxes of chocolates, a bottle of pop. God damn. I'm gonna go grab Boxton real quick. Gordy, watch out if you were anywhere around me. Okay, there we go. Holy fuck, though. That's... You're on a 30-second... Oh, gosh. You might need to, like, refresh the stream. That might help out a little bit. So, what I would do is I would prioritize the heals and then, like, the boxes of chocolates. Because that's what I use the mostly. But maybe Suki or Louie, right? I think. Yeah. I think so. Suki could probably grab, like, one of these as well, maybe. I'm not sure. We're leaving behind so good, like, so many good stuff. So much good stuff.
I didn't even run into any twisted that time. I didn't see any. Oh, there they are.
Suppression.
Depression. Yay.
Suppression.
I have this problem where if anyone else is eating food, I just instantly want food. Like, I can't stop
Dude, this
thinking
pizza's
about
so good.
eating
I'm not
now.
gonna lie, this pizza is so fucking good.
Not another blackout. What the heck?
Sigh. Connie's here. I see Tisha.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh
Where are
no.
you? Where are you? I see Astro. I
Pebble,
hear Astro.
Pebble.
Oh,
Pebble's after me.
fuck, motherfucker. Oh, shit.
Aw,
God
man,
fucking
I
damn it. Damn it.
died.
No.
I got pebbled. I got stoned. He
Okay.
just came out of nowhere.
Thank you. Sound of a galaxy dawn.
Salem just updated their profile.
I have 4 Twisteds. I think there's... Oh, wait. Connie's here. If there's any Twisteds that are on the loose, though, just take them to me, please.
If you want to support Salem Cat, you can give them $5 so you can use their PNG. Infestation PNG.
Nice.
I don't know if that's from something or if that's something.
It's
Sarah
from
did.
Pressure.
Oh.
Emotion's deepest ocean, no division. Whoa. For a second there, he went on someone else.
Media.
Go, 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 go. There we go. We did it! Yippee! Oh, ha! Oh, Stone's gonna be AFK for a bit. Ooh, do we have a floor goal? 30. I should check art. What's in art? 5,000? Oh gosh.
4.
Okay, Brusha. Oh, it's the fucking thief. R&D's here. I don't want to
single time you say
distract the
R&D, I
thief.
think of D&D, and I've like never even played D&D. You say R&D.
I'm sorry, but can someone else please take Gigi? I don't want her.
You don't want your own cat. That's so sad. I'll take it.
She took my box of chocolates.
Oh, so Gigi takes items.
Yeah, she takes your items. Ooh, your high floor is 50? Oh wow. My high floor is actually 38. I have a high floor of 38. And it was in a public run too, technically. Although some of my friends were in it. And we were in call. And I was streaming.
Let's see what little guys speak. Oh. Cooking as usual.
Yeah. Make sure not to do the last one. Cause I think they're still AFK. Don't worry.
I wonder if you'll hear me smacking if, like, I start chewing gum.
Do you smack your gum?
I don't think so. I'm just questioning it. I wonder if you can hear me chewing gum.
I don't hear you chewing gum or anything.
Okay, that's good.
Other Louis
That's good.
lagging. Through the wall. Do you want me to step in? Okay. You got the Salamence trying for Swablu and Noibat. Ah. Da 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 da. To put it through the wall. Alright, welcome back, welcome back. I'm assuming you'll be semi-AFK then? Could I perhaps grab a box of chocolates from you, maybe? Maybe? A box of chocolates? You got a box of chocolates? Hell yeah! Thank you! Oh wait, I missed that. Thank you! Yeah, I got my box of chocolate stolen. Got stolen by Gigi. Let's break it just because. Just because. Issa says, Bagel, give me your shiny luck or I will thunderbolt you.
That's so mean. Why would you say that?
They always thunderbolt people, damn.
Are they Ash's Pikachu?
What?
Are they Ash's Pikachu?
Are they? They might be. Brusha, where the fuck are you going? Brusha, what the fuck?
Loki think Ash is immortal.
Because I can. Because I can. Thunderbolt is your favorite Pokemon move. Ah. Guys.
Why are you doing that?
Yeah, you can. Stone's semi-back. They're, semi-FK, so they'll be just walking in.
Just don't electrocute Bagel. They're already crazy enough.
Yeah. Come in. Come on. Yippee! Yummy stamina.
I have to go to the Sprinkle Factory. I'll be back.
Okay. Alright, alright. My baby don't mess around. Okay, I see Louie Poppy. Box of chocolates. Is that Pebble? Okay, no, that's not Pebble. That is, in fact, a wall. I thought I saw Pebble, and it scared the crap out of me. Boxstan, come here. Come hither. Hey, you better stay away. Oh, oops, sorry. Got it. Oh, you have to go do dishes? Oh, dear. Okay, you'll AFK, but you'll auto? Okay. Who lives the dream in a time machine? You'll be waiting forever. Do you have your Vimo active? Or are you gonna wait for that one? Honestly, I'd say probably do that one right there. Behind you. Or wait for that one behind you. Is that my AFK? Okay. Wow. I just look over and I see Louis running directly at me. Looks like the second to last. Welcome back. Second last machine's like right there. Ooh, ah. Who lives the dream with a time machine? You'll be waiting forever. All alone. I'm alone. Oh no, they're not AFK. They're oh gosh. Oh no. They're not okay, they are. Okay. Had a heart oh my gosh, nearly had a heart attack there because of you. Oh hey, there's Band-Aid here. That's not the right. That's not the right sticker. Should I? No. I'll have Bassie be my guys, please. If we have Finn, let me finish. I have Dial's trinket. You have Dial's? Do you have Dial's trinket on? Oh yeah, you do. Oh my gosh, I forgot Suki was Louis. I was like, wait. I hear a main. I think it's Shelly. It is Shelly. Ooh, Shelly's immediately on someone. Oops, sorry. Ooh, oh my gosh, you are right there. Oh my gosh, I did not realize you were gonna be right there. Holy fuck. Okay, I gotta... Okay, I got 5. I'm gonna go to this room over here. There is a machine over here, though. There is also a bottle of pop. Thank you, Coffee Pot! I'm actually probably gonna do this. Shrimpo. Yeah, I'll go right here. Slight gravity, yeah. When I walk the equator, chasing the night, little do I know it orbits close behind. I might remember or might assume, but I only turn around every once. That red moon. I said I only turn around every once in a red, red moon. But red moon, when will your shadows break? Tell the truth, what you're hiding behind that face. Last one's over there if you want to do it. Second to last one at least. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and move this way. Hi, Suki. Damn, you took all my commons. Ooh. Ouchies. When I walk the equator, chasing the night, little do I know it orbits close behind. I might remember or might assume, but I only turn around every once. Said I only turn around every once in a red, red moon. Let's go to the elevator. Woohoo! Oceans born infinite paisleys from the sky. The condensation. I need to charge my phone. Oh my gosh, it's at 4%. I need to charge it up. My phone is being plugged in. My phone's plugged in now, guys. It was at 4%. God damn. I don't know if I hear anything or not. I hear Glisten. Oh, and V. And Sprout. Oh my gosh. Glisten, V, Sprout. Astro. God damn. Okay, I need V. I need to get V. There's a medkit over here. Only turn around every once. Red, red moon. I'll let you deal with. I'll let you. Oh, damn. Oh, hydrate.
Elmico_89 just redeemed hydrate.
1 minute. I have to wait until this floor is over. I would not suggest you going with me. I would suggest just stay with Glisten or something. Please. 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 I got this. I got this. I got this. Please. Shiny Dino. Please. I don't want you to get hurt.
I'm begging, begging you.
And you. Yeah, yeah. Or if anything, just stand on the other side of the wall. Like, on one of these sides of the walls, like on the inside, so that you're not, like, risking yourself getting hurt.
That reminds me, I should check if I have enough research now.
What are you doing? That's not what I'm talking about. Shiny Dino, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, like, inside of the rooms. Like, against the wall so that your aura's still around. Please. I don't want to accidentally turn a corner too sharp. Because Sprout's slow as fuck. Every other day I'm wondering. I'm gonna move so that you're not by me. I'm moving. Fuck, Gordy.
Oh, I almost have enough boxed in research.
Ah. Almost, almost.
Just almost.
Please, Speed, I need this. My mama kinda homeless. I live with my dad. Okay, inside of wall. Inside of the wall. Please, please. Yes, 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 yes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That way I can get it from there. Because knowing my luck, Glisten's gonna pop right, like, when he's right here. And that way I can just go boop, and then go all the way to the other area. Oh, did you guys see that juke? Oh! Oh, breaking my ankles here. Okay, well, let's not worry about Glisten, just get to the elevator. What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a I keep on trying to say brunken. What the fuck is a brunken?
The Brunken.
What the fuck is a
Brunken
brunken?
sailor?
What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Okay, yeah, he's going that way,
With
so...
some mayonnaise. Give him some mayonnaise.
Mayo de noche.
Yeah, you introduced me to that. Mayo de noche.
How do you say mayonnaise? Mayo de noche.
Mayo de noche.
Hey,
Like, what
there's
the
a
heck does
medkit.
it mean?
Mayo de
Is it
noche.
like, is that Spanish or something? Mayo de
No,
noche?
it's just someone very badly pronouncing mayonnaise. It's funny. Okay, let me
How-
stretch. Ugh. And...
You gotta stretch until your back looks like boobs' arms. You just gotta be like very
Ah.
extended.
Hey, yo. I'll have to look after this run, at least. Hey, Basha. Okay, I need to find my male wife. I need to find my male wife. Who was that? Oh. Yo, Bobette's distracting. Okay, I got 5. We should have 6 by now, though. Oh my gosh. You got the good stuff there. I'd say prioritize the heals, because... yeah. Because now I've got 2 boxes of chocolates. I'm pretty happy with myself right now. I kind of remember, like, back when I guess I started playing, the way to distract was kind of like to go, like, left and right, because that was technically faster. But now that's, like, not a thing anymore. Free Bob. Okay, Shiny Dino will be back. Damn, Suki, what the fuck was that for? Farted on the floor and then took that bop and ran. Oh, too early. You're more of a bop person. I'm a bok person. I'm... I like apple better anyway. Bops are good, but you like bops. I like the extra speed that it gives. Okay, Shiny Dino, you might want to come back or go to the elevator. Doo-doo-doo. R&D is on the board now. Ugh. I was trying to say I had 2 Bobbette boosts. Y'all saw that too, right? It said I like had like 2. I call it Griefer Day. Oh, Connie's here. Oh my gosh, Connie's been here. Is anyone on last? Oh yeah. Speak of the devil. Yeah, Tommy's a good father, 2 sons in a door.
What's that sound?
Gordy was in front of me. I walked right towards Gordy and I didn't realize it until he was like right there. Get down on the ground. It's a stick up, I'm empty, make a sound. Don't even hiccup or I'm emptying around. I'm done playing games and I'm down in flames. Shelly, 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 it's Shelly, Cosmo, Shrimpo, Buxton. Games, now I'm going down in flames. Let it rain over Washington. Yeah. Yoink! Oh. I gotta grab it again. I gotta go back again just to get it. There we go. There we go. I think I'm gonna go around both of these. Get down on the ground. It's a stick up, nobody make a sound. Don't even hiccup or I'm emptying around. I'm done playing games, now I'm going down. I'm so sorry. Down in flames, let it rain over Washington. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Yeah, take that band. You're preparing you. There's a cold wind blowing, and it's going over. Yeah. You got food system AFK? Okay, okay. And it's coming for America. Get down on the ground. It's a stick up, nobody make a sound. Don't even hiccup or I'm emptying around. I'm done playing games, now I'm going down in flames. Let it rain over Washington. It's a stick up, don't even make a sound. Don't even hiccup or I'm emptying around. I'm done playing games, now I'm But yeah, whenever I first started, there was the way of distracting that was like just spamming left and right and then going like super fast that way. But then they patched it a while later. But I still remember it. Get to the elevator. You haven't paid it yet. Ah! Why are you right there? Oh my gosh! Why are you right there? I can't see shit. Okay, I got my twist. I'm getting my twists back. Okay. Got them. Okay. I'm gonna let you go to the elevator. Yeah. Muzzled hound untied and bound, a wild beast crying for release. We have 7 twisteds. My mouth so I may howl and share with. Welcome back. Nobody died while you were gone, so that's good at least. I have a bunch of twisteds.
That actually looks okay.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Filling up my coffee cup. One way to shake me up. I never wanted to sleep. Oh, ow. No, nobody died. I never wanted to sleep. But hound untied and bound, a wild beast crying for release. I want my time to dragon claw loot. No! No, you're gonna plop him. I love this map. Oh my gosh, I love it. I love it for distracting. It's like so spacious and it's so like, it's so nice. It's awesome. Oh shit, Pebble's here. Okay, give me my twisty yet. Okay. I'm probably gonna go right here. This area seems kind of okay. Woo! Keep on. Ah! Ah! Actually, I'm gonna go right here. Fuck. Over here. Okay. You... I'm gonna go right here. I was in the middle ground? Okay. Bobette, take that med kit. Yeah. Valve jumper bog. Damn. Murders of murderers. I don't have a need. Watch out! Watch out! Watch out! Watch out!
You better watch out. You better,
You better
watch
watch
out.
out!
You better
You
watch
better
out.
watch out! You
You
better watch out! You better watch out! Yeah, you should probably get to the alley. Run! Run, Gordy, run! Oh, thank you. You might go, it's 1 a.m. and you don't know why you're not feeling like, oh, it's okay, it's okay. Have a good sleep, have a good sleep. Good night. Good night.
Have a good night.
Good night, Suki. Oh. Okay, Cosmo, Finn, R&D. Someone just ran directly. Oh, wait, that's probably Suki throwing. Damn. Roger. I see the thief. So we have two, damn. Ugh. I really don't want her. I really don't want to distract her. I really don't want to distract her. My fucking box of chocolates! Sorry. My other box of chocolates! My boxes of my band-aid. There goes all my stuff. I've been mugged. I've been mugged. There goes all my stuff. I lost all my stuff already. Please do. Please do. Just like leave your stash like at the elevator so that like we all know like, hey, that's Stone's stash. That's Stone's stoner stash.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's Oh my. Oh dear. No questions asked.
There is a machine over here that I'd probably either have... I'd have one of the lower stealth tunes, or the higher stealth tunes do it. It's right there. But it's more close to broken. Yeah, you can do that. You'll use your Laginator on Bagel to my... Why are you just preying on our downfall, man?
What does that even mean? I will use my Laginator on Bagel to mildly inconvenience her. Wow.
To give her more lag.
Why? What?
Gordy,
I
what
feel
are you
like
doing?
ISO has something against Bagel. Like, what did Bagel
They
do?
have something against all of us. They've been, like, threatening to throw Ultra Balls at me. Yeah, they've been threatening a lot. Okay,
They probably
get
don't
to
have
Ellie.
anything against me. Like, why would they have anything against me?
They're gonna find something. A willing victim of a cannibal. Everyone you know calls you stoner. Nah. I got mugged. I don't got nothing. At least according to your enemies. What fucking enemies do you got, man? If the shoe
Well, if the shoe
Bruh.
fits, I love that.
I am the willing victim of a cannibal. Bagel, guess what floor we're at?
That's Vor.
No.
Oh. Shit!
24.
Yeah.
25.
That motherfucker. I got hit by Boxton.
Oh.
Oh, lag, 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 lag!
Demon Queen
Oh my
2005 just
God!
followed.
Thank you for the follow, Demon Queen 2005. Oh, I lagged.
Some serious. You die.
Did you die?
Yeah. I lagged.
No.
I'm sad now.
Wow. Wow.
It's your fault. You keep on preying on all of our downfalls.
Who's me?
ISO keeps on
I'm
preying on
tired.
everybody's downfalls. They're trying to bring the Laginator to you. I am the willing victim of a cannibal.
I've been working on my Finn PNG tuber.
Oh.
So don't I said I would join this round. How many rounds are you trying to do?
I'm not sure. I'm just, I guess, doing rounds until I feel bored.
And then
Yeah,
you're gonna
I'm
do
just
art.
mine.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna do art off stream maybe.
Wow, Sid last night. I'm gonna do art on stream.
Well, I don't want to freak my computer out by like changing things. Like on stream, because it likes to do that.
Kodak.
Yeah, Kodak was kind of just chilling in my chat earlier.
Kodak is good bean.
Yeah.
Very good bean.
Very. Hi, Gigi. Hi, Gigi. What you doing? I'm gonna grab another piece. Kinda got brushed off. If I try to be a goody two-shoes, so you're a force of neutral good. No, you're being chaotic evil right now.
Oh, shiny dino. Oh.
Run, shiny dino, run! Run away from Brusha. We could do this the organized run now, Sid. Today.
I'd love to do that. I'd love to do that.
But let me finish my Finn PNG tuber, please. Let me finish this. It's almost. It's sort of almost
Speed,
done.
I need this. I follow my own
I'm adding a
morals
tail.
because being uptight isn't fun to deal with according to others. Ow! Ow! Oh, oh.
Hmm?
You
So-
asshole! Don't stand on my keyboard! Oh my god.
Oh, GG.
Bro literally decided to stand on my keyboard.
That's based.
No. Lay down. You lay down.
Which layer did I put this on?
Thank you, GoFibot! You're using a bench to reload the area. Huh.
I'd be in the head.
You are. Pop off, Slay Queen! I You're shiny hunting while playing? Oh my gosh. The benches force it to day or night? Oh. Yeah, I think today, the 3 runs that we've had today, have been, kind of more like, whatchamacallit? They've been averaging about floor 25. Also, you're calm for now? Okay, finally. Finally.
Who?
How's this Finn PNG tuber going though? Pebble.
Hello.
I got my ego.
How's the Finn PNG tuber going?
I can share it, I guess. It's almost done technically, but I had to still animate it and stuff.
Hopefully Discord's not gonna
it's looking
freak
a lot
out.
better. To me, it's looking a lot better than the other one
That's
I
good,
did.
that's good. Let me look. Oh my gosh, I love that. Oh my gosh, that's adorable. That is actually even more adorable. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the fish on the sweater, and then...
Aww. Okay, let me look at the stuff that has been said in the Discord. Oh my gosh, Suki, holy shit. Holy shit, I've been needing a graph like this.
Oh?
I have been needing this graph. Oh my gosh.
What is it?
The twisted count. Like per player. Obby and... Whoa! Oh my gosh. That's looking cool. That's looking real cool. Holy shit.
Like I'm hearing a video. Maybe I'm crazy.
I really need to,
Somebody else.
I need to work on, whatchamacallit? Oops, someone else joined the... Oh, Nature Cat joined the Discord. Nice. Behold, the turn bagel into a growlthite. Growlthite. Inator.
Graphite?
Growlthite. It's a, it's a, Pokemon.
Oh, it's a Pokemon. Oh, kind of like Meow.
Oh my gosh, I literally did get an email about, like, Salem updating their Ko-Fi.
Yeah, that's what I got earlier.
I literally got an email about that. Gonna be mean. Growlthite. Growlthite. I'm sorry, guys. I'm dyslexic. I'm sorry, guys. I'm very dyslexic. Genuinely. For years, I thought diorite was dorite. I thought nostalgia was Noglastia. That's probably the worst one, because that was for, like, that was since I was, like, 5 years old, I guess. I was saying Noglastia.
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 My sister said, what was it? It was something really funny that she used to say. Like,
Lithium.
I don't remember. What did my sister say? She said something really wrong.
Behold the
That's really-
water gun. That's a mild inconvenience-nator. Granny bar. Granny bar. Oh yeah, I called a granola bar Granny bar when someone I think Stone actually said granola bar, and I read it as Granny bar.
That's really funny.
Yeah.
Is it just a chunk of grandma?
Stone actually made a meme out of it. Where is it? Where is it? It's somewhere. I don't know where exactly they put it. It might be in memes.
This is a chunk of grandma.
I think it's actually an art. If you wanna Vox Populi, the people's voice. Hi, Gigi. Hey, you keep on trying to lick that. Let's not have you lick the pizza plate. Pretty please and thank you. Smite me! Silence me! Okay, where's the granny bar photo? Where's the granny bar photo? Brand new realm. I'm scrolling up. I'm trying to find the granny bar photo. Where is the granny bar photo? Me Vox Populi, the people's voice. How far back was Granny Bar? Oh my gosh. Gotta be super far back. I am putting that all the way over there. Oh. Oh, there's the Grandma Bar. Here's the photo of the Granny Bar, by the way. Finally found it. It's the Granny Bar.
Where is it? Where'd you post it? Oh.
It's
I
in
got
the stream.
ads right now.
Oh.
Oh, I see it now.
Yeah.
Grandma bar. Just a chunk of grandma. Nice.
100% cannibalism free for $1.49.
Cannibalism. I highly doubt that.
It's just putting it's just putting grandmas in.
Yeah. So your grandma like regenerate. So she like you just cut off her
Oh
arm,
gosh.
she regenerates
Oh
her
gosh. Obsidian, what's your favorite from Ruby? Favorite Pokemon? Mudkip. Mudkip.
Eats a water stone at
I had a
Y
Mudkip
entrance.
named Pupper. Oh my gosh! 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 They just fucking died! God damn! Hey, Abby. Fun fact. What's the fun fact? Is it very fun or is it not fun?
Wait, I could call you Obi, like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh my gosh. Isn't
Really?
Poliwag a level evil? Evil? "1981 was the year that
What happened? What happened? I hear
I'm just
that.
reading that as I'm reading that as
You're like,
the snoring. Uh
uh, uh.
Wait, I think I have to do it like while breathing in actually. Oh, nope, never mind. That just makes the why is it so weird now? Oh. Wow. What? Like that.
FNAF movie.
The FNAF movie. Who you gonna
I watched
call?
the FNAF movie too.
Ghostbusters. I've watched the I've watched the
What movie?
Five Nights at Freddy's movie twice. The second one twice.
Oh, nice. I'm gonna watch it tonight probably, or just in a second, because
By
I
the way, I'm pretty
realized
sure
I
Stone's
completed
AFK. So Stone's just. Oh wait, no, never mind. It's 11:11. Oh my gosh, it's 11:11. It's the angel number. You gotta have the angel number. Come on. Here, come here, come here. Don't jump directly on my keyboard, please. Hi. That was a very loud fall. You know, that was a very loud thump. You went.
She seems like such a goober.
She is. She really is.
I heard that.
You look like you have a little mohawk, by the way. Stone wants to with the floor.
Once you get stoned.
Astro and Shelly. Oh no. Going to. Up by the. These Gardevoirs in Zone 20 piss me off because they disappeared. Hi, Gigi. Oh, do you like that? You're like making biscuits into my desk. Here. What if I do that? Are you just gonna fucking sit on my computer? Are you gonna sit on my laptop? Here.
Gigi is desperate for attention.
She really is. You know, now that I have this new chair, it's a lot larger. You can actually sit in my lap now. Because now I'm like not sitting on my on the edge. I am. Beep. Here you go. You okay? GG. Oh my gosh, you were just headbutting everything.
You giving her butt pat.
You know what? I'll do that. Here, have some. She's like slipping and sliding on my desk. Love fall. Don't fall! Do not fall! She's trying to fall. Come here.
Hey gamers, do I sound shitty today?
Ants! Oh my gosh, you don't.
Sound fine.
How's the intense buzzing?
There's no buzzing.
Hooray!
At least not any that I'm hearing.
Buzz. Ants buzz.
Still working on the drawing. You got to the coloring part. Oh my gosh, I saw that and I'm like, oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! It's adorable. It's so
popped in
adorable.
and said one thing while you were out and I just woke up.
Huh?
Earlier on your stream, I popped in and said something while you were all gone, and also I had just woken up.
Oh damn.
What time is it for you?
4:30 or 4:40.
Did you
You're
take a
going
nap?
to fall. You're going to fall.
I woke up at 1
Damn.
You woke up at 1? Dang.
p.m.
Oh,
I'm just iconic like that.
I could never do that. I'd feel so, like, out of this universe.
Eh, eh, get that stitch marker away from your mouth. What are you trying to do? I remember when floor 26 was my high floor. Then it was like 36. Here, I'll give you some bee ribs. Get some beely ribs. You want to stretch?
I got my current high floor pretty early on.
Yeah, for the longest time I had a floor 26 high floor, then I went to floor 28. Did I say floor 27 as my high floor earlier? I think I did. Then it was like 36 and
Mine
then
has
it's
been
38.
36 forever.
Come here, Gigi. I love you. Yeah, yes, yes. Slay Queen. You just headbutted the corner of my desk. You remember one time your high floor was 46, then you got to 48 and died. Damn. I got your foot. Oh, oh.
I think in Dandy's world, eventually you just make it to the center of the earth and just burn up.
At that point, basically.
Die.
I got your foot. Bless you. Oh, I hear Pebble.
Your kitty
I see Pebble.
sneeze.
Yeah, she sneezed. And it's glisten. And it's goob.
Yeah.
That's a fucked up floor. Damn. Pebble, glisten, goob. Damn.
Hot dog, sleepy dog, they're gonna die.
Oh.
Tell me when you finish up and I'll join you.
Alright, alright. No, not yet. I wish I could be a girl. Ooh, Gordy just died. I just watched that. Charlotte's like, oopsie daisy. Little in the epic world. Oh, little in the epic world. Hi, Gigi. You're purring a lot. You're purring up a storm right now. Let's see what stone does. Oh, glisten just shattered.
And what will stone do?
Stone looks like they're being stone. Hey, can I see this? Please? Pretty please? You know, your claws are sharp. I need to get like one of those little like cat claw like things. It's okay.
Little clippers.
Yeah, I need to get one of the little clippers.
You said she's never had her
She's
her claws
never-
clipped ever.
She's never had her claws clipped.
Aw, does she chew on her claws? My cat does that.
Sometimes she does that. You think all you can take all but goop? Damn. Now or die suburbia, where you belong. Ba 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 ba. I got you, Gigi. I got you. I got you. I got you. Yeah, I got you. You're okay. Oh, is it because your leg's on not on the desk? You have a level 97 shiny Trubbish, and you refuse to evolve him. His name is Gilbert. What are you doing? What are you doing? Excuse me? What are you doing? What are you doing? Come here. I think I might end up going to lobby. The lights are on, but no one's home. Chameleon down. Your word gets around by hid number stations, becomes radiation. The dog bites the postman while basements I stream. Bop! Alone at night at the drive-in with an AR-15. Bop bop ba da bop ba da ba ba da bop. Da 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 da. I'm in a private server.
Ooh.
Big ol' progress.
It's almost done. Like, literally, I'm finishing up, like, 2 more frames.
Yippee!
That goes so fast. How do you do it?
It's only culture. It's only culture. It's only culture. Sulfur smoke and soot. You learn to torture house cats like vultures. You can't decide your lack of empathy. Blood. Then they want your blood. So I apologize when you turn blue and cold. Then they want your blood. So don't apologize when you turn blue and gold. Goob! It's a goober. It's a goober.
It's a me.
It's a me, Mario.
Oh,
So
it's
this
Mario.
one's probably going to be the actual whatchamacallit, the organized run, technically.
It's the goal.
Nightmare
I'm gonna go
Fredbear's
buy
behind me.
stickers.
Damn.
Wait. Should I buy stickers or should I finally get Brush Up, my last tune?
Do you wanna be Bobette? Jessvel? No. You don't? Damn.
Ugh.
What was that sound that you just made?
My disgust at Brush Up.
That was very
You don't need help.
I gotta say.
This skin is so cute. It's so adorable. Like, look at them. And then you see inside. Her face is still super flat, though. Like, this is not the shape of a lamp, mind you. This is not a lamp shape. Like...
Her light is also kind of like... almost reddish to me. Like it's orange.
Yeah, this one's like a more sunset, like, kind of light. It's more... I don't know how to explain... I like the skin, but I don't like how flat her face is.
They just redid her animations. They didn't, like, remodel her, did they?
I think they might have remodeled her. I'm not sure
Does-
though.
The skin uses the same base, it just has some extra flourishes.
Yeah, but they might have had it to where she's like, I don't know. It looks kind of like a new model, I guess. Maybe.
She looks flat. She got hit.
With a wrench.
Yeah, she's very flat.
Ah,
We're also waiting on
I'm so
Bagel.
tired.
And
Bagel, hurry
also
up.
probably Charlotte. If they're doing another.
I'm guessing this Bassie is stone.
Yeah. Dragon Claw Plus. You'll rejoin in a bit. You're gonna go do some. Okay. Alright.
I still can't
You're gonna go, you
believe I
should
could
sleep.
no longer be
Oh,
upside
you're
down.
gonna leave Stone? Okay.
Not the stoner. Oh man.
Stoner's leaving.
Does a private server cost Robux or something?
No.
How do you get one?
You just create it.
For free?
You create it. Oh, what's the oh my god?
Dang.
What's the
I
oh my
thought
god
there'd be more
for?
corporate greed in play.
It just depends on like what experience it is. So like some it does cost Robux, but Dandy's World no. Wow, your your beautiful nickname. Stoner.
It really is. It costs so much money to get a tune. I mean,
Icker, you mean?
yeah, Icar.
Yeah.
Like,
Why am I
I'm
going
not that
over there?
patient.
There's nothing I can see. I have to look in my actual.
Yes. Let's get inside of your head and look.
Honestly, I recommend Roger.
Oh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! It's so cute!
My mom just got a homeless.
Oh my
Aww,
gosh!
it's so cute. I love it.
It's so adorable. Let me
I
look
like
at
the like the
them.
drool,
Homeless.
the spit. I
Oh,
like the
Finn.
spit.
Stop my spit.
Aw. Aw.
Am I streaming with you, right? I'm streaming with you.
Are you?
Yeah, let me get my stream up. I have to actually upload this real quick to my Fuji, and then I'm going to have to list it onto my Ko-Fi later. Sorry guys, you're not getting it right now. For those who want it, you're not getting it.
You made
Right
Finn
now,
look
for
better
you.
than he actually does.
He got
It's
glow
so
up.
cute.
That's what happened.
Hello, Shiny Dino.
It's Shiny Dino. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's not the speaking one. That's oh yeah, no, that's the idle one.
I'm sorry for comparing
Look.
you to Triceratops.
Oh.
That's very rude. of
Quality
you.
content bagel phase. They made a new Fuji. It's so
Yeah.
adorable. Hi cheese again. Howdy cheese.
Hi, cheese.
Hi cheese.
Hot cheese.
Hi cheese.
I love moving around
Glamorous
and seeing
lizard.
myself lag. I love seeing myself appear somewhere. Lag. Glamorous lizard.
Glamorous lizard.
He doesn't have really
Glamorous.
much of a good talk. He just has his mouth like the little tooth.
He doesn't want to let out all the spit, right?
It's just because I don't feel like Finn has a good mouth.
That's kind of insulting. Why would you say that?
Damn.
He doesn't have a good mouth.
He doesn't have a good mouth.
He
Damn.
doesn't. The
He
fuck
doesn't
you
have
want
a
me to
good
say?
mouth?
He has a good mouth.
Yeah, just lie. What if I didn't have a good mouth? Would you tell me?
Yes.
You don't have a good mouth.
Damn.
I would insult you. What the fuck you mean?
Damn.
Wow.
Dude, what the fuck is up with your lips?
Multiple accidents.
Never mind. Never mind.
Oh, thank you, Combat. It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be a 24-hour stream. I have work tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Through work. This is your new job. You work here
Oh,
now.
I wish. I
Stop.
wish. I wish. I wish. Oh my gosh, I wish.
Glues your fingers to your keyboard.
I'm not doing music today. Oh.
Of course Bacon has a mouth. It's like that little line underneath the nose on the PNGs.
Wait, you're questioning that I have a mouth?
No, cheeses.
How would I eat?
Bacon has a mouth. Bacon has a mouth?
I could. Oh wow, Bagel My Ego is streaming.
Oh my gosh, Bagel My Ego is live.
Hey,
Ooh.
Bacon,
Bear.
I'm guessing the dots by your mouth on your PNG are like parts for whiskers and not food crumbs like I've always assumed.
Bagel, do you want to try knocking to
Yeah,
see if
they're
we can try the
Yeah, you have to
stream
make sure
the
you're
share
on
chat
Chrome,
thing
though.
again?
Yeah, you have to make sure you're on Chrome.
Because I think it showed up. It showed up when you knocked. It showed up on my chat thingy.
It won't let you accept it though. It won't make you do
It let me accept it, I think, though.
Flo, hello. I was full. Welcome in, Flo. Bark. Hello, James. Hello, everybody. There's so many people here. Oh my gosh, a new PNG. I know. It's
For a second,
crazy. I know.
forgot that Bagel was streaming. I was like, who are they talking to? These people in their head.
It's always the people in the head, low key.
Beggle's
Fucking-
always just a little bit schizo.
The fuck you mean I am? A little. I knocked on you, by the way, Sid.
Very
Okay,
schizo.
okay.
Sorry.
Be nice.
I love this PNG. Thank you. OMG, it's Bagel. Yeah, I made Finn because I've been playing as Finn.
Yeah, let me accept it. It let me accept it.
Because it's extractions. Okay, it lets you
I
accept
think.
it. Okay.
Wait, did it? Did it? Can I see other people's?
No, I have to put the chat in. Hold on. Shared chat. There we go.
I think I'm gonna
There we
do
go, we're
this
sharing chat
round,
now.
and then I'm
Hi,
gonna...
Willow.
Hey.
Oh,
Alrighty,
Willow.
Bacon.
Oh my gosh, it's Willow.
Willow.
Okay.
How the heck do you pin
TV
things?
time? I don't know, dog. I'm just here living my best
Assembly.
life.
Hey, Assembly.
Hee hee.
Was it Assembly who you modded last time? I don't remember.
No, it was Demo. Demo was actually doing a really
Oh,
good job.
And also
That was
me.
Demo.
Yeah.
Hee hee.
Micro hee hee.
Micro
Thank you for the
hee hee.
100 biddies. Assembly, you're very much gonna scare me. Teehee.
Tee
Teehee.
tee.
Hey, ads.
Tee time.
Okay, I think so far it is working. It's surprisingly working. I'm hoping it keeps working. all of my runs today have literally been like over floor, past floor, like it's been a lot. Yeah.
That's Florida.
It's Box Lord. Oh my gosh.
Hi, Boxy.
Boxy.
Wait, Boxy and
It's-
Box
it's
are the
Bo-
same person, right?
Yeah, that's the same.
Okay. Making sure, because I know there's Boxy and then there's Box Lord.
I think my Fuji tech is freaking out. It's not like my mouth is
McDonald's.
stuck open.
So are we gonna try to do an organized run,
Yeah, yeah,
or
yeah,
is
yeah.
that gonna be when Bacon leaves?
Let's try to do an organized.
Because what I'm doing is, Boxton's a good extractor, so.
They're the plant sprout. They
But we
stand on
need.
the plant.
I have in my little note, it says user Bagel My Ego, please note we will be trying to do organized run backup. Healer must have backup distractor trinkets.
Yeah.
Because if preferably a sprout with speedy shoes and dog plush to have backup fully.
Right. We should
Should I
probably
do dog
do you
flesh and
wanna...
train whistle then as a backup?
Do speedy shoes.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, yeah, that is pretty good as dog plush and train whistle, because if Sid's gonna just distract Pebble, that's like.
Honestly, I'd like to solar again. I'd really like to. I like solaring now. I really like solaring now. Bark.
I need my Pebble mastery.
The people are gonna have to, for my people, they're gonna have to just add me. Because we're in your
Yeah,
exclusive.
we're in mine. Yeah.
Chat, you're being taken away off my screen.
Cheese thinks I'm gonna be doing a 24-hour stream.
I'm scared. I mean, you probably might.
No, I'm off.
You.
I'm not off tomorrow. I work tomorrow. In the morning.
A day.
Yeah.
I don't work tomorrow.
Is Vimo dog plush a bad combo for that? For healer? I think Vmote's fine for Sprout, honestly, because you can get more tapes easily. If you, like, go to the... Because you're also speedy. You're also pretty speedy.
Yeah, but that's also backup. Even that's just backup trinkets.
Yeah.
That's just common backup trinkets.
With dog flesh, they can just easily distract the commons while I take B and you take Pebble.
Yay, we're gonna solar! We solared earlier, like, yesterday.
Well, you can even do commons. But, like, yay! Sprout would be backup. If there's, like, we get a really bad combo, like,
double Pebble.
Really bad. We get to double
mains. R.I.P. double mains. R.I.P. them
like
double mains.
Because, like, Sprout could do grabbers, or
there was a time where we got, I think Sprout, or not, yeah, I think Sprout. I think it was Sprout, Astro, Pebble, Scraps, and Goob. And I think there was one more. But we died that floor.
You could take both of the grabbers.
I'd rather ISO take the grabbers and I take the commons.
Okay.
Yeah, if there's grabbers, like, if there is one grabber and a whole bunch of commons, I can take them.
I'd rather take all the commons and you take the grabber.
Yeah, but I can, like, if there's just grabber, if there's no mains or anything, I can, and there's, like, one grabber and all the commons, I can take them. Can you not scratch on my drawing tablet, please?
Cuban scraps and commons. But I'm not backupping. I'm being extractor because I'm gonna be dead.
Yeah.
Or I can be Shelly if we really need if we really want to do Shelly duos, but I mean, we're not gonna probably do Shelly duos.
Yeah, Bacon did too.
Yeah.
True.
And Boxton's a pretty good extractor when you have 8 people, especially.
But hi chat, hi everybody.
Hi Bagels chat and my chat.
We have opening slots. We have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, we have 6 people,
5,
so we need 2 people.
We have 2 slots open for anyone.
You should open another tab for an open Bagel stream. Looking at them views.
Yeah.
I just want to say, chat. I'm in pain, so you're not gonna hear much from me. I'm just gonna be kind of living my best life, you know.
I'll have to pull up my. I'll have to.
I did something to my back the other day, and I was in pain last night. But like, I'm getting really comfortable in the spot that I'm in. So if you guys hear weird things, like me moving, or I go ow, or like little whines, it's because I'm in pain. I like threw my back or something while I was at work, which I don't know how I did that, but I did it, and so I'm in a little bit of pain, but we're getting through it.
You have Tylenol
Right,
or
right.
something?
I recommend
I don't think
ibuprofen
it will
instead.
work.
Oh,
I don't try to take pain meds when I'm in pain, only when I need to.
that's fair.
Smart thinking. True.
Yeah.
You know, the pain, the heart getting lost, smart thinking.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my day to day, guys.
Right, right.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh, it
Hopefully
hurt a lot
gaming.
last night because I was just being too goober, apparently. I was being too goober,
You're being too
guys, and
goober.
I, like, was playing too much or something, or I was doing too much.
You
Because,
put on
like,
your streamer voice.
I put on my streamer voice. My streamer voice happens a lot whenever I'm locked in, though. Low key.
Yeah. I've been locked in all day today, basically. You should have seen. You should have seen like some of the stuff, like
Oh, I
some
was
of those
seeing the
floors that I
runs. You sent
distracted.
me.
Like,
You were sending
ooh,
me.
ooh, some of those floors that I was distracting in. Ooh, they were someone
You should have
else.
seen the few times I've distracted.
Yeah, we still need 2 more
Oh yeah,
people.
that's
How many more
locked.
people do we need? We got 1,
2
2,
more.
3. Yeah, okay.
I'm
Or
a
we could just go
hyperactive
if we
dog.
really need to. I'm gonna. For anyone who wants to add me, my username is Bagel My Ego. If you want to add Obsidian the Rock Boy, just add Obsidian the Rock Boy. I don't know what else to say, cause I'm just here. I'm living my best life, guys.
We're living our best lives.
You could be any tune as long as it's like not a 1-star tune.
Yeah.
Cause Sid hates 1-star tunes.
I hate 1-star stealth tunes.
I don't know about a 1-star
Hi
movement speed.
Nova Lights, how are you doing today,
Ugh.
Dean?
Why would you choose to be that slow?
I mean,
Whatever,
Connie.
Dean.
We had a few Connies.
Why are you
doing
gonna
good? That's
squirt me with
wonderful
a
to hear.
small water gun?
I love
That's
those
very
little water
strange.
guns. I haven't
Oh, I
thought of
love
one of those in
those.
so long. You should
It's really
play. You should play. You should play. Lock in,
Cosmo,
Cosmic.
you need to play. You need to play.
okay.
Oh wait,
Low-key, if
Cosmo
you
is at
really don't
work.
like somebody, if you really
Oh
don't like
yeah,
somebody,
true.
fill one of
No,
those
but
tiny
you're more
water
than
guns.
welcome to join me.
Yeah, you are. You're
You
welcome
can
to
just
join.
join
If you
off me,
can't
and we have 2
join,
more slots.
yeah, if you can't join Bagel, just friend me, which I'm Obsidian the Rock Boy. It's the same as my user. You're passing out when you get home.
Or else shit. Loki, in this time, I could be probably working on my Finn, Ko-Fi page for the shop. That's it, chat. We're doing it another. That's right. For anyone who doesn't know, I have all my PNGs for the most part listed on my Ko-Fi.
Yeah. Try friending me. Try
It's
friending me
bad.
instead.
It's bad, guys. You know it's bad when I'm like locking in.
When you're selling your children, it's terrible.
Why are you selling your children?
Selling their likeness.
Cosmic hasn't slept in 25 hours?
That's insane.
Oh,
How'd you
Obsidian
do
the
that?
Rock Boy. Obsidian the Rock Boy.
Wait, you haven't slept in
Who's
25
friending
hours?
No. Cosmo
You should be
hasn't.
able to come join me off me. Oh,
They
it's 'cause
weren't
it's your
able.
private server.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying like for them to friend me.
You need to enable. You need to enable that in your server. But
I
mean,
swear I
anyone's gonna be allowing
have.
you out, so.
It's Obsidian the Rock Boy.
It's the 3
the same
dots,
as
and then you
yeah.
change it. Do you not have the? You should do this. The little user command.
What?
The little, if you do exclamation mark user, it sends in the chat so people can copy and paste. That's
I don't
Sid's
think.
user. So you
Oh.
can copy and paste it.
Oh damn.
Oh.
Yeah. Obsidian the Rock Boy. I like rocks. I like to eat rocks. Num num.
You're a stoner. You're a stoner.
Nom nom.
Num num. Num num num.
Like, have
What
you
if
ever
I
had that
just
rock candy? That stuff's good.
the bed of doom?
Sam Puppy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, Bean. How are you doing today? Welcome to the
That is a
doghouse.
terrifying
My name is Pebble. I'm a
emote.
silly little goober.
That is a
It's
terrifying
truly.
emote. It's so tiny and I can't see what it is, but it's terrifying to me.
It's
I
a
did
little
see
creature
eyes.
lurking. Lurky lurkies. 3 streak.
AKA
Let's
a bed in the nether
go.
or end. I wonder how long it's
Please.
gonna last.
Should I jump scare? Wiggle.
No, because it's not gonna
Hi
get me.
guys. Oh, hydrate? Hydrate? Okay, I'll hydrate. I'll hydrate.
Pizziso just redeemed hydrate.
It looks like I'm
You
it
need
looks
to
like I'm
open up-
currently munching on ants right now, by the way, just so you know. Num
Didn't
num.
give me ants.
I feel like chocolate covered ants would be really good, honestly.
Ew.
If you just like
No. Ew.
protein.
Let's lock in. Oh, thank you
Ew.
for giving Ceiling Cut to
Why would you do this to me?
Demo.
Ow. Ow.
I mean, like,
Wow,
you
what a
just take
shout
an
out.
ant-
Thank you.
Why would you
you just
munch
take
me
an
like
ant
this?
hill. You just take an
Sippy?
ant hill and you pour chocolate syrup down there, and then you
No.
pull it out.
No, don't be dead.
Why would you
Hydrate
do
or I'll
that?
jump scare you.
Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Genuinely?
It's protein. Protein.
Those are actually really, said you have to accept their friend request.
Yeah.
That's horrific.
It's not shown up yet. It's not shown up yet for me.
You have to go
What's
and
your
probably
user?
out of the game and do it.
Well, I'm looking at my phone. On Roblox. I'm at the screen.
Oh.
What is your user?
Oh, so romantic. Bubble tea is romantic. That is such a scary like emote. What is that? Little guy. Nom. I'm very brain dead right now.
Why isn't it? Only love when it comes in a bottle. Okay, now you should be able to. I've accepted it.
Shoulder
Listen
kind of
the
hurts
eyes
suddenly.
of the beholder.
Don't mind me, chat. I am just working on making this thing a, little...
Why are you death beaming a Husker?
Hard.
Why are you doing
Who's
that?
Husker?
Husker. Husk from Hazbin Hotel.
Oh, I still need to watch
Double or
that.
nothing.
Keep on forgetting. People keep
I
on
said not to call him
forgetting.
that name, I think.
Do. Like, people keep on telling me to watch that, and I keep on forgetting. I'd be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna watch that.
Damn.
It's for some people, and it isn't for others, but you like it, you
Husker.
like it.
I hardly know her. Where did I go? My Fuji's gone. Oh, there it is.
Doing this,
Dozer.
you shouldn't die.
Are you able to? Are you still able to? Are you able to join now? I accepted.
I wanna drink paint.
I
Don't
wanna
drink
drink
paint.
it too.
Don't no guys. Don't do that. Don't drink paint. Don't drink paint. That's not good for you.
I
Tell
really
that
do
to
want to
Charlie.
do paint.
Why are you guys trying to Drink paint.
Sorry, it's just so yummy.
Why are
Like,
you guys trying to
just
drink
This,
paint?
Happen. We're obviously
What
like
happened?
deficient in something, and you just gotta like
There they are.
you need it.
Okay, so we have 7 people now. We need 1 more.
Sid, you have to understand. Sometimes your body needs
Yummers. Oh
things.
shit.
Isn't bromine really, really
Gabby,
bad?
you got 3 stream streak.
I think
Are
it
you gonna
might.
join in,
I
Gabby?
think it is.
Like poison, deadly smoke?
I think so. I think it is. Hello. You are very red, Rudy. Keep forgetting that skin's like
Bromine
super
just
red.
sounds cool. It's like bromine. It's mine. Bro.
Bro, mine.
Oh mine. Want to drink some bromine? Hey Liam.
What the hell?
Dr.
Oh my gosh, it's Dr. Liam.
I'm so scary.
A perfect candidate for our last member of the team.
Yeah, you should join us. Hi, Gigi. Oh, you are climbing onto my chest.
Goku
Okay.
would be screaming for 5 minutes for SSJ3 in Aspen Hotel. Wait, what the heck?
Salem! Oh my gosh. There you go. Oh.
Salem, my love. Hello.
Salem, you should join us.
Yeah, join us.
You should be our
Join
8th
us,
person.
Join us. Drink paint. Drink paint.
Drink paint. It's Salem. It's Salami.
Her name's not Salami. It's
Oh,
Salem Cat. 271.
I need to look. I need to
Proceeded-
look at this.
Oh! Greyloth, hello. Hello.
Oh,
it's been so
oh,
long
Just Val's
since
gotta
I
go.
last seen
Just Val's
her.
gotta go. Oh.
Oh, bye,
Been
Just
so
Val.
long.
Well, we got 2 slots open now, guys, gamers. I'm not feeling well though. Me too.
There's
There's
only
only
5
5 of
people
us in
here.
here
I'm
right
drunk,
now.
though.
Novalite left. Are they coming
Whoa.
back?
Randoms?
Wait, how about Gabby joins us? Can we atomize Shrimpo?
25 stream streak, babe.
Wow.
Crazy.
What are you, Liam? What the?
Oh my gosh.
Don't worry, Chad. I took sips. Took sips.
Water.
It's me. No.
Drink
Gabby,
water.
you
have water
should
on
join us
hand.
on Dandy's World.
I ran out of water last night, low-key.
You ran out of water? Don't you have tap water?
Yeah. Tap water's good, but I like my
Ugh.
crystal geyser.
Oh.
My tap water when it's warm, I don't like, but when I want warm water, it's gonna be crystal geyser water.
Sid, are you saying you to tap or crystal geyser?
To tap water.
Tap water's
Ugh.
so good, dude. Oh my
Ew.
god.
It's literally all I drink.
Ew.
I can't be drinking tap water.
Why? Why would you do that to yourself?
Oh
my
when I don't have crystal
gosh.
water, I put all my
XJ
water through a
Dawn.
water
I'm
filter.
rating with the
XJ
party of 2.
Dawn.
Hello, Bean. How are you doing
Into
today?
bagel. Let's go.
How are you doing today, Bean? Let me give you a follow. Let's make sure you're not streaming, though.
Oh, hey, Bagel, guess what?
Don't forget to click end stream. You're still streaming.
Don't forget to click end
Don't forget
stream.
to end stream, buddy.
I've done that before. I'm so unhappy, maybe it's just that
We're gonna unmute them, see what they're talking about. We're in an ad, though. We got 2 seconds of ads. They're still streaming.
Oh, oh.
Hey. They're yawning, chat. They're yawning.
Oh, oh.
We're in an ad?
You're still streaming, bud. We pulled up your stream. We pulled up your stream. We logged in. We're watching.
We're
your stream
pulling up.
right
We're
now.
watching your stream. Oh my gosh.
Hey guys. Hello. You're still streaming, my friend.
You're still streaming.
You're ending right now. You're ending right now. That's what we're hearing, right? Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. Hello, everyone. My name is Bagel Maego. I'm just a silly little goober. We do a lot of art and we do a lot of games here. We have a lot of fun.
Oh my gosh,
I
Gabby's
gave you
here.
a follow. Go make sure you follow our friend. They're a little silly,
In the
as
back,
you
in
can
the
tell. They didn't end stream. You know, we're still watching. Some may say we're still watching them to this day.
Wow, we're
but
still
you'll
watching
never know.
them. Do you think we'll be good with
Where we
7
going?
people?
I don't know. Don't ask me. Yeah, we have 7. We can do matchmaking. Really, honestly. Well, thank
Okay.
you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. It means a lot. Welcome in. We do a lot of fun stuff here. Trust.
Get
over
in
here.
different
What are you
colors. I
doing?
believe in the sewing machine.
I'm not waiting for you bitches.
Wow.
Never would.
Who hasn't?
Yeah, who hasn't?
Watch it be a person just who is a distractor. We'd be so cooked. Bagel, the only cure for my sickness is playing Mustard Run. No, never. You're never getting a
Someone
Mustard Run
named
from me,
Two
dude.
Time. Okay.
What is the
You got close
wait,
enough
what's
with Blue Run.
what is a mustard run?
You play until you find
idea.
mustard.
Is it like
What?
Are they a The person who joined us is a Sylvester.
Oh, there's Sylvester.
You know what? That's
At
kinda
least they're not
locked
a
in.
Gordy.
Oh, they're Ginger.
Oh, they
Oh,
became
wait, no.
Ginger. Never
No,
mind.
no, they're
That's
Louis.
actually-
Okay, they're R&D.
Oh,
Oh?
they left.
Oh. Well, that's just a disappointment.
I guess they're not gonna get to high floors with us.
I guess not.
Sad enough.
We needed them for Boxton's ability, though.
Hi, Poppy.
Seriously, Poppy. Hey, this floor 1. Let's go.
Wow. It's so weird seeing this floor 1.
Yeah, low key. Boxton's at Broken, by the way.
I got
I'm
him.
on my way.
I'll take him over.
I'm
Okay.
on my
Oh, fuck, I so-
way. I'm on my way.
Oh,
wait,
shit.
I need research. I need research for Boston.
Oh,
I'm
well, I
on
got
my
mine.
way. I'm on my
Sid,
way.
where are you?
I'm at Broken.
Is that from Gumball?
I'm right here.
That like song? Isn't that from Gumball?
This person keeps. Wait,
Yeah.
sorry, I keep getting someone hit accidentally.
Yeah.
Stop getting them
Fuck, I
hit. Oh
got
my
hit.
god. Why are you getting hit, bro?
Oh my god, floor fucking 1 and we're
It's
so
floor
roasted,
1. This game does sure look dandy. Oh my gosh.
Oh
is
my
it
gosh.
because it's
I was gonna
Dandy's
say.
Dandy's
Go
world?
scraps, Nova. I got
Why is
scared for
Bagel
you,
making
Nova.
you cry?
Man, this game looks dandy. It does look dandy, because it's Dandicus world. Hey! Hey, tell a shorty come here. Got boom back out. Walking funny footy.
I probably should have bought a band or something.
I probably should have bought my life. Oh, wait. What?
Your wife? What?
My
You can't
wife?
buy Salem.
You're right. I can't buy Salem. You know what I can buy, though?
Things for Salem.
Yes, always. I always buy things for Salem. What the fuck you mean? I spoiled
More
that.
things for Salem.
You didn't pick
spoiled
Wario,
that
so you
thing.
got hit.
Buy Salem pizza.
Is Bagel
I'll
hitting the
I'll order them
kickflips
pizza
and
right
wearing
now.
shades?
If they tell me if they tell me to order them pizza, I'll order them pizza.
Hey, can we get a shout out for Salem Cat 271?
I want that
Finn.
soda.
Where's Finn? I can't see him. Oh, there he is.
Taking him to mid.
Yoink! I'm gonna go back into that room. Are there any machines in there? Oh wait, there is. I see one. Never mind.
I'll do it.
Where? I'll do it. No, I want it. I have a
okay.
emote.
I'm going to the other corner.
Blue room. I
What?
think. Here. Pebble.
I was trying to go in
Oh,
there.
never mind.
Just do the machine anyway.
It's as easy as it
I'm gonna do the
sounds.
machine anyways, because I got
I got
you know.
pizza. I ordered it while I was streaming. I still am streaming, but
Salem, I love you. Let's make out. Teehee. Hi,
Damn.
Dozer. I really want pizza. I'm craving pizza lately.
Wow.
That was just
I always ask
straightforward
Salem to
there.
make out. That's my new thing. Instead of saying so, Willow started making fun of me in VR
What?
chat. Not
Just-
really making fun of me, but you know, kind of calling me out for saying every time I get like not super mad, but like, oh my gosh, you waved at me. Hello. Nova waved at me because they're scraps. Oh my gosh, I love that. That's so demure. But every time me and
Thank you,
Salem
Gababot.
interact, I at least say fuck you to them at least like once per stream, and I think that's crazy. Not even once per stream, like
kinda
once per
crazy.
conversation.
ISO, there are tapes over here.
ISO, get to your job and stop doing machines.
Vmote that first machine and then go get tapes. That's what you do.
The
That's what you do.
tapeworm.
Wow, Bagel
There are
has
tapes
such
where
a
I'm
calm
barking,
stream.
right here. 10 entire tapes. That's a tenth of a heel.
That's a tenth of a heel. That's wild.
On floor 2, no less. Tapes over here.
Much soothing,
I'm
very
taking
demure. It's very demure, guys.
Listen.
What is it?
I wonder how much speed it takes to outwalk Pebble.
I got Willow.
And how long could you maintain it?
I was
You're right.
able to
Man,
kind
maybe
of
I should've made
outwalk
demo
Pebble
mod a
whenever
long
I
time
was
ago.
soloring, while on 2. It's perfect, it's blurry, but I'm proud.
I mean, to be
It's
fair,
like
2
a
people are hit, but I guess we
commercial,
don't need it.
everyone's gathered round. Some smiles on their faces, they're staring with
Did you
looks.
sneeze your brains out?
You sneezed so hard it hurt. That happened to me yesterday. I was sneezing at work and I sneezed so hard it popped my back.
Oh.
Oh,
Tapes.
Finnegan.
Dang. Bro, how did you pop your
Sunday.
back? with
Hi,
this
Brescia.
sneezing?
I don't know. It hurt.
Imagine how I feel right now. Oh my
But I
god.
won't let...
It's the back of my. It's like the very. It's like my back is just dead.
What exactly?
Oh, it
But
is
that's
an
not hard.
axe. Oh my gosh, the head moderator icon is an
I
axe.
was picking up freight. I was picking up freight and shit, and I
And
was
odd
putting
icon
stuff
is a
away.
hammer.
And
didn't
then
know
I kind of just. I went over it and I was doing it. Get to the elevator, by the way.
Sid, who's your head mod?
I don't have a head mod.
Why?
I'm not large enough to have like a moderation team yet.
You could just make it Bagel.
Sure, good.
Salem was my head mod.
Reasonably.
It's Bagel and
Even though
she's
Salem
Bagel.
doesn't mod at all.
The heck?
Salem also has 8 timeouts.
Hey,
Yeah,
what?
Salem, got
Salem
timed out,
keeps
like,
on
8 times.
like yeah, Salem keeps on mass exploding my rocks, which lags out my computer.
I've never timed out anyone.
Maybe you should get rid of the elements
Uh-oh.
then for a bit.
It's a baddie. There's a baddie.
Stream avatars. There's a baddie with a fatty?
What?
Thank you for the follow, Bean. How are you doing today?
Hi Bagel. Bye Bagel. Oh my gosh, you're all
How much is in
blue.
there?
You're all blue.
I'm
You're all like the
blue.
same
all
shade of
blue, I'm
blue.
a bean, I'm a nine.
You were part of the blue run yesterday. Don't you remember?
Yeah. I'm talking about the Twisteds
so
and
many
Bagel.
people.
I'm blue,
Oh my
and
God.
I think I'm gonna die.
You're blue and you think you're gonna die?
Yeah,
Damn.
eventually.
One
But
day you'll
hello,
be
Bean,
not
welcome
even a
in.
faint
It's just
memory.
Izzy. Thank you for the follow. My name is Bagel. I'm
It's
a silly
just
little
me.
goober. We do a lot of art and stuff here, and we're doing games. Today's game day. Any day that it's not Thursday, we game. We be gaming.
It's
Get the elevator, by
Dandy's
the way.
world.
For the most part, I
Salem,
don't.
you
I
should join
do
call.
wanna stream art more, but at the same time, I'm just so mentally unable to do art because I have to be. My art has to be perfect, dog.
Yeah, I've been
And I'm
live for
proving
5
that
hours
by
and 40
doing what I'm
minutes.
doing.
That's wild.
Yeah, Jones was in the really good run that I had earlier this morning. And we ended up
I
doing
could get in.
a
You
run
don't
with
need to
their
help
friend.
me. I so promise, trust. I've
First thing in the stream, and honestly, we got really, like, I think almost all my runs today, like, besides some, like, the very few matchmaking ones that I did beforehand, before I actually started playing, all of them got to about floor 25.
I'm sorry you've been feeling sick all day, Salem.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Salem.
Yeah, give me stream sometime. Oh,
Pebble,
hey, it's
Pebble,
not
Pebble, Pebble.
Oh no,
Hi
no,
there.
Hey.
Take him to me whenever you
Okay,
find, like,
I'll-
take other tunes to
Early
me.
Pebble is crazy.
That's
Do
wild.
you want me to just take the? Do you just?
I got.
Okay.
Never
Are
mind,
you-
you're dead.
You're dead.
Who died?
I was trying to
What?
save bacon.
Oh, thanks for
You
trying to
didn't-
save me.
Well, we lost our backup distractor.
Well, yeah, we lost our backup. Can someone by chance take Pebble to me?
I should have barked earlier.
Or not Pebble, but like, Boxton to me.
I'm bringing Cosmo.
It's
Oh,
Cosmo.
it's Cosmo?
It's Cosmo. Oh, Eclipse got them. Never mind.
That'd be a bit dangerous considering Eclipse has the same
There's
stealth as
no-
you.
I'm still learning where all the machines are on this map. I'm learning. Chad, I'm learning. We're learning together.
Oh
in
no.
different shapes and sizes. We are
Shapes
learning
and
how to
colors.
stand these worlds together.
I wish I had. Hi, Bacon.
Panic
I wish
mode,
I
by the
Still
way.
had
learning distract.
I wish I had a Bobette.
Oh no, someone got off that machine. I thought it was somebody was doing it there. Panic mode.
Just be careful, guys. You might want to be a little bit careful. I will stand, like,
Oh
here.
no.
But,
I
yeah.
just wanted to research.
I may be a little dummy.
Why?
Wait, there's 5 of us. Who did?
You're a
I like
dummy?
Sid's clown PNG tuber. Do you mean the
Bagel
one
made
that,
it.
wait, are you? Oh, I thought you were using the one you made. Yeah, I made that one. I've made all basically, except for Bacon, I've made all their PNG tubers.
Yeah.
I've made Sid's and Ann's as PNG tuber.
Yeah,
How dare
I
you
haven't
not
finished
make me
mine
a
yet.
PNG
I haven't
tuber?
finished mine.
I'm working on it. I will
Ooh,
make
the other
boxes.
new,
I'm doing all
map.
the new
Thank you.
tours
What are you talking
all
about?
the time.
Oh, what
Barsha.
happened to you?
Oh, got Brusha.
Like, yeah, like, what is going on? I'm gonna need some stealth
Listen,
candy.
I'm working on it.
And
I'm working
Roger.
on it. When do I
Okay.
get big award? Kimmy, shh, it's okay. You'll get art if you play Danny's World with us. Cause I've been making just everyone, like all the tunes PNG tubers. Finn will be listed on my Ko-Fi later today. Is it like that So I will be doing a whole art stream, by the way, for like, oh, we have Roger. I gotta run
Yeah.
away.
I
Wait,
said
who
that.
was our 7th?
Well, I opened
no,
Roger,
oh
so I
no,
didn't
oh
know.
no.
Someone got hit.
Oh no, oh no,
Just
Roger.
run back. Just run back.
Who
It's okay.
was our 7th?
Our 7th? Wait, 7 tune?
Yeah, because we
the
originally
run?
started with 8, and then they immediately left, and ISO's dead.
Oh. Should
I'm so
we
sad.
just
I'm sorry,
He's-
guys. I opened Roger.
at this point
think
should
we
we
can
just
reset.
restart? Okay. Where's everybody else? Where's everybody else? Where are y'all?
Oh no, they're gonna try to come for me.
I'm coming for you. Where are you? I can't see shit
Oh,
back
crap.
here.
I love Scraps. Scraps
Spontaneous
is so cool. I
death
love Goot
run.
and Scraps.
Oh my god, Beggle, did you make Finn's eyes the shape of fish?
Yeah.
I love that. What was going?
Tax
Oh,
the
goodness.
cheese tax.
It's
You gotta pay the
cheese.
cheese tax.
Cheese, you should play
Everyone
with
knows
us.
the reason.
All these troublemakers.
Puppy comes
Cheese, you
looking.
should play
The
with
rules are
us.
the rules. When the tax
I'm
goes
always
up,
trying to
the
convince
cheese
you.
door opens. You gotta pay the tax. The cheese tax.
Oh, I see a
the
fin.
cheese tax.
I see
The
a fin
cheese
moving in the background.
Tax. Should just accept all
How much
powers of
on the
divine,
bond?
but I get a review on my mind. There's no escape, so don't try dodge. Pay day tear the collection for much.
I'm gonna learn the whole song cheese, I promise.
Elevator.
Well,
Ellie.
you can do that, but I can
I mean,
say
you
it
can
really
have the
fast.
lyrics up and sing it every time, and then eventually you should have the lyrical muscle memory.
If you have as a redeem on your channel and your name
Pause,
is
Nick,
Cheese,
hack me.
you will learn the song.
What is Dandy's World about? It kind of looks like Dead by Daylight. It is kind of Dead by Daylight with a little bit of
Glamorous
difference.
lizard.
Instead of
gosh.
a killer, it has automatic things called twisteds, which means you kind of get to distract them instead of just having to deal with the, like full set on killer core, you know?
Yeah.
That's what I try to explain it to people the best I can. I'm terrible at explaining things. Because trust me, anytime I try to explain things, certain individuals in this call always are like, you kind of suck at saying anything, Bagel. You kind of like, you kind of suck at like talking about stuff like that.
We say it because we love you.
You kind of suck at explaining. You can't even give hints right, Bagel. SMH. Who's getting hits?
We're resetting.
To be fair, every time any of us stumbles on our words, we make fun of it.
Boom.
I will agree, Bagel is not good with it.
Hi, Bagel.
You got that one.
Louis got me. That was griefing. That was griefing. That was griefing. That was griefing.
Oh,
To
crap.
be fair,
No, that's
Sid
not
did die.
griefing. Okay, fuck you, Louis Dewey, you fuck ass. Shit. Yeah, griefer.
Oh, it's
you
Kodak.
got
Hi,
me.
Kodak.
Hello, Kodak.
Yo, Kodak. Kodak?
Oh, Kodak. Hey, Kodak.
Pretty sure it's not. I'm pretty sure. It's
Earlier
not
I
Kodak.
said my like Oklahoma accent came out and said Kodak, and now it's like Kodak.
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 Old dog.
Oh, none of you
I've been
say
told
my
I have
name
a
right.
Washingtonian accent.
A Washingtonian.
A what?
Oh
What
yeah,
is
you're so
that?
right, guys. We gotta throw. Trust. Anyways,
Oh,
I'm gonna go find a
no.
twisted now that I have done a
You got the-
machine.
I got the Pennsylvania Dutch going on.
Kodak. Kodak. Kodak.
Ellie. Ellie.
Oh.
Everyone go to Ellie.
Kodak.
Kodak.
Excuse me, it is Kodak 1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Kodak 1.
Kodak.
Chicken bit, you
Can't
must
forget
die.
Kodak 1.
No. No. I done.
Oh wait, can I do my server
Salem
instead of yours,
join.
Sid?
Yeah.
Don't force yourself to talk. You're sick. You should be recovering.
You should lay down and make sure you take care of yourself because you're a sweet little
lying
bean.
down and I'm making my server. It's okay.
Let me configure and grab my link again, because my server link is there.
Where
Everyone
am
should
I?
be able to join. Allow joining. There we go. User Bagel my
Sick
ego.
is hereby illegal.
Server.
I pressed
Illegal-
servers
you
and
illegal
it
my
took me to
illegal what?
badges. I was so confused.
There we go.
Come along.
Hi guys.
I love how I'm classified as Sid now. Let's go. Sid, I'm you now.
Stop! Oh, there's too many people on the call now. Oh my gosh, now I gotta fix this.
You gotta fix it now.
Go rest, Salem.
Hey, only I can tell Salem to rest. Trust.
Hey, my name is
You
Cheese
can keep
Beagle.
changing my
hours,
shape.
it's fine.
Can
I
you
can keep changing my shape if
hear
it's
us?
helpful.
Oh no, Sid, you can't be me.
Gasp! I'm
I had no
bacon.
idea while I was burning up. I'm okay now, though. I'm okay, kinda. I'm just, and
As
I'm
long as
okay.
there aren't 20 of me in the chat again.
There were. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I remember that.
What was that?
Where did Ant? Oh, Answer's right there.
I'm still right here.
I would do it for you.
I forgot about that meme.
I didn't. I never forget.
That's a good one.
I
Is it?
agree.
Jeez, now there's two of you.
Thank you for the biddies to me. It means a lot to me. Kodok 3 stream streak. Let's go.
Yo.
That's so rockin'.
Mr. Kodok has been stalking you to give you money.
Thank you, Ants.
For like 2 days.
Stop. This is not good. This is not good, gang. This is not.
Wait, I'm gonna
They're
try
just trying
to.
chill.
I'm gonna try to
Yeah.
change my PNG tuber real quick. Hopefully, my
Okay.
laptop does not crash everything when I open Opera.
I'm
Poor
gonna
laptop.
quickly use the restroom though, if that's okay with everybody. So people,
It's
I'm
not
going to go
okay.
hide in a
Acceptable.
non-specific spot in the game
do
and
your
go
gold mining.
hide.
You're gonna go hide? Why are you
I need
hiding?
to go do my gold mining. Yeah, I'm gonna hide.
Dang.
I'm gonna hide.
Stop
Yeah, I
calling it
gotta-
gold mining.
Hey, mine's the quarry.
That's what it is though.
Yeah, they've got the gold mines. I've got the sprinkle factory. What do you do?
I got the quarry.
God.
There you go, Chad. You get to
I'm
look in
starting
my
up
face
stream
while I go
quarters.
piss.
Look at that face.
Okay,
There's a
reactive.
face.
It's a
Oh my god,
face.
guys, I'm scared of the face.
It goes a face. Oh my gosh.
Into my
Bacon or
eye
Baron
holes, tell me
cheese?
what you
What does that mean?
see.
What?
Into
are
my
you talking about?
eye
What?
I
holes,
don't know, somebody's
do
called me the
you
Baron
see?
cheese.
You're Baron Cheese?
Motherfucking
I know.
looking back at me, a
What
mask
does that mean?
of my own
I don't know.
face.
Am I?
No, I'd wear that.
I forgot to make more
I'd wear that
rolls. Oh my
mask
god.
of my own face.
Wait,
I'd
no one
wear
told me
that.
making a server was difficult.
Are you finally making a server? Hello? Oh, everything crashed. Oh no. That's not good. Um... Hello?
Wait. Who's shouting me out? Demo. What are you doing?
I crashed. My Discord crashed. Everything's crashing because I opened up Opera. Slay!
Oh yeah, today's a cheese beagle day.
It is Cheese Beagle Day.
It is a cheese beagle day. Oh my gosh.
It's not Cheese Beagle Day. It's a Sunday.
It's cheese beagle day.
Yeah, it's a cheese beagle day. And then Wednesday's the next cheese beagle day.
Yeah.
And so forth, it repeats.
Tonight is the last night I am doing ice creams. They're done.
Gasp.
Ever? No.
Until the spring. Nah, I'll probably do them in the spring. But like, as far as like the gift
Christmas.
What are you
boxes.
gonna do instead? Like, what are you gonna replace them with?
I don't know. You never know.
Replace them with a blank slot.
I'll turn.
You can
I'll
choose
turn
to
them-
get nothing
I'll
for your
turn
raffle.
everybody into Kodak.
The Kodak.
Oh gosh. It's a day, it's a
I'll just
day,
use-
it's a day.
Could do turn
Please
everybody
go
into
to
a beagle.
I have done that. I'm thinking about doing that again. I have days where I'll turn people into beagles or I'll turn them into goats. I need to.
Is Koda a...
This isn't.
It looks
Goat
like
is a staple.
a leopard. Kodak looks like a leopard.
Fuji Tech, can you please open? Please, pretty please, pretty please. Pretty please. Like, pretty please? It's not working.
See, I think Sid needs a new laptop. Mine works perfectly fine.
I think I don't.
As I look over my laptop.
Sid has been needing a new laptop since I met them.
It's getting worse. It's getting so. Oh my gosh. I'm scared that everything is going to break now. I'm scared that like everything else is going to start breaking. Oh, it did something.
Yeah,
For a second, I thought Beggle's stream paused, but I had paused it.
It did a thing. I did a thing.
You're definitely at the point where, you know.
Oh my gosh, this is
you can't
working
do a
at
lot
2 seconds per frame.
The fact you've done as much as you've done
2
with
frames
it
a
is
second.
Incredible. Ooh.
Please, I just wanna.
I don't think you should be streaming Roblox anymore, mate.
It's okay. It's okay. It's. I just opened up Opera.
Sid, you need to just stop with whatever that is.
Struggling? Yeah, I
try
agree.
to change your food right now.
Stop singing opera.
We can do some type of drive to help you get a new computer or something.
Yeah.
I looked up like the prices of like one of the computers that I was eyeing, and I'm like, oh, because I've been eyeing it for like a year.
Is it still that Facebook Marketplace?
No,
one?
it's a different one. Because it's a pre-built. It is a pre-built, but the specs seem really good.
Oh, Kodak is a snap.
Huh?
A what? I thought they said they
Snow
were
leopard.
a leopard. A snow leopard.
There's snow leopard.
Snap is short for snow leopard.
Oh.
Everybody just heard snake. No,
No, snake is snake. There's a difference. Gotta have a K instead of a P at the end.
The thing is, this laptop works really well for art streams.
Maybe you should make more art.
Well, but you can never share anybody else's Discord or anything like that. Cause...
We are going to report a user on Blush Crunch real quick.
Oh.
Because I have recordings.
What?
So we're gonna report the Blush Crunch because I finally was able to make a ticket. It's about time. Oh my god, it took me like a million years apparently. Because I was like, I might as well click it. So let me grab these people's usernames because I have it as my my little. I changed it to the things.
Yippee.
You have photo evidence?
Oh, why is it saying I have low storage? What the heck? Is that why it's been breaking?
It's probably because of all the art you have on there. That's like a million freaking pixels.
Literally, that's why I delete some of the older ones and then just keep the newer ones.
All of my art on here, like most of
it's to delete your own art.
Right. It's from like.
It's painful, yeah, but like I'm not gonna use all my storage to hog all my
Save it on an external hard drive.
It's like deleting my phone. I want to care.
That's what I do. I buy external drives and store my stuff on.
I feel like deleting art or throwing away sketchbooks is like destroying history.
Yeah.
I still have my sketchbooks. I just delete them because my laptop can only hold so much. And then my little
saved your
micro
art anywhere, it's not fully getting deleted.
A game.
Leave it to the cloud.
Fine.
If you post it on like a Discord server, then it'd be saved, I guess.
Yeah. Why not just send all of your artwork to yourself, delete the old ones, and then just keep the newer ones?
I don't want.
Oh, you could make a personal art server, like it's because that's kind of
just
using
I actually have
Discord's
I have a
bandwidth.
personal art fight server. I have that, so I use that.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I have
fine
my
then.
own
Why don't just
secret.
like
Everything's
I
technically
have my own
saved. You're
secret
fine.
server.
yeah.
Why didn't you mention that in the first place?
Google Photos. I could, but there's so much, there's a lot of art. And a lot of it I'm still working on.
Just make a server, and then Krita already has its own little Krita file, so it'll be saved anyways.
Yeah.
All I gotta do is manually open it, and then it'll take you to Krita, and it'll be there. It's fine. You don't even have to clear all of it. You can just clear the ones that are done once you post them in like your own your own personal server or something.
Salem, someone's threatening you.
Someone's threatening you?
Why am I being threatened?
Oh.
You're being threatened by ISO.
Oh, ISO's
Why?
threatening Salem.
Why would you like literally? Why would you threaten Salem? They did nothing.
Oh, so I can mega evolve into an SCP. Okay, I don't have an SCP yet. PNG.
It's
I'm just
oh wait,
infestation
you
from
already are the
pressure.
eyesore thing. I forget what
What's
it's
going
called.
on? Oh my
It's
gosh.
infestation from pressure. Yeah. I love her. She's my favorite. Well, she's one of my favorites. And my cat's meowing at me. I don't know,
Simply
can
make
my
a shark
cat
with
meow
more
at my door?
eyes.
Did
wanna
it
evolve.
die? Oh my gosh. I think it did. It did. Oh?
Oh.
Oh? Oh?
So
Oh?
I'm just
I
gonna
love
evolve.
how
Yeah, sure. I'll evolve.
Oh my gosh, there I
I'll
am.
evolve. Hold up. Let me evolve. Let me
why
evolve.
why
Apparently.
is
Give me a
why is
moment.
Jesus he capitalized and like none of us
I'm
capitalized he
evolving.
is
I'm
just Jesus
evolving. I'm
he. It's
evolving. I
capitalized.
evolved. I'm evolving.
Oh, cheese's him is capitalized. I see.
Yeah, he's
They, them's capitalized.
Well, my favorite. Kodak, you're just so nice. Kodak's a nice game.
Kodak's
you guys
awesome.
are
I'm gonna
just
give another
cat.
You
shout out to
think you're
Kodak.
so above us, Sid.
I'm gonna give
Yeah.
another shout out to Kodak.
Oh, hi, Gigi. Hi. What you doing? What you
People didn't even
doing?
capitalize their partner's pronouns. That's wow.
What you doing?
Shush! Stop coming after me.
Yo, that guy with the bit! The bits! The
Hey,
bits!
Bacon,
The
is it
bits!
he, him, or he,
Okay,
they?
okay.
Your
Take
bot
it
has
easy on the
stopped
counter, will
working
you?
on that.
Is he
Hey
they?
guy 10153
What?
just cheered 1
Who's?
bits.
Huh?
Thank you for the bits. The
I don't
bits to
care.
Salem. No, Salem to Obsidian.
It's the bitty! The bitty!
I should probably show you guys what I'm doing on Discord, huh? I have to mute my stream, my main thing, though.
I gave up on trying to make a new, like, I gave up on the Fuji chick. I gave up on it. Bro, is that a cult ritual?
Why not their child given the capitalization?
I don't know.
That's
Pick a
weird.
time.
What? It's the Steven Universe bits thing. Give him the bits. The bits. The bits. The bits. The bits. The bits.
Cookie cat.
Guys,
Cookie
Kodak is
cat.
nice. We should give Kodak
It's a
another
pet
shout
for your
out.
tummy.
We should give Kodok a shout out and mine as
Super
well.
duper
You know
yummy.
what? Yeah.
Do it yourself.
How could you?
What? I'm in Pebble stream.
Oh! I can't believe you.
What?
Okay, there we go. There we go. We we gotta give Kodak the shoutouts. That's what we gotta do. That's what we gotta do.
You know who I think deserves a shout out?
Roblox crashed.
You?
Roblox crashed. Again.
Block.
It has
Give me a
crashed.
shout out for Soundcat271.
You can shout out Salem Cat 271.
I can't
Don't
believe
let him know
Roblox
that
has
he has the
crashed
power to
again.
do that.
Let's see if it's gonna actually open this time.
Damn, demo showing where his true allegiance lies. Can't believe this.
Literally went to Lido diet. I think that man is a little bit just a wee bit little bit delusional on liking the fox from Adventure Time so much they draws him constantly.
Especially
I
with the
see.
little feetsies, the toe beans out.
Literally, it's all I
talk,
see. It's all I see.
don't
It's
talk
all
bad
I
about
see when I go in
Lido.
there. Like it's all I see when I go in the freaking the stream
Hi,
when he
Gigi.
streams. It's just the fox from Adventure Time. I'm like
Hi.
that
What
guy
you
is
doing?
so real, but also what the heck?
People have their things, okay?
I know, but it's all I see when I go in there. There's like the one time I saw Petey from freaking
Oh, my ping's 150 now.
Dog Man.
Oh, it's 64.
One
Oh
time
yeah, I
I
saw
saw
that.
Petey, and then the rest was the fox from Adventure Time.
Mr. Fox.
We're
Yeah, Mr.
uploading our
Fox, yeah.
videos, guys. This is what happens when you exploit and when you grief in Dandy's world. I'm gonna report you.
Yeah.
Damn, I guess I
Yay!
should do more.
Confetti!
Confetti!
Oh fuck, Lito's here. I think because of the shout out.
Sorry, I'm not been paying attention to chat that much.
You got caught in
because I've been doing this real
4K.
quick.
Lido.
You got
I wasn't
caught.
saying
You got
anything.
caught. That's hilarious.
I
You want
didn't say
another?
anything.
Hi, Lito.
Another shout out.
You all gotta
Lito,
put
I'm-
Another
bed.
one.
I'll see y'all later.
Oh,
Gotta go.
see
Bye,
ya.
cheese.
Bye, cheese.
Bye,
Bye, cheese.
Bye.
I don't say anything, Lido.
No, now
I'm
my names
innocent.
are off again.
I'm innocent, Lido. I'm innocent.
Are you gonna jump?
That's
Are you gonna
not
jump
what
back
Becca
down
is,
again?
innocent.
I think you're gonna jump back down again. I think that's what you're gonna
Sid,
do.
are you recovering or are you still bad? Is it still bad?
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back.
This is what happens when you shout out random people. You summon them.
Why are you
Give
buying
them a
that?
notification.
Summoned the
Hey,
Lido
hey,
diet.
hey, that is metal. You do not need to bite metal.
What is that emote actually? Why is it a... That's funny. That's a funny emote.
Come here. Come here.
Carrot.
Come here.
Such
Hi.
a goofy emote. I love that
Lay
actually.
down. Or at least sit down.
Perish? Yeah, Perish.
We're going there.
For
Yeah,
anyone who
we don't
wants to
want
see
to
the videos,
perish.
these are the videos, by the way.
Oh, she's just stepping
You
on
can
my...
see how bad
exactly
my
what they
lag
do?
was with the griefing run.
You just realized
What is
Sid is
Just
Obsidian the
dying.
Rock Boy.
Oh.
How did you just realize that?
Huh?
Oh.
I say this every time,
Hi,
but the
Gigi.
most Minecraft cat to ever exist.
She literally is. She is a Minecraft cat. Come here. Sit down. Stay. Please. Please. Pretty please. You have been running around, like, all day. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew. She's like, her tail's smacking her, like, her tail's smacking everywhere. Oh, did Discord break again? Oh my gosh, it did. Discord has broken. Oh, Discord's crashing. Great. Great. Awesome. Amazing. Cool. Amazing. This laptop sucks. This laptop sucks. I don't even know what model this is, like, what year this is. This laptop is just, oh my gosh. Ugh, please. Please. It's not wanting to work. This isn't wanting to work. This is not wanting to work. This is not wanting to work at all. Oh, wait. Oh, great. Now nothing's wanting to load. Oh gosh. Oh no. Help. This isn't... Why is this happening? Please. Discord, please. Please, Discord, work with me. Please, Discord. Please. Please. Why did it show just bacon for me? Oh my gosh, it's crashing again. Why are you doing this? Why is it doing this? Oh my gosh. Assembly drove 16 hours? Holy cow.
Should go.
Am I back?
Why is Silky texting me?
Am I
Silky,
here?
why is
Okay.
texting me?
Discord crashed like twice.
I'm so proud of you, Sid.
Is it gonna crash again? Oh my gosh, it's frozen. What is going on?
There are some points. Silky has 3 points
Hi,
in
Alma
your chat.
Kako
And that's so
again.
funny.
Hello,
Hi,
Elma.
Elma.
Silky, I'm not giving you my points, by the way. Silky, these are my points. These are my 8.7k points I'm saving up.
You have 8.7k
Chat, you wanna fight?
points.
Yeah.
Chat, you want to thug it out and fight?
Like, yeah, I have
Or do we have enough for a
8.7k
run?
points.
I think we might
I
have
spent
enough
like
for a run.
I spent
Wait,
15k on telling Biggle to shush. Like
Oh
that
my
one day.
gosh.
Yeah, that's your fault, isn't it?
Yeah, I kind of want. I kind of, you know,
You just keep spending all your points.
it was worth it.
I spent all my points on a chocolate cookie pie that turned out to be vanilla. So it's true.
So
You
he's
and
still texting me. They just go give me, and then they go, "What did Biggle do to be shush?" Kodak was here that one day, and Biggle was freaking out, and I just shushed Biggle for like
hey, it's a
15
pretty good
minutes.
one. It's a pretty good cookie pie.
That's a
Nightbot
very
is being
valid reason.
overworked right now.
Yeah,
It
all
should be- it
my
should be
chat like
chocolate.
is showing on. Well, Suki
Should
has
be
more
chocolate,
points.
not
Sid to fully recover, apparently, because Sid's still dying.
I'm waiting on y'all. It's just Discord that's recovered.
you
Like that's
recovering?
breaking. I'm recovered. I'm recovered. I'm recovered.
let's
Hopefully,
go. I think
my
we
ping's
have
at
a full run,
123, but let's
I guess.
go.
1, 2,
Not everyone
3,
is
4,
gathered
5,
here,
6,
though.
7.
Oh, oh no, 500. Oh my gosh,
Sid is not
every
recovered,
900 ping. Oh my god.
Sid is not recovering. Sid's dying.
Oh
Actively.
my gosh.
Yeah, I don't think we should be streaming.
It was fine earlier. It was fine earlier.
What if I leave at VC? Do you think it'll be fine then?
No.
I think it'd be worse off, actually.
Who's Breagle?
What?
Breagle.
Yeah, who's Breagle?
Tries in what? Tech priests? Okay, I'm at 80. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll be okay. I'm in. I'm in. Guys, 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 get in. Hello? We sent them off. Oh no. Uh-oh. I think Discord broke again. I'm going in. I can't hear shit. Please. Please. Why did it start breaking now? Why did it start breaking? It started breaking. It started breaking again. Oh my gosh. Kimmy with the bits to bagel. Even though you can't hear me, because my laptop's breaking. Why does it have to do this? Why does it have to do this now? Why now? Why now? Please. I'm the only one in here. What happened? Oh my gosh. Guys. This isn't working. Now it's Discord. Now it's Discord doing its thing, being weird. It's not working. Discord isn't working now. Discord is not working now. I see them talking about a wheel. Are they going to make people fight to the death? Are they making people fight to the death again? Please, 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 Roblox, please, OBS, please, I need this.
There you go.
My mama kind of homeless.
I thought that was Bagel's finger.
Oh my gosh, I can hear people now. Oh my gosh. It broke again. It broke again.
We'll do 5 minutes for everyone to get their predictions in, because Sid's dying, and I think they're gonna die again. So we're gonna.
Why are you wishing my downfall?
I'm not wishing it, but that's how it seems to be gonna happen.
It just started. This just started too.
Don't worry, Dozer. The wheel is just there for us to pick and choose who
Gigi.
dies and who wins, and who wins, who
Who
dies.
lives, who dies, who tells your story?
Tells your story.
Hey, that is a full trash can. No.
You should unmod ants. I should unmod ants.
Why should you do that?
What's your
targeting
valid
ants.
reasoning for me to unmod ants?
Yeah, I voted for you, Dozer.
I voted for no one. Actually, I'm gonna vote for Kodak.
I voted for Kodak as well.
I'm gonna put 8K on the line.
You see, if
Oh, my
Dozer
God.
actually shows up in a bulldozer, I think they're gonna win. They're just gonna run up.
Bacon and
run up
Elma
your
don't have
bulldozer.
any points on them.
know what?
Make sure you put your points in. There's a lot of redeems in circulation,
mind.
and there's a lot of points in circulation.
It won't let me.
So these
It won't
are
let
for
me.
you to spend your points. You can earn big, or you can lose big. That's the real question: is what's gonna happen to you today?
By
It's
the
called
way,
gambling, but in a
you
different
said
sense.
you put Codco.
Okay, listen.
It says Codco.
Wait, really?
I
Codco.
love how it's not even spelled right. Love
and
that.
then Elmia. Elmia.
I love Elmia cat.
Elmia.
Elmia.
Elmia
cat.
Kako.
Oh,
And
Fujitech broke.
Okay.
Fujitech broke. There it goes.
Honestly, I think Sid's
Oh,
left.
there it is.
I think Sid needs to go through their PC.
Yeah, but they
Bagel,
won't because they're freaking stubborn as a goddamn mule.
you've apparently
I'm
told
sorry, Elma.
Sid he pisses in Spanish.
What? Why are you throwing a fit? Come here.
Drinkies.
Gigi, come
I like
here.
me drinkies. Hello, Tings. Welcome in. How are you doing today, B?
Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow.
Tings_what_rigs just followed.
Hello. How are
yeah, I
you
still gotta work
doing
on my
today? I'm lagging. Everything's breaking right now, but we're doing things.
Funny, I
I gotta
laughed.
work on my server. I gotta work on my server.
Everything's wanting to break though.
Oh, we have one slot open for anyone who wants to actually join in on Dandicus World today.
Come here.
Oh, I realized I no longer need to save for community for VIP because I can't get it anymore.
Well. I think it broke again.
So proud of you.
Oh wait, no, never mind. I hear you guys. Oh my gosh.
Hooray!
Everyone went quiet for like a minute. Not a minute, but like they
I
went
love how
quiet.
I have my college work up on the side.
You have your college work.
Stop coming after me, okay?
Why do you have your college work up? Bagel, is it done?
I love how we have
you
2
done
pay
it?
points on. I have done some of it.
You were watching Odd Ones Out? I see you, Biggle.
What? Stop! Stop! It was the Warrior Cats thing. I didn't get to finish it yet.
I haven't seen that video. I haven't seen the video. I didn't know that.
It just came out. It just came out. It just came out. It's so locked in though. It's so locked in.
I haven't watched Odd Ones Out in like
Wait,
so long.
I can make
it's been a
myself
while.
transparent. Hold up, chat. Chat, are you
can
ready
make
for this?
yourself
I can look to
transparent?
make myself transparent.
Hi, Gigi. What
Chad, do you want to see
doing?
me become transparent or some shit?
Sure. You can become
I can also change
transparent.
colors. There we go. Where'd she go? They will never know.
You're so
You're a
shiny.
chameleon.
Oh my gosh. Oh wait, no, that's Barnaby. Hi, Gigi.
There we go. Now we're fully translucent. A floating sweater.
It's a floating sweater. It's the Cheshire Cat.
Oh my.
Cheshire
I
Finn.
think there we go.
What is the Cheshire Cat?
Now I'm translucent, guys. There we go. Now I'm the ghost.
I know
of
what a
Christmas
Cheshire
Cat.
Cat. Oh, I see the smile.
Anyways, guys, we're gonna go we're gonna go do it. Oh, I can also change the brightness on my thing. We could be evil. We could also change from really like dark to really colorful like this. My eyes! My fucking eyes! Sorry, chat.
You good?
That is very saturated.
Anyways, we're gonna spin the wheel. First one out is first one out.
Oh, I did a thing. I'm bald. Oh god, no. Oh no, I'm bald. Oh no.
Kodak is out.
Damn it, my points.
Well, good thing I didn't vote on Kodak.
God damn it! The first every time I vote for someone, they're always up first.
Kodak, you get like, you know what? Nothing happens to you. You just disintegrate between the sinner and the saint. Because I always have to do
Nothing
something
happens
dramatic,
to
but
you.
nothing happens. You just disintegrate into the air. Thanos snapped out of here.
you got Thanos snapped. Oh gosh.
You're not first again. Yay! You're not first out. Win. You're winning these things.
Oh no.
I think words speak for themselves here. I'm sorry, Bacon.
Aww.
You find yourself gone. Dead. We're going
How did
super
I
fast
find
right now, by the
myself?
way. The wheel
I
is
find
the
myself
spin to the
gone.
death. Last
Dead.
person on the wheel is the winner. Is the survivor, the sole survivor.
Who killed me?
Dozer,
me?
you're gone.
Dozer.
Elma and Assembly are the last two standing. What do you guys have any final words that you would like to say to each other before you fight to the death? Maybe, Silky. Maybe. Any last words, chat, before you fight to the death?
The Eiter.
Screw the elves! Okay, that's rocking. Elma, you got last words? I ate all the cables in the ceiling. Okay, let's spin the wheel. Who's gonna die to
I
what?
agree with that statement. I don't like
Oh my
elves.
gosh.
I think they're evil.
Assembly, the elves kill you.
Oh my gosh. What have I done? What have I
Elma.
done?
Oh no.
Elma, you have successfully once again escaped eating the. You have won like 3 of these, dude. Whoever voted on Elma, they're getting
we
some big
doing?
points today.
I know I should have voted on Elma, but it wouldn't let me. It wouldn't
I
let me
know I
gamble.
should have
It wouldn't
voted
let me
for
gamble.
Elma.
My goddamn points.
Yep, my points too.
Kimmy and Silky get a lot of points.
I lost a lot of points
Now that
on
we've
the Bagels channel.
distributed points today, we've done our duties and have distributed the points. What do we say about joining in on Ron now? Are
Hey,
you
who wants
back?
to be on my stink
Okay,
board, by the way?
okay. I'm
Let's
gonna
get
Are you
Davey.
back? Are
wait.
you gonna live? Are you gonna survive? Or are you gonna die?
That's a hard question.
Oh wait, I know who to add. I know who to add.
That's a very hard question, by the way. That's a really hard question.
I'm so
Fine,
rich. How rich are you, Silky? Hmm? Why do they keep DMing me?
Who?
There
I'm
we
trying
go.
to make I'm trying to make my freaking
Did a
server,
different
dog.
thing. I'm being stared at by myself.
Good.
Oh my gosh.
Orange, purple, and aqua.
I'm ready to go. I'm going. I'm in. I'm in.
H-O-G-G-O.
O-G-O.
Everyone get in!
Everybody get in.
Leave, 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 leave,
Leave,
leave,
leave.
leave, leave.
Why are we leaving?
Gabby, get in. Gabby, wake
Okay,
up, get
now
in.
Get in. They're awake and moving.
Get in, get in, get in.
We're in.
Oh, it's because we're in Sid's server and not my server.
Oh yeah.
Oh, crikey.
Puppy Ava, if you go into the, are you in my server? If you go
Waiting
into
room?
one of the VCs, I'll just drag you in.
God damn it,
Drag them in.
Lido dies live. I bet you Lido is gonna draw Mr. Fox from Adventure Time.
100%. As always.
Nah,
why is that-
Pickle,
nah,
are you
just
distracting?
good before I leave you alone, you're short.
I'm gonna backup distract. So if you want to go change to an extractor.
Hold on, I'm
No.
gonna go see if I was right about Lido Diet. Hold up. Oh, Lido Diet, get your butt over here. I gotta see if you're drawing Mr.
I'm gonna
Fox.
backup distract dance if you want to go change to something else. It's up to you
No.
though. You can be extractor Pebble. Oh, okay.
Oh, they're on Fortnite.
Oh
they're
yeah,
on
you're
Fortnite.
so right. You're so right. I might as well get rid of train whistle and do VMO because I'm just gonna be cracking them apart.
Dang.
I'm just gonna do backup when I need to. I'm gonna do backup when I need to.
Hold up. I'll be
Skin
right back.
help me move along. They do it wrong. It takes too long for me to redo. For multitasking.
Multitasking. A perfect Christmas is all I'm asking. Do it
Okay, we're getting rid of the names, chat. Names are gone.
The names
Apparently
are
Salem's-
gone.
Yeah, you guys are
No more
getting smaller.
names?
Dang.
No more names for you.
Okay. That's okay.
Apes.
Hi,
I
Brusha.
don't need a name. You know?
Hey, Medkit. Oh, hey, Medkit. Ooh, something. It feels off. This feels off. Damn. My fucking
I'm
twisted.
gonna get hit.
If it feels off, then turn it on.
My computer
gonna
feels
dummy.
off. It's on though.
And turn it off.
I'm not turning my computer off.
Nights are
Oh, lag. Lag.
Press Alt F4.
Oh no.
Okay, get to elevator.
Did nothing. I did absolutely nothing.
This is not enough. This is not enough to prove it yet. No,
Alright, so I see
need to
20
hit
tapes on the ground.
bottom.
I want to play
Oh,
Sprout
crap.
so bad. Oh my
crap.
god, I love
Crap.
Sprout.
You missed 5.
Search.
Bap.
Oh, somebody's calling me.
Here, chat, I can move up so you guys can see my inventory early.
Maybe AFK for a second.
This is my color block of my name and my pronouns. Because I've been asked it so much lately. And there's a lot of new people that have been following. And some of them have been asking pronouns, and I get that. So make it
Nice.
easier by putting it on like a little name tag on me.
For a second, I thought the "it" at the end of your pronouns was a question mark.
The it, the it, the
Nope.
it, the it, the it.
Gotta find a machine.
Oh yeah, I have.
Did you get
I
yourself
forgot
a
I have Wiimote.
machine?
I already did my
That's
Wiimote
my twisted.
machine.
Dang it.
Cosmical being.
No, I'm just fucking with you, Nova. Keep doing it. Oh shit, I got a skill check. Hold up. There you go.
Are you locked in? You need to lock in.
We've lost Bacon.
Yeah, Bacon's gone. Bacon gone.
They're fucking dead. Oh, get to elevator, by the way.
Bacon's dead?
They're running R&D.
Bacon
That's
has
R&D.
disconnected as well.
Oh!
Oh, they have... Their device probably died.
Yeah, nobody's on last. Oh wait,
No,
no, never
someone
mind.
is.
Gabby is.
Yeah,
Same
the
on Cat.
Gabby is Eclipse. I was like, oh.
Whatever point on night was new.
Oh.
I called them
I
insane.
guess
by the
they're
way.
yelling Mr. Box.
No,
Bacon,
no,
you
it's not
died.
Fortnite.
Focus the
Fortnite.
assembly.
Yeah, you died.
Lock in. Tune
My-
in
my
where I'm
brother-
trying to.
My brother called me and he wants to play Smash Bros. And I haven't talked to him in a long time.
G/A/cosmic
Oh.
being. What if I say that I am, like, the existence of everything?
So I'm gonna leave.
Not me.
I want to talk to my brother because I haven't talked to him in a while.
Aw, I get that.
So, talk to you guys later. It was fun.
Bye bye. There's a band-aid right there.
Bye. Care.
Take care, take
Band.
care, take care.
Since we're gonna be,
There's a
It's
band.
Cosmo and Tegan.
say go grab the band.
I have a band and a mid.
Taking.
Me too. I
Can I
should
only
take one.
edit certain things on the laptop?
What?
I think so. I'm making my Discord
Where
server.
the fuck did Tegan go? I saw her in the broken area and she's gone now.
There's a bottle of pop.
Where the fuck did
Oh, I
Tegan
need to
go?
add Poke2 to my server.
Oh my gosh, Bagel,
Tegan
you
is
have
with
Tegan.
yeah.
Give me my twisted.
Poke2, where are you? Oh, there's Master Mora's server. Master Mora, I'm stealing your Poke2.
Or, you know? Get the elevator. Oh, there is a bop over there, but over there. So
Yeah. Is that band-aid still there? I think I might grab it.
yeah, I
I
think
took
it
the
is.
band.
Damn it.
Dang.
Don't
How
worry.
do I
My med luck is insane when I'm on the floors.
Don't jinx yourself.
No, but tell me why we already had a med kit and a band on the floor.
Yeah, don't
You
jinx
explain it to
yourself.
me.
Don't jinx yourself.
I'm not gonna end up jinxing myself. I'm gonna end up correcting myself.
Don't
Because
do that.
finally, if
Don't
it
jinx
gets
yourself.
rid of all of the luck, I'm going to be so happy. Finally, the luck is
You just
depleted.
grabbed your cat as an equipable item. He just accepted his fate. That's hilarious.
Oh, that's wild, dude.
I love how everyone is using Toasty Momo
No wonder
emotes
you're not
because-
picking up fucking tapes.
Jeez.
They're literally
Ugh.
they're shiny hunting.
No wonder you're not picking up tapes.
Whoa! It's the fishy floor. Wow. Louie! Oh, Louie, come here there. I got Louie.
That's a devious spot to put that.
Remember, the customer is always right.
That's wrong.
That is
Sometimes they just
wrong.
like to start fights.
Yep.
But fun fact, that quote is misattributed because it's actually the customer is always right in terms of taste.
Yeah. And people will complain that it's not, so you know.
Wait, the
Get the
rules are
elevator.
updated.
Where?
The little rule poster's updated. That's adorable. I love how it is now. I heard someone fail a skill check.
With my makeup.
Bagel, what are you doing?
Where is the rules?
It's over here. It's over here. It's right here. Right there. Bagel,
God
what are you
forbid
doing?
you're playing 2 different games, dog. It's crazy. Bagel took my role of begging
Nah.
for machines I see. No, I've not taken that role. I've just been trolling people. I've been giving them, you know, I've been
my
petting their little
gosh.
backs.
Like, Vimas hate this floor because it has so much water.
What if she never spawns on the floor because of that?
It'd be funny.
Get in! Get in! Down an elevator flight.
I don't like that I can feel air going through my mic.
What?
I don't know. When you guys talk really loud, I can feel it. It's weird. I don't like it.
Why'd you
Thanks,
scream?
Pebble.
Because that's what they said not to do. Just a little toy, yeah. Locked away. La, 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 la.
We love
With,
you, Ko-Fi Bot.
Bonnie.
Thank you, Ko-Fi Bot.
Fuck you, Ko-Fi Bot.
How dare you?
I bully your Ko-Fi Bot. I like
Fuck you,
mine.
Salem.
So.
Can we unshout
You know what?
Salem
Fuck
Cat
you too. You know what? Fuck
271?
you too. You know what, guys?
Can we unshout out Salem Cat? Ban
Ban
Salem
Sid.
Cat 271.
Ban Sid.
Ban
Ban
Salem
Sid
Cat
from Sid
271.
Rock Boy.
Oh, get to
You know what?
elevator. I'm on last.
Gonna be civil. You know what? You know what, guys? Get Obsidian the Rock Boy banned from Dandy's World.
Why are you trying to ban me from Dandy's
Thank you
World?
for giving Salem Cat 271 a shout out.
Ugh!
Haha.
El Macaco, how could you?
I'm the favorite.
How
my
could
Also, Elma's
you?
a mod in my
Also, there's
Elma's
tapes
a
over
mod
here.
on
I'm
my
picking
Twitch.
them up because you freaking can't grab tapes.
I think you forgot. Elma is a mod on
I
my
said it.
Twitch.
I said what we were all thinking.
Yeah? What were we thinking?
We all
No.
hate clankers?
El Macaco, El Macaco, El
Slash
Macaco.
ban Salem Cat. This crazy work.
Slash ban ants.
Can you actually, since you're head mod?
Sorry. L plus ratio.
The tapes are mine. Grab the tapes then, please.
I think Sid's doing the eye speed thing too much. Personal take.
I didn't even do it. I didn't even do it.
Yeah, but you gotta understand how it sounds.
I didn't
You know what's funny?
do it.
I can unmod anyone I want in this server, in this stream.
Yeah.
I won't though. I won't though. Alma, you want a taste of power?
Don't say that.
Why are you just staring at me like that?
I just asked if Alma wanted a taste of power. Dang.
That's an insane thing to say.
Do you want a
Almost absurd.
taste of power? Oh, damn.
I'll put on a 5-minute timer in my brain. It's okay.
Well, yes, a 5-minute timer in your brain.
I know how to count. Shut up.
Elma immediately banned Sid.
What?
Oh my god. I can feel it!
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
I'll let
Oh
you
no.
have till 7:33. Good luck.
Oh gosh.
Your time starts now.
It started at 7:28, so technically they already used up a minute. So
Or maybe it's the fireworks
Finn.
you ate. It's Finn. Finn. Get over here. They immediately shouted out ants.
fair enough, honestly. Fair enough.
Yay.
I respect it. I respect it. Anyways, I'm gonna go text my mom. Hold up.
Ants needs more followers. Fair, fair, fair.
This is true. This is true. True. This is true, actually. Guys, go follow Ants. Ants goes live sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes every once in a millennium, basically.
I'm not getting healed. I'm not getting healed. I'm not getting healed, bro. I'm not getting healed, dude.
How about this? I'll go live next Saturday.
Ants will go live next Saturday if you follow him.
Can we get Ants to like 50 followers, guys, by chance? Let's get them affiliated.
Oh yeah, that's right. You need 50 followers to get affiliated. I forgot about that.
You have to actually stream a couple
You gotta
hours.
stream for like 7
Hi, Blot.
7 hours. Yeah, it's not even that bad.
Oh my
It's like for,
fucking
what, 3
god.
days or something.
Oh!
Yeah!
I got him.
What?
Wouldn't you know, Blot 2.
My twisted.
Hey, now you're
My
faster.
twisted. I'm fucking twisted.
Oh god! How? Oh
I
god!
died. Never mind. I thought he was still on you, so I was going back to go grab him. Now I'm dead. Yay! Confetti. I low-key didn't even mean to grab him. I just ended up grabbing him, so I didn't know if Sid was gonna try to grab him from me.
Yeah, my twisted. Let's not play Pass the Twisted with Pebble, though.
I wasn't trying to. I didn't
There's
see him. He
actually
saw me,
this
and then
thing
I started
called
running
balls.
because I saw that he was there.
That's insane. How did that pass the...
Last live 2 years ago.
Damn.
That's insane.
Well, I guess while we wait, for them to be done, I'm going to go join another run.
Damn.
What do you want me to
Oops.
do?
Hi. I don't know, watch. I just got killed.
I don't watch.
Well,
I didn't get a panic mode warning.
rage. Oh, damn it. I was about to say rage baiting Pebble, but he hit me.
You rage baited too hard, man.
Hi, Maya. Mai.
One more
How are
minute,
you doing
Elma,
today?
and then you're gone.
Miami.
Never mind, your minute's up.
Oh.
Wait, did you call Miami Miami?
Am I? Damn, they're doing dial.
They're locked in with that one. Hug me, hug me, and goodbye.
God, I wish we had more time.
Listen up,
Hug me,
Listen up,
hug me, and goodbye.
Sid, are you watching my point of view?
Let me watch your point of view. Yeah.
Yeah,
Guess
when
what?
they decide that they're
Oh
done
my
with
fucking
whatever they're
god, what
doing.
the fuck was that for? Why are you throwing?
That.
Why'd you do that?
Hey, Brusha, you're already here. I
Why
hate
did
you,
you do
Brusha.
that?
Shit, please.
Die.
Oh, thank you, Elmakek. Oh, wait. You did that after you were taken away from Maud. Damn.
Hey, Elma had till
Damn.
7:33 my time. It's past that. All right.
Bro
Elma
had
should have. I
so much
told
time to
Elma
do
5
that.
minutes. Literally.
Was all I know.
Elma, I said 5 minutes. It's past that
Tell
now.
me goodbye and figure it out, guys. Talk and take a dive and play for.
Alright, guys. I think what I'm gonna do... I think what I'm gonna do is go ahead and raid into Bagel. Yeah. I think I'm gonna raid into Bagel. I think, honestly, this is a pretty good stream. I think I'm ready to, honestly, go to art today, though. My computer's starting to bug out. It's not acting as well as it should be doing. Like, it's struggling. It's really struggling a lot. So I'm gonna go ahead and raid into Bagel. Where is Bagel? Bagel Mago! Bagel Mago! But yeah. I hope you guys have a nice day, night, whatever time it is for you. Be cool, be nice to Bagel. Bagel's awesome. You know, do the normal stuff. I am gonna go ahead and raid because my computer is bugging. Yeah. Bye guys! Bye chat!